second period.
Colorado. Say that 10 times fast. I'm pleased to be your excellent
welcome all military and civilian, admin, personnelists, and education and training members. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you're watching online, be sure to drop your location so we know where you are tuning in from. Before we get started, for in-person attendees, please note the following emergency procedures. For fire, we'll evacuate the building, form up in assigned areas across the tracks from the DFAC. For a bomb threat, we'll evacuate the building, form up in assigned areas at Fisk Park. For a tornado warning, we'll proceed to the left side of the hall in the historic wing. For shelter in place, move with a sense of urgency to assigned flight seats in Air Force Senior Entryway Auditorium. And for active shooter, unless told otherwise, whether shooter is in or out of building, tactical incident notification, accessory. I'm just saying this for the first time this morning, so I apologize for the confusion. So if you want to just go ahead and just look over these slides, are the pinpoints, and here are the evacuation points and where we'll meet in case of any of those listed emergencies. Now for today's event, we will have our opening remarks from Chief Master Sergeant Alex Udy. Chief Udy serves as the Commandant, Air Force Senior Non-Commissioned Officer Academy here at Maxwell Air Force Base, Gunter Annex, Alabama. Then we'll cover the following topics: Air Force A1 Enterprise changes and obtain a brief on Evaluation and Special Recognition Program from AFPC. After lunch, we will discuss Commander's CSS importance, briefed by Master Sergeant Tequila Smith. And then cover a CSS program review self-assessment visit from Master Sergeant Evelyn Barnes. Following that, Senior Master Sergeant Winsome Cully will be briefing us on creating a coaching culture. Last but not least, we will hear from our guest speaker, Colonel Ryan Richardson, Commander of the 42nd Air Base Wing, also from Maxwell Air Force Base, Alabama. We also hope you join us tonight at the network event held at Maxwell Air Force Base Range 42, starting at 17:30. So, to kickstart the event, we're going to do a quick icebreaker to wake everybody up. Y'all ready for this? So what you'll do is I want you to find someone you do not know. And I know it's kind of hard to all know each other, but find someone you do not know. What I need you to do is, I'm really excited. like 2 or 3 random people to share something that they learned about a new person that they met. So I can't really see a lot of y'all's names. I'm going to come up here to the audience. All right. Okay, no one's looking at me, no. Sergeant Robinson, who did you talk to? Lieutenant Jude, wave your hand.
Oh, sorry. She graduated from Berkeley, and she got a dog named Thor, and she studied math. And she works in the AMXS for her CSS.
Welcome. Good job. Come over here. I'm gonna call you Chief Robbins.
Okay.
Who did you learn about?
Airman Henderson. So I learned about Airman Henderson, cyber. He is the oldest airman in his AFSC, guidance unit, at 28. He is one of 24 siblings, children in his household. He said, don't ask, it's a long story. And he is also a musician and a chef.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Erin Basso. Sanjay called me because I work with her. To be honest, I didn't learn about anything because everyone was just talking to everyone, and I was working with you guys. I was with my people, so everyone was busy, so we couldn't call someone else to do it.
All right, at this time, it is my honor to introduce our guest speaker, Chief Master Sergeant Alex Udy, Commandant, Air Force Senior Non-Commissioned Officer Academy.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. So I'm not a 3 Series AFSC. Let me put that out there first. I'm a 1 Series guy, but I'll get to that in a minute. I just want to say thank you for coming out to Gunter. To be here, for many men and women in this audience, the only time you will come to Gunter in your career is if you're a student in this academy, or if you're a student at the First Sergeant Academy, or maybe over to the Chief Leadership course in the Chief Leadership Academy at some point in your career. But what I'll tell you first, for those of you in residence today versus those that are online, good to see you as well. For those of you that are here, our academy is 50 years old this year, and our building isn't 50 years old, but it's looking pretty good for as seasoned as it is. So I will tell you this, it knows a thing or two because it's seen a thing or two, much like a famous insurance company out there. So if you're walking through the hallways and you see something that needs to be repaired or fixed, all of my staff is on the 2nd floor. And so feel free to stop by them and say, hey, the building needs some love in a certain spot, and we'll do what we can to take care of it. Be the best guest as you can, because we want to provide the best services to you. So that would be my opening salvo to welcome you here as far as our building is concerned. But as far as the CSS is concerned, I want to talk about it from the perspective of a chief. So Airman Everett, where are you? All right, watch this. Good morning, CSS. Hey, good morning. All right, let's try that again. Good morning, CSS.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Good to see all of you this morning, because you're my CSS, my boss's CSS. and you're the heartbeat of what is inside my unit. You're the heartbeat of what's inside my squadron because you're a part of helping me with my airmen and with my officers. There's no reason that as a leader I can't take possession with my boss, with the commander that I serve, so that way we can get the mission done. So I'll take you back 2 decades ago to an airman UD. And in my CSS at the time, we had a personnelist, we had a finance troop, and we had someone who was coming out of a career field at the time called graphics or visualization. And for those of you that remember, the graphics and visualization career field, that kind of merged into public affairs, but take the Microsoft Office suite of applications that we all know and love today, and a little Adobe Photoshop, and they did that as a profession. Because some units only had one computer. And so you needed an expert, a technical expert to do those things. And so, as Airman UD coming in there, in my organization, we had a lot of airmen. We were one of those training type squadrons where you came in and you had hundreds of airmen and a small amount of NCOs, an even smaller amount of senior NCOs. So instead of being a standard squadron like a pyramid, it started to become more like an isosceles triangle, real steep, real fast. And with that, Airman UD got mentored heavily by a personnelist and a finance troop. Because at the time when DTS didn't exist, I had to take personal responsibility to walk in and have the finance troop, the staff sergeant, help me with my vouchers. I had to take personal responsibility for my records because all the functions in virtual MPF didn't exist. And every CSS existed as a CSS. There were no consolidated centers of excellence on a base. There was no number you could call for a one-stop shop. There was no help ticket you could put in. You were the one-stop shop. And at the same time, it's the same mark of mentorship that you gave to me as a young airman, that your career fields gave to me as a young airman. I know there's at least one company grade or field grade officer in here. We're the 38 series officers that are present. There you go. There you go, one in the back. Right. And so out of the officer community, they are some of the members that have delegated authorities and certain commands for G series orders. And the burden of responsibility on them as junior ranking company grade officers is far greater than in many other Air Force specialties. If you think about that for the officer corps. For the burden and the acceptance of risk on the officers of which we as enlisted members serve is very high on them. Just as the actions that you make every single day help to impact my record, because it's not some center of excellence record. It's Airman UD's record. Just as it is your record. Just as we should teach ownership to others of their records. So that's what I would ask of you in the next few days. As a guy in a crew field that goes out into the field and everything is taken care of back home station for my boss and I, and helps the unit run, take ownership of the things that are centric to your profession. Because as a CSS, it's not just about the aspect of me coming up as a senior NCO and saying, hey, I've got a UMD-related question for you. Good news, that's senior NCO business. That is something that my chief will spend time teaching me, that I, as then a tech or master sergeant, will spend time teaching my subordinates. It is not incumbent on all of you to just be solely subject matter experts in this. It is incumbent on leaders to teach the next generation of leaders how to do these things. Think about the aspect of the junior ROTC Corps that grows up and sometimes joins the force. So you take the ROTC Corps writ large, and the 3 series AFSCs carried the burden, I say burden, of wanting to raise the next generation of officers. We put a lot on the 3FO and 3F5 communities out there. Now it's on to all AFSCs to raise that next generation. But you still have that touch point and impact. So as you take ownership over the next few days of what you do and who you are as a profession and our technical experts, think about the airmen that you are raising in your units every single day that come to you for guidance, for trust, for mentorship when they may not get it from someone else in their line formation, in their flight, maybe else in the squadron, because you may be that benchmark of an NCO. You are my constant as a squadron SEL. You are the commander's constant for trusted advice You're a trusted agent when it comes to the information received for that next promotion cycle. You're the staunch advocate when we have a crisis of family and you have to work a late night with the first sergeant to get things done so the mission can get done, so we take care of our airmen and our families together. I would ask that you think about your jobs in a completely different perspective going forward for the value proposition that you provide. Because our airmen are worth it. Because our airmen are worth it. We could get called to fight tonight. And we cannot forget that responsibility of the commitment we make higher in the civilian world. That to this profession of arms, we submit ourselves. That when we raise our right hand and we swear an oath, that we follow it up. That sometimes the duty hours will be longer. That sometimes we'll have to be uncomfortable. That we will all have to gather together. Maybe it's an office, maybe it's in a deployed location, maybe it's as a multi-capable airman helping to defend the base so that sorties can launch. But the good thing is, when you all met each other this morning, we look around and you say, okay, I see a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different age ranges and religions, which is awesome. That's the meritocracy that is the Air Force, the goodness of what is sitting in this room right now. But the good thing is we're very uniform, and we're all in here working on the same business. Best line I ever heard from a PME instructor was that we're all in the business, and this is the family business. So all of you here today are dressed up in the family business suit, right? You put it on this morning. Maybe you're a little tired, groggy from the flight. Maybe you stayed up a little too late. Maybe you're hanging out with the DC, aka Langley crowd. But you put on the family business suit. And so I ask that over the next few days, you take stock in the family business, take stock in each other, and be the CSS representatives that I need in my formation, and that your commanders need in the formation, that the young company grade officers in here need, that the young airmen that are in this audience right now that are looking up to us with more stripes on our sleeves than they have ever had, or may ever have, or they're aspiring to. Be that example. So with that, enjoy the next few days. Be gentle on my building, please. Come to me if you have any issues, but honored to serve with all of you and enjoy your time together being the masters of your profession.
Thank you, Chief Beauty. Without further ado, please welcome our first briefer, briefing Air Force A1 Enterprise Change, Mrs. Heather Konefke.
All right, welcome. Thank you all for traveling in. I talked to some of you coming from across the world, so thank you for coming. I think it's really important that you're all here together to lay eyes on each other and spend time with each other. So I'm coming, the slide's a little different, but I'm coming from the A1 DTA, that's the Digital Transformation Activity, and that's in San Antonio at Randolph Air Force Base. And we are sort of like the field activity for A1, right? So we do a lot of the IT systems that you are so fortunate to get to use every day in your career. And you may have noticed we're doing a lot of changes. And so one of the reasons I'm here today is to help you be that change lead out in the field. So one, you need information to do your job. But two, you also are the face, the interface with all of our airmen and guardians. And it's really important that you can communicate the message of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I'm going to start off this morning with a little bit of the why, so that you can turn around and take this message and deliver it to your commanders, to your staff, to the airmen and guardians that are really frustrated because things aren't how they remember them to be or how they expect them to be. You left my clicker down there. No, just do it from down here. No. Okay, so this is the A1 portfolio in 2016. All of those little boxes represents one of the IT systems or applications that you all use to do your job. This is just the A1's IT. This is not our weapon systems, it's not the A6, or SACN. And all of those lines are different lines that flow information back and forth through those systems. So for you all, it means a lot of alphabet soup, right? Trying to remember which system holds which data, and you're looking at a system and it's got the wrong data, and you've got to know how that data is feeding into there so you can eventually go fix this problem. It's too much work. And when our CIO came in and saw this, and he had the job of digital transformation, this was pretty much his face. This is the face I get from a lot of folks who work in MPS or CSSs. Like, I'm just changing everything, I can't find it. People ask me the questions, I'm supposed to have the answers. You haven't given me the answers, and now I'm stuck here between my commanders and my airmen and my troops, and I don't know. It all looks like this to me. So part of what we're trying to do in the A1 is better connect that information to you faster so that you don't have this experience anymore. So that builds us our problem statement, right? We have 120 or so systems and applications in the A1. It's too many. It's too expensive. It's a security risk, right? We've got to secure each of those systems. We've got to secure the data flowing from each of those systems to a variety of other systems. It's a pain in the neck to work with. If you look over here on the blue side, these are the facts and figures we collected up when we did the listening tour in 2016 and 2017. We went around the world and asked, what's the problem? The number of man hours, 109 paid workarounds each cycle, manual workarounds because someone's not getting paid right? That affects families. 51,000 reported paid problems in 2018. 51,000 times we told our airmen or guardians, now they were just airmen then, that, hey, thanks for coming to work, but we can't pay you right on time. 3,000 manual workarounds at AFPC every week. 3,000 hours of workarounds, right? You wonder why you call AFPC and it takes a while for the solution to get solved. This is why. And you all know how many man hours and workarounds you're doing, right? Now we're changing stuff and we're adding to your workarounds. We're gonna get there. But so why are we changing? Because we deserve better than this. Because we can't afford to sustain this. Because when you look into the future, the security threat that this is to all of our data is overwhelming. Our airmen and guardians deserve better. So this is the vision, right? Let's replace that crazy systems view with those 120 different systems. And let's focus on our airmen and guardians and their experience in this center. We want them to have a consistent experience as they move from different applications, right? So right now we have 120, we're going to try to collapse those down to fewer number of systems that look and feel the same. Let's move them to the cloud-based solutions. Right now, we have been moving data systems off of bases where they're literally contained here in our data. We're driven to do that from Congress, the President, DOD. Get the data off the ground, secure it in the cloud, build redundant systems, use the best systems that we have in the marketplace, and bring us mobile. It's time that we use these wonderful little computers that we all have and are able to do our work from any place. And our goal is to get you so that we can do career management, pay and benefits, entitlements, and your HR transactions in an efficient and seamless system, or set of systems. So how are we going to do that? We're going to streamline our processes. We're going to reduce and modernize our systems. That's the joy you're feeling right now. We're going to build a member-centric experience. Okay, so that's this is like the experience we have right now, right? An airman comes in, initiates a personnel request. They might do it a variety of ways, including snail mail. They come to our HR professionals who then need to know that alphabet soup, and you might be working in 3 or more different HR systems all at the same time. And so you have these different processes, and each one has a delay, has a type of information that has to go in that might not be the same as it goes into another system. Eventually the HR, you all finish the action, but that whole time the airman or guardian has no insight to it, right? So what are they doing? They're calling you up. Where's my personnel action? What's happening? They're standing at your desk. They don't know what's happening, but it's their life that's on the line. And so you spend a lot of your time talking to people and explaining, I don't also know where it is. No one's answering my call, right? So that's what we're trying to shift that experience to a more airman-centric and a more HR professional-centric. So now an airman can start their problem with their phone, right? This is the vision of where we're going to. You can see it coming out in some of these applications we're going to talk about today. You can start it from home, from wherever you are, waiting on gas, at the grocery store. And then your HR professional also goes to a portal to find these different systems. You no longer have to know the 120 different systems because we're bringing them all together and we're connecting them underneath so that once you log in, you're logged in to all the systems and the data flows back and forth. So the airman, meanwhile, though, can watch it. Just like you can watch your pizza be delivered, or pizza be made with a little pizza tracker. The airman can watch their personnel actions, their entitlement actions, move through the system. This is our vision. This is where we're going. And to get there, we have what we call the A1 Digital Transformation Plan, or Modernization Plan. We're going to take that mess and we're going to fold it into these modern platforms that industry has made, the best of the breeds that are out there. To do that, we went out into industry. We've done a bunch of fly-offs. We looked for the best customer service. We looked for the best data. We looked for the most flexible because we have a lot of processes. And we found them. And right now we're building, in 2017, 2018, 2019, we were building that under structure, getting to that one true data, right? So now when you see your name, it's the same name that's across these different systems. When you need to change your name, which we do quite a bit, right? When you need to change your name or change your dependents, you will change it in one place and it'll show up across these different systems. We're getting to that one true golden record. That is half the battle. The other part is connecting these different systems so that they can talk to each other and seamlessly move information back and forth. So how our legacy systems defined name or rank or person in one system was not necessarily the way they defined it in another. So we're bringing that together for a clean data architecture across our A1 family of programs. Then we're making it so you can log in to one of them and get access to many of them. So right now, so we've been doing 1, 2, and 3, and 3 is folding into the A1 system. So you saw fitness move into one of these systems. You've seen MyFSS come on board. That's on the Salesforce platform. We are slowly moving more and more, folding more and more capabilities into this. And as we do that, we recoup all those funds that we spent with contractors and vendors to maintain it, and we can put it back into the system and focus on experience, mobile applications, and expanding and using a lot of this innovation that's coming up from the field. So we'll continue to sunset systems and focus on optimizing that airman experience. And the sum goal is to reduce the complexity of these systems so that we can secure it, so that we can use it, so that we can timely do what we do. I don't know if any of you all have noticed, it doesn't seem like you're getting more people, right? It seems like you have fewer and fewer people all the time, but you've got more regulation and more systems to use. We're trying to reduce that burden on you and make all the processes easier. Okay, so that's the background. That's the part I want you all to be able to say to your commanders, to your troops, and to your airmen. It's a lot of information, but the gist of it is this. We have active duty, officer and enlisted. We have reserved officer and enlisted. We have guard officer and enlisted. We have civilians. We have NAF civilians. We have retirees. We have the wounded warriors. We have our families. Every single one of those, and not to mention all the different categories of students, right? Every single one of those has a different process for hiring, firing, retiring, promoting. We're trying to condense that all down, get to common processes across these systems, so that we can afford to invest in the quality and the experience of the system, so that we can get better at doing our jobs. All right, so let's look at what we've been doing in this last fiscal year. The first one, I don't think anyone really briefs this out, which is why it's first on my agenda. What we've been doing with identity management and enabling mobile capability. So we call it ICAM, Identity Credentialing and Access Management. And what it is it's a single sign-on, right? So you log in right now to MyFSS, and you can turn around and log into, and you can turn around and move into MyVector from there. They're both on the same sign-on. And what that means is when you're using that mobile device, you log in and you can authenticate once and move through these different systems, and it becomes seamless. So right now we still have a column, MyFSS, and MyVector, and a bunch of different apps, and you still have to remember your alphabet soup. But as we spend our money on focusing on the experience, you'll just come in and say, hey, I want to look at what options I have in my career. You won't have to remember the name of the system. You'll just go in, and it'll be seamless to you moving back and forth through these different IT systems. So that big mess that we had in 2016, we're still going to have all those processes. Hopefully we thin them down a little bit, but it won't be on your back to remember how to make it all work. Managing identities holistically. So when you log in, you'll be able to have one, two identities. How many of you have two identities right now in the Air Force? Right? You're a civilian, a reservist, or a guardsman. When you become a retiree, sometimes you have a couple different identities. You come back in, you work for us, and all you see is your military time, and now you're a civilian, you're trying to find your benefits. This managing identities holistically will capture who you are and what is of interest to your person, your skills, your education, your different experiences, your different personas, all there when you log in. So that means you'll be able to see whatever it is you need to see when you log in. Likewise, we're breaking the chain to the CAC. Right now, you can't do anything without that stupid CAC. How many of you were trying to figure out where you had to be this morning, last night, and you have to log in, get on the VPN, wait for your computer to respond, all just to figure out where to show up this morning, right? We're breaking that CAC. You can now log into MyFSS, MyVector from your phone without a CAC. I'll show you how to do that here in just a second. Why is it good for commanders? One, it helps them maintain their relationship with retirees, right? Retirees don't have CACs. And if you're a reservist and you're a retiree, there's some big time and space between your last day of work and your first day of retirement pay. And we lose people there. We get lost here. Now commanders should be able to maintain their connection with folks because we won't be dependent on that stupid CAC. We can track them again across their careers. So why are we doing it? One is because it's part of that vision of that airman-centric experience. That you can just pick up your phone and do your banking, and now you can pick up your phone and you'll be able to do your HR, start and monitor your HR transactions. Also, we have to, right? The enemy is already there. We need this for security and privacy, and a lot of the benefits that these different systems bring is they better secure our data, they better secure against internal threats, and also all of our phishing and all of the folks trying to get to our information. So what if we just don't do all this change, right? I think that's a good question that you all should be able to answer. What if we don't change, right? You are my communicators out there in the field. You're that first line change leader. What if we just don't change right now? Right? What if we just leave everything the same? We can't. The enemy is not going to just wait for us, right? They are attacking our systems every day. Our soldiers, our airmen, our guardians, these were the airmen, sorry. Our airmen and our guardians are out there in the field with missions to do. They can't just wait for us not to change. They need to be able to get their stuff done, get their families right, get their housing allowance and everything else, their pay right. The time is now. And when are we doing it? Right now. We can already do it right now. We're using Okta, which is like the gatekeeper. It's what I'm going to show you how to log into if you haven't already. CellPoint is sort of determines what things you have access to, what credentials you can use. And then login.gov is for our non-CAC holders. Now, if you are a non-CAC holder, you can get into our system and be authenticated and work from your any device. All right, so how do you do it? You use your government computer. I think you might want to take a screenshot of this. I'll get out of the way. I guess screenshot for the people who are online. Regular camera shot. You also have access to all of these slides. But what you do is you need your government computer. It's easiest if you start from the government computer. You go to that website, have with you your mobile phone or your home computer, whatever it is you want to use, and then you follow the instructions. It's not easy, right? It's like many steps that will go back and forth for them to authenticate who you are on your mobile device. You'll be downloading an app, so when it says download this, yes, go ahead and download Okta onto your phone or onto your computer and go through this process, and you'll be able to authenticate into government systems. All right. So which systems? Right now you can right now we use Okta on MyFSS, MyVector, TMIS, some of the civilian career management systems, and all of these are coming next. All right, so right now over here, I know it's kind of hard to see, but you will have the slides. Group 1 over there, they are already going through and on target. Group 2 started in January. Group 3 is on schedule to start in June. All of these systems will be systems that you can authenticate into with that single source sign-on. And we're just keep going. If you look at the legend down here, some of them are in development, like AppIps. Some of them are folding into other systems, and so that's kind of how they're getting on. But we are moving everything over. Real work is happening in the background, I promise. Okay, a couple other systems I wanted to talk to you about. We brought on Athens this year, which is automating the civilian training requests for your SF-182s. We brought a lot of new capabilities on MyVector, including a lot that was on MyPERS and VPC migrated to MyVector, the Exceptional Family Membership Program, Talent Marketplace got a whole bunch of new tools, AFIT CI, and we started bringing in the inter-service transfer stuff for Space Force. So on the left is what's already completed. What's on the right is what will be finished this year. Next year, right? Y'all want to know what's coming in the future. These are the candidates right now that the governance teams, the total force governance teams, are looking at for MyVector. We'll be voting on them this summer, and in September we'll know exactly which of these candidates will be developed next year on MyVector. The one thing I wanted to point out is it's still open. The pool of candidates is still open until 7 July. So if there's something you all have been fighting for and you don't see it up here, we've got a few days left to make sure that that candidate capability gets into the rack and stack for fiscal year 24. Hopefully by September, A1 delivers, we'll know what's on the MyVector backlog. Oh, and also, sorry, the names on the dashes, these are the organizations that are pushing for that capability. So you know who to go to if you're trying to make sure some experience or some need is on there. Okay, so what did we bring in 2023? A lot of capability rolled out on MyVector. This is all the RegAF capabilities. I'm not going to read them for you. I just want you to have them. A lot of things on behalf of ARPC, Guard, board operations, and like I said, some Space Force stuff. When you see all this, you might have the next question of, well, where do I find it? I see anyone delivers, people saying, I know it moved to MyVector, but I can't find it. So I just wanted to put this, or give you all this one slide, so that when someone asks you where to find it, you can help them get there. You start off on the main menu, and pick your My Applications, and you use the search box. And then you can go from there and apply for whichever program you're interested in. Part of these tools that's in this tool set here is to try to give them to you so that you have them when you're communicating to your airmen in need. Okay, what else do we have? This is what it looks like on mobile. This is MyVector on mobile, 4 different screenshots. This is for the overseas enlisted quarterly assignment listing. And you can see that it's linked to maps, and it looks more like modern technology, the ones we keep promising is going to come. Well, here it is. AFIPS. Anybody tracking AFIPS? Integrated pay and personnel. Woo woo! Yeah, right? We have been talking about that since I was in grade school. So that's a long time ago. Okay, so this is kind of what it looks like again. This is for the AFIPS team. You know, the airman comes in, if they've arrived on base, and they've got to come in, and they're going to, the key point here is that it's in different systems, right? They're going to come in, they're going to talk to their CSS or their MPF, they're going to start all their housing allowance efforts, they're going to update all their dependents information. Information has to flow back and forth with finance. The airman will have to go to the finance shop. The airman will have to go to the housing thing. They're moving physically around the base trying to accomplish these actions, right? And when you think about all the different personnel, and you guys know it better than I do, all the different personnel transactions that can occur here, you see how many errors can be made, right? All the forms that have to be filled out, all the different people who are involved. And that burden, it's on that airman to make sure it all works out. And it's on you all, right? Because you're the one they come to when it doesn't work out. So, you know, 4 different systems, I think 4 major different processes and flows of information. In the future state, it'll all be in one system. And that's where we are right now. AFIPS, the technology is still working its way through development. But the MILPERS mission has transferred to A1. So we are doing this, we're learning this information. And the idea is that our airmen come in, to the system now, and that's the only system they're in. And they can do all their housing and get their pay right upon arrival, all right there. And then this will interface with DEERS, and it'll all be seamless and perfect. You believe me? I'm really good at this. Okay, so what is AFIPS real quick? It's replacing DGA and MS. It is not replacing PDS. Come on, replacing PDS. They've actually just done a whole bunch of upgrades to PDS. You know, that's where a lot of our military data is. And in preparation for AFIPS, they have revamped all of these connections and this data system. But AFIPS is, the main goal of it is to reduce our pay errors, to reduce our our man hours associated with pay. Also, it's auditable, which is something Congress wants, you know. And it'll help standardize this process across the different bases. So right now, as an airman, when you move across different bases, you've got to figure out how that base is put together. By moving it all into one system, we're making it easier for them as well. It also combines RegF and ARC processes, right? And that hard work, changing how we do it, is one of the key things that we had to do that's really going to be on your backs, is changing how we do our processes. And the goal of that is to get down to a process for these different things. We don't have a different one for reserve guard, active, civilian, plus enlisted officer differences. We're trying to reduce these number of systems and these types of processes. So we'll be a total force integrated system. It isn't, AFIP started several years ago. It doesn't have the same self-service push that the rest of our A1 enterprise is going forward. And because of that, senior leadership is really looking at that technology. It's part of the reason why it didn't roll out earlier when it was slated to. It just doesn't fit with the rest of our experience that we're going for. So right now, leadership is still working on what could it be and what could it do and where do we connect it to get to that better, seamless self-service experience that we really want in the A1. So what do you need to know? When do you start paying attention? Right now. AFIPS is doing training sessions right now. I think they call them Milkers Monday. You can go on to the A1 Delivers team and follow that team, and you'll get the training information every week. Every week they put out more information that you can turn around and use to help your organizations get smarter on AFIPS. What's going to change about your role? Milk pay will be handled by A1. We're changing a lot, right? Any changes that you do to our members' status, whether it's like promotions or they have change in dependence or they move to their duty station, is going to impact pay. And so you all will need to know how to communicate that better, because you can't just send them off to finance anymore and say that's their problem. We will now be doing and explaining a lot of that work. So we'll need to know what roles and actions and our downstream impacts. And the way you find out, the way you get smart on that is build your awareness, build your skills by joining their training effort on A1 Delivers. It's coming out weekly, so you can spun up on it if you're missing stuff, and it's like a nice steady flow that you can pass it to your troops without taking 3 days at a conference. Okay. TMIS. Has anyone heard of TMIS? This is mostly a back office, like how the A1 manages a lot of its capabilities, but that's not all anymore. We also have AfroGen Connect on there. So AfroGen Connect rolled out this summer. So I just wanted to orient you to this. You all can log into TMIS. If you don't have an account, you just go there and make an account. Again, this is increasingly becoming available by mobile. There's their support number or support email down there. TMIS is also the A1 service desk. You ever heard of that one? Like I can't log in, the IT system doesn't work, or you need to submit a troubleshoot ticket. That's these guys. A1 service desk is operating through TMIS. And so when you log in, they have a little chat box that pops up to start a ticket for you. Or you can click their button for needing assistance. Idea. I want the Air Force to do something different with an A1 system. Who do I tell? Idea is where you submit this. Idea is how we get new feedback from our HR professionals on what the system should look like, what a new requirement might be. So maybe you've got a bug to fix, maybe you've got some innovation. All of that starts through idea. And see that little airplane up there at the top? It's a little paper airplane right there. That's where you provide feedback. We made it really small so you can find it. Just kidding. We fought so hard to get it. That little paper airplane is up there. You can provide feedback on A1 systems right there. Right now we're really focused on the MyFSS suite of systems. But the intent is it'll be our feedback loop for all of our systems. So if it doesn't work, or you know it should be better, or it only works in some cases, or it should be blue instead of purple, or whatever is the case, that's where you provide that feedback. All right, so we now have, TMIS now has 3 different portals. They've got a portal for the Services Center, your other part of the A1. They've got the AfroGen complete portal here with the Commander's Toolkit and everything else. One other little interesting thing, so let me go back. You see next to the airplane, that system status. This is another thing you all should know, right? You guys are like the center of knowledge for all that stuff that's happening at headquarters and IT. You all should know how to find this little system status button. It tells you what shape all of our systems are in and when they'll be up or down. So we've got about, not all of them, we got about 30 plus systems on here. And you can go and you can follow particular systems. So if like EBOS is down and you want to always know, you want to get the latest, you can just follow that and you'll get a notification telling you when planned outages, unplanned outages, any estimate that they have about how long it'll take. And like I said, you can subscribe to those updates. There's a way to log into it and the help desk. Here's that feedback that I was just showing you, the little paper airplane. It is actively viewed, right? We are pulling that information once a week. The DTA recently hired a chief experience officer. She's the one that fought to get this up here. She reviews that information every week and sends it to the different platforms. So it is definitely being heard. It is, if it's something small or quick, it gets fixed right away. If it's something substantial, it goes into the backlog for the platforms to figure out when they're going to fix it. But your information is being heard, submit it here, and this is how you actually change the systems, right? Instead of just being frustrated, put your feedback in here, it gets to the platform owners and the teams that decide what gets worked next. Okay, TMIS also has a channel on A1 Delivers. The link to their channel is here in the slides. This is what's available to them. You can learn all about their capability. If there's something at your organization, or you've got some great big idea of things we could do, like onboarding, or automate this, or automate that, chances are that future idea of yours, that if it's nurtured well and brought into the light, it's either going to come out on TMIS or it's going to come out on Salesforce. Both those capabilities offer a tremendous amount of flexibility for us to build automation in. So it's worth learning about TMIS and what it does and what you can use off the shelf. They're at every A1 Delivers and they take a lot of questions. They do a big question and answer period, so reach out to them. So again, new ideas, feedback is going here, help desk is here, AfroGen is at TMIS. Okay, so those are the updates that on different platforms that I think don't really get out to you guys. And I just want to make sure you had that information. Now I want to give you, how am I doing on time? Now I want to give you some information on how you can get involved. So you're all the change leaders out there in your units, right? You're the ones that have to implement the change. You're the ones that have to pull everyone down from the ceiling, and calm them down and work them through that. I want you all to be the most informed people in your unit. And to do that, we have increased our flow of information out of the different projects. So with 120 different systems, there's 120 different projects going on. It's really hard to get those folks to all communicate because there's so much change. So we have a conference 3 times a year. It's virtual. You can do it from your desk. Everything on there is recorded, and sometimes it's briefed twice. Our goal is the worldwide audience, so we brief we start at 8 in the morning and we go to 8 p.m. Eastern time so that we can reach our Pacific brothers and sisters. We bring the senior leaders to here, so we've had our A1 3-star, 2 different ones, brief each time. We've had the AFPC commander, we've had ARPC commander, we've had RE, NGB, A1, A1M, A1Z, bringing them to you all to come and talk. We've had the chaplain corps, we've had A1X, A1XO, we bring them all to one place 3 times a year to speak about whatever this vision is that they have about technology, what's changing, why we're changing, what's the priorities, and then we use that same platform to get those projects there to talk about what they're delivering, what's coming next, when the next training is, to give you the slick sheets and the information you need to turn around and go be that expert at home. So the next one is in September. I think we're looking at the 19th and 20th. Next month, I will brief our leadership and confirm that. I'm sorry I can't confirm it ahead of time. The information will be available on the A1 Delivers platform. This link right here at the bottom takes you to that A1 Delivers platform. Raise your hand if you've been there. Okay, so every time I ask a question, the numbers go up. All of you all should be there. It is full of information. Is there another slide on? Here's the goal of it. The goal of it is to create a change champion network. It is to bring a marketplace of all of our projects and senior leaders and policy, all the change makers, and bring them to you, sort of like the change takers are taking this information and turning it into value. Bring you all to one place. That way you don't have to track 20 different meetings, track 20 different a year. The Change Champion Network, on the other hand, same location, but it's just an hour-long meeting that we're going to hold once a month. We've done it from IFSS, and that's where we pushed out training information and the dates of what's coming. Now all of these projects want to do the Change Champion Network, but you guys can't go to 100 different meetings. So we're going to bring it down to once a month for 1 hour. It'll be recorded, so you don't have to be there in person. You can watch it after the fact. And we'll funnel all this change information, everything that's coming to you there. But you'll have to come here and pick it up, because we can't come to your door. So join the A1 Delivers team, join the A1 Delivers Change Champion Network, and then be an active change champion. So what that means is not only do you come and receive the information, but you're pushing information too. Like, hey, nobody here still understands how to do that. This system is still a problem. Could you focus on this next? We need your feedback to drive the changes that we make. So it's a push and pull of information. And one other part, the goal is to make sure you guys are in the know, right? So we've been using the traditional hierarchy of information where it comes out through, to commanders and down, and it's not working, right? We need to make sure you all have a place you can go at any point in time to ask the question. The other part about the Change Champion Network is, or A1 Delivers, is it's not a help desk. It's a community of practice. It's where you go to talk to the wisdom in the field. So right now we know you are using Facebook, hi Facebook, and Reddit. We'd like to bring you into the fold, into a system that is protected by DoD barriers. We don't want to talk in PII still, but ask your questions in here, provide feedback. There are some amazing airmen and guardians out there in the CSS who know everything. You just have to find them. They're usually on A1 Delivers. They're also on Facebook. But we'd like to bring you in there and have you share back your wisdom. With all these new systems, there's still workarounds, right? We're still building them up. So please come to that place, share your information, find your community, reach out, build, and join us. Okay, so when you actually need help and you're not going to get it from some other person, you need real help, where do you go first? Our first place that we'd like you to go is to the instruction booklet, right? Go to the knowledge articles and the training aids. I know that is not intuitive. Right? You ever pick up furniture from IKEA and you bring it home, right? And you pull it all out and all of a sudden you're like, what did I buy? It's usually, people don't go and look at the instruction booklet, they go online to see if there's a video of someone else doing it, right? So that's why we have the A1 Delivers. So you can go on and talk to other people. We're actually trying to find a way to increase the number of videos we put on there. But we want you to go to the knowledge articles because that has all the answers of how the process works. The training aids are a navigational tool through the system. So if you can't figure out how to make the system work, it's the training aids. But if you're looking for the policy and what right choice is, it's the knowledge article. And if it's not that, if it's about your local policy, the way you do it at your base, then it should be within your chain of command. So we're in the NPF, CSS. And you're like, yeah, but that's me, I'm the one that doesn't know, right? So who do you talk to? You talk to your business process owners at AFPC, ARPC, services, or GARD. So first start off with your knowledge articles and training aids, then your regular chain of command. If you're having, if nobody knows, then you submit your help desk ticket, right? To the Total Force Service Center. So in our Infinite Wisdom in A1, we named the Total Force Service Center Ask a Question on MyFSS. So when you submit something to Ask a Question, you really are getting into that process into the TFSC. So when someone says, go talk to the TFSC, or they say, go ask a question, that is one and the same. You can call the TFSC, or you can start it on Ask a Question. So they have their phone number, and they have Ask a Question on the homepage. If you don't submit a ticket, no one at A1 knows. So I just want you to remember that. And if one person submits a ticket, then they have an idea that there's a small problem. But if 100 people submit a ticket, suddenly you have their attention, right? They are trying to develop new capability and push new stuff out. Unless you submit a ticket, they don't know that there's really a problem. And the more of you that submit a ticket, the faster it gets done. If you can't log in, or you have some other kind of technical help, then you're going to the A1 service desk. That's the TMIS folks I was talking about earlier. There's Agent TMIS right there. You can start with their chatbot. You can start with their email that I have on a different slide. You can go to their homepage and click Need Assistance. All of them get you to the A1 service desk. They are the system doesn't work thing, not the system is not intuitive. System is not intuitive is Total Force Service Center because they can help you get through it. But if it doesn't work, that's the A1 service desk. If it's MyVector, on MyVector they have a link to their service desk. It is different. Everybody else is pretty much on A1 service desk except MyVector. Their technical support supports that. All right, and then lastly, if it's like, how do we make it better? That's when you kind of reach out to your cohorts. I see you all out there with the, like, how do I format it from 3 lines to 2 lines? And how do I deal with this printing issue? And I've screwed up the routing somehow. It's too locked down, mainly like in my decks. You're going to hear all about that. Using the different channels on A1 Delivers is a really good place for that. We're looking at some different ideas on how to make it more searchable and more usable. I talked with some of the ladies from the guard side of the house last night. We got some ideas in the tryout. But this is really where the real wisdom resides, right? Because you all are the users. The people who are developing software are developers. AFPCs even, and ARPC are even somewhat removed. They understand the policy, but you're the ones that are actually putting it to paper. So you really do have the wisdom, and my goal is to try to get it up and out of you and into a common forum where you all can access it. Okay, the MyFSS homepage. How am I doing on So this is the homepage. This is the only part of my ISS that I'm here to talk about. We do have a team coming up for my desk and my eval. But I wanted to show you the homepage. Up here, that's secure. We talked about how you can now access this by mobile. This is one place to search for knowledge articles. We have another one called Learn More About. If you want to start a case with the TFSC, you use the Ask a Question. If you want the training library or the training aids, they're here down, and it says My FSS Training Library. A1 Service Desk is here in the TMS link. The feedback icon is up there. This is another one for those of you who like to have all the secret information. That one right there is the latest bug fixes and improvements. So every time we do a new release, we make a whole list of everything we've changed and what's just come out of it. So you can go, we're releasing about once a month. You can go, you might not see anything physically different. You can go look and you can say, they've improved this or they fixed that bug or whatever. That is the place to get an idea of what got fixed most recently. And then we have the tiles that give you to your different capabilities. All right, so the questions I've heard the most are, how do I find stuff? So it shows you how to find stuff on my vector and how to find all your different helping tools on my FSS. How do I get involved? That's the A1 delivers stuff. I just want to kind of wrap it up with a look at who you are and why you're here today, right? If you think of our organization in the A1, we have the leaders up there giving their vision of what we're going to do. They're making all these changes, and that translates into the policy people up at headquarters trying to make policy to achieve that vision, which then the technology providers are like, oh, we can change that, we can make that. And they do their next layer of making the technology to enable the policy and to enable the vision. But it's really, it comes down to you at the front line. You are the providers of the value. And you're the one interfacing with the airmen and guardians. The leaders can give their vision, but without everyone beneath them on the team working, it's just talk. And the policymakers can make their policy, but it's just red tape, it's just paper. Until it gets down to, it's with the technology. We can make technology all day long, but if you don't use it, it's just shelfware. It's not until it gets to you that it actually, all this work in the Air Force turns into value when you all take all of that and serve the rest of the force. So I think when A1 is thinking a lot of times about the team, they tend to think up at the leadership team, and then they pull in the policy people, and they pull in the technology people, and they're like, okay, let's go deliver something for the Air Force. But really, it doesn't get delivered until you all can deliver it. So it's really important that you express the angst that we're hearing from you. It has to be heard. That is what's changed. That is what made my eval pulled back and put back out. It's why they're taking my decks and they're shrinking it from 22 steps down to 4. It's your expression of dissatisfaction with the service that you have received that is causing change in this Air Force. So I urge you to not just complain, but to use these tools that I showed you today to drive that change. Use the feedback forum, use the discussion forums, come to this information, come to these change champion networks, and be the most in the know in your organization. Because you're the front line, right? You're our weapon system in the A1, right? It's you. And we can't do this without you. And you all do emotional labor, right? You have to interface with the airmen, and the airmen are often unhappy. And you're taking that on as the first interface into the Air Force. So I thank you for all of that. Thank you for what you all do. I urge you to all reach out to me. I'm Heather Knufke. There's the only Knufke in the gal. Don't send me an email. Send me a chat on Teams. And we'll do whatever we can to take your great idea on automation or your great idea on communication and try to bring it up into this community for change. All right, so just wrap it up there. Together we will be the change that we want in this Air Force. It's not a bunch of change just happening to you, right? You are the ones that are turning it into value. So we're all going to start where we are, use what we have, and do what we can. Come join me on A1 Delivers. Help me make that platform a better place that serves you all better. That's all I have. I think I have time for questions. Yes. I think there's a microphone over here. We have a gentleman.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
So I have a question regarding the app. So for the app, is it more so for individuals or is it more so for admin personnel, finance?
Are you talking about the ICAM, the individual or identity credentialing access and management?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a little bit of both. So phase one was to get the capability out there, and that's what we've accomplished. We have connected all of these different IT systems. We've gotten the regulations and the policy and all the people out there who get to say, have had their say, and we can turn it on now. And that gets you access to a system. What we haven't accomplished yet is the ability for you as a CSS to see other airmen's information on your phone. So you can have your own information. It's kind of like your personal email. You can have your own social security number in your email at your own risk, but you can't have someone else's. And that's where we are with the ICANN. So right now, you can go on and you can have that mobile experience of seeing where you can initiate actions, you can see where you are in the process, you can get your updates, but you all, as the CSS provider, can't go in there and do your work yet. But we're working on it. One of the major things we had to get over was how do we get our non-CAC holders in? A lot of our service provision is for retirees, for Vindy warriors, for family members, and now we have a way to get them in with login.gov. So we're chipping away at it. It's not quite, the CSS can do their work from their cell phone, almost.
Yes, ma'am. So my follow-up question, I'm sorry.
No problem, that's great.
I'm Staff Sergeant Singletary, by the way. I know I didn't say my name, gentlemen. But, so if the member is able to initiate a lot of their actions, would that just kind of bring us back into being like the middle person from the member to whoever the action is going to?
So are you concerned people won't come to your desk and say, hey, I can't make it work?
Yes, ma'am. Like they will
Do you
just...
really think that's going to happen? I don't think so. Yeah, but that's a wonderful question. Like, what will my role be in the future if it's all just an IT system? Chances are our policies are not going to get so simple that anyone can just still do it on their own. You all will still be the expert, the troubleshooter. Right now, at one of our Voice of the Airman panels, where we were trying to understand you all and what you're going through, I heard very loud and clear the two roles of the CSS. I am a helper and I'm an expert. And then we went and changed everything. We kind of took those roles away from you. We took the expertise away from you and you can no longer help. Well, we're trying to restore that balance right now. We want you all to be the expert so that you can be the helper. And no amount of IT is going to take that away, that connection that we need between humans.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think you have a question over here? Well, they won't be able to hear it online.
Hi, I'm Master Sergeant Micken from the Minnesota Air National Guard. If the intent is to centralize and make everything in my FSS, is there plans to link things like virtual MPF in my learning?
Yes, so, and my FSS isn't necessarily where all the capabilities are going, it's just one of our big ones. But we would like you to be able to log into my FSS and then realize you need to go somewhere else and not fully understand that you're even leaving. You know, you click on a new place and now you're being serviced from some other system, but it feels the same for you. And yes, we do have a roadmap, and I thought about showing it to you. You wouldn't believe me then when I said that we're condensing, because there's so much on it. So that in September, at the next A1 Delivers, we'll probably have a new look at what fiscal year 24 and out is going. But all of the systems in A1 are targeted toward migration into new capabilities. It's just about how many years it's going to take. And now that we got the big dog out of the way with MyPERS, although you might call AFIPS the big dog, we can start moving capability faster. So that's the goal. So I don't know the date, but yes, the date is to bring everything in. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Captain Davis from the 735th Air Mobility Squadron, Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam. My question is in regards to MyPERS sunsetting. We used to have MyPERS secure messages,
Yes.
as well as 3Fs, which is sign up for notifications when new PSDMs drop, that sort of thing, which is great because then we had more proactive access to data instead of now things will drop. People will ask, we're like, we didn't even know that dropped.
Right.
Is there any plans in the works for IFSS to offer similar types of information pushes to the field?
Yes. So one of the things MyPERS did was force notifications and then secure notifications. I know I'm just restating you, but I'm trying to make sure everybody's on the same conversation. Now in MyFSS, we have force notifications. That seems to be working pretty well. But what about the secure notifications? That's the crux of the question, right? So we have a few different options, and there's a team that is like a entire team that's working it right now. Some of the options are to create small little communities where only you all, being role-based access, have access to, and we can share information with you that way. As that system is being developed, they're using email lists, distribution lists. So if you were on a list, you're on the list now, but that's not the end-all state. Also, I showed you a couple of different ways to get to knowledge articles, but those knowledge articles, that's changing too, right? What we really want is, just like I said, number one, you go to the knowledge articles first. We want to put that in the forefront, sort of the way MyPERS was. So when you come in to find a capability, you don't just start an application. You start in the knowledge articles and you link out to the training or the application from there. So we're looking at revamping that whole page. So, you know, MyPERS was a deadline. That's one of the reasons why we pushed out so much capability that wasn't fully developed. We had to get it migrate as much as we could before we lost the contract. Now that we've made it past that point, it's now all about improving the experience and picking up any of the few different capabilities that haven't been migrated. And one of those huge experiences is the component-specific, role-specific communications that happened on MyPERS and how we'll deliver that in probably what we'll call communities in the future. So yes, it's in the works. I don't know exactly the timeline. I believe if you ask that question to the MyDex and my emails, they'll have the answer. How MyDex team, I think, will know.
Thank you, ma'am. Glad to hear about it. They're tracking.
Yeah, we're definitely tracking that one. Yeah, okay. I got 4 minutes left. Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. We got some questions from the chat.
Oh, perfect.
So, Master Sergeant Mooring is wondering for the paper airplane suggestions. If they submit a suggestion, is someone going to contact them in regards to whether or not it's being utilized or further information, or is it just a genetic thank you for your input?
I think it is the anonymized thank you for your input. But if you want to be involved in the user experience. We do have a user experience working group. It is a small channel on Teams. I think right now they've got about 200, 250 people in it, and you can ask to join that group, and then you're actually very deeply involved. They'll ask you to test stuff, they'll run ideas by you, they'll put up plans, and you can look at them. So if you really want to get very deeply involved, send me a note, I'll connect you with our Chief Experience Officer, and we'll get you on that user working group. Any other questions? Any questions from our folks watching on Facebook, YouTube, China State TV? Just nature. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you all. I appreciate your time today.
Before we take our break, if you have not signed in, please do so during the break. And also in your packet, there should be a raffle ticket. Someone found on the floor and in the trash, but you'll need that for tonight. So make sure if you need another one, just go to the front desk. All right, and at this time, we'll take our first break. Please return promptly at 0940. attendees. So let's welcome Lieutenant Colonel Katie Griffin, representing Colonel James Caper, 38F Career Field CSS. Woo! Chief Master Sergeant Amber Robbins, the 3FO Career Field Manager. Chief Master Sergeant Jason Bowe, 3F5 Career Field Manager. Chief Master Sergeant Bianca Contreras, Air Force Reserve Command, 3FO MAGCOM Functional Manager. And all other commanders, chiefs, and other key leaders here in person or virtual, thank you for joining us today. All right, hopefully you guys all had a good break and you're able to do some networking and reconnecting with old friends or just meeting new people. Our next briefing evaluations and special recognition program from AFPC is Tech Sergeant Johanna Tucker and Senior Airman Ashley Betts, who are joining us virtually.
Good morning, CSS family. Greetings from San Antonio. I'm Tech Sergeant Tucker. I have my team here with me from ASPC, Military Evaluations, MLR, Recognitions, Operations. We all have experience in the CSS, so we understand the importance of conversations and briefings such as these. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you all to Senior Airman Ashley Butt, and she's going to share some key features in the MyDeck application.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm just going to go over a few key topics like the Ask Question feature, the Technician Tools button, and the Refresh Routing button, update NoPID's integration status button, and the finalization process, and some known issues that we are currently working on. So for the Ask a Question feature, as you can see here on the screen, this is a little bit about how to fill out that feature and how to find the recognitions or the evaluations part to it to ask your question to get it to the correct office. So this feature can be located at the top right of the MyFSS homepage. When you're submitting the question, please select Personnel Question, select Active Duty for the component, select Recognition for the program or Evaluations for the program. Next, enter your questions and screenshots for the issue. Please be as detailed as you can with this feature. Most offices here will ask for screenshots or more detailed information. The Technician Tools and Refresh Routing button, the red button is located on the top right side of your screen. I have some screenshots here of what it will look like. The Technician Tools give you 5 options to select from in the MyDex administration portion. You can either use it to activate a routing step, reassign a nominator, remove the approval authority signature, update start and end dates, or to withdraw the nomination. If you have a nomination that is stuck in routing, you can use the refresh routing button that'll send it back to the previous routing step that it was at. The update NoPID's integration status button is at the bottom right of your screen in the MyDex application. This can be used for a member who has separated or retired from the service and is no longer in MilPIDs. This is the only way that you can use that button is for those members with that special occasion. The finalization button is found under coordination, and this is the final process for currently active members. The CSS can edit a nomination once it's at this part of the process, and once that's continued and completed and you did all your editing or pushing it back for more edits, and you submit it, it'll get its order number and it'll be sent to Prada and MilPIDs. Some known issues, not being able to create the MLB and SIMs, we currently know that that is still an issue and it's up with the developers to find a problem for that solution. Oakland clusters, mishaps, we know that's also an issue where some people, this is their third Oakland cluster, but MyDex is showing that it's their fourth. You can try editing that in the finalization process, but if that doesn't work, we know about the problem and we're finding a solution. Edits to opening and closing statements where there's an extra parentheses or an extra S, we know of that issue as well, so we're trying to solve and find a solution for that. Here are our references. We referenced the DAFI 362803, DAFMAN 362806, the MyDex training library, and MIL2. You just search up MyDex. Any questions?
Okay, I'm Sergeant Dammer from Davis Mock Air Force Base, EMS CSS. My question is, all the stuff you went over, I don't see that in MyDex, like to refresh routing or anything like that. Not as a CSS. We typically have to go through MPF to get anything updated, refreshed, finalized, or anything like that.
I'm sorry, one second, we're working a comm issue. One second, I'm sorry.
Technician tools will be showing on the MyDex side. It's actually on the back end in the admin console, the admin service console portion.
Hey, so we can see that on the MyDex admin side, but we can't do anything with it. We still have to contact the MPF to refresh any type of routing. So I'm not sure if we need different access or like what the issue is with that.
Can you repeat the question or your comment?
Okay, so on the MyDex admin side, as a CSS, we cannot refresh routing or anything like that. And I'm just trying to see if there's some access that we're missing that we need to talk to our PSM about. but we always have to contact the MPF when we can get in contact with them.
The CSS and MPF should be able to access that feature. We can confirm that. It could be a system access issue for that individual, but like I said, from our understanding, CSS and MPF should be able to utilize those tools. I'll take you guys' word for it. Maybe it is just the MPF. We'll confirm that and see if that is something that the CSS can get access to, because that would definitely be beneficial for all the HR specialists to be able to go in and do those actions.
See, they're effective change.
Next question?
Yes, sorry, John. For 33rd, Lackland. Quick question about deleting decorations. We've been having issues when a member submits it and then something's wrong with the dates and they try to delete it. We withdraw it, it kind of gets stuck and then you can't do anything with it, and then you can't add new dates or anything because it encompasses those dates, so it's like just sitting there. Is there a workaround or an issue with deleting decorations once they're submitted?
Was to transfer the nominator to us. So we started a few months ago.
Just to make sure that I heard the question correctly, was it about the withdrawal process? Okay, so as I know, there is no deleting nominations as of right now. It's called the withdrawal process, so you can find that under one of the tabs in the back end of IDEX withdrawal, and it does come from the commander. It has to be approved, and once it's withdrawn, there are no expiration dates for completed decorations. So it'll move from work in progress to withdraw approved, and it'll sit in there that you can see that it has happened, but there is currently no deleting of nominations.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lieutenant Burt from Luke Air Force Base. We have had an issue in the past where our flight chiefs aren't receiving emails when they have a decoration sitting with them, and we wasn't sure if it was a system error or something we're doing on our end. I was wondering if y'all know about this problem and have had any workarounds to be able to fix it, because even when we go in and we change the settings, they still aren't getting notifications when they have decorations sitting with them.
Hello?
Okay, so the question was about the email notifications once there's a pending action for a member. Unfortunately, no, that feature is not working as it should. It is a known issue. And there is currently no workaround for that. I would just, just send it to the commander, let him or her know, Madam Sir, this report or declaration was sent to you, and just have them go in and review it.
Hi there, I'm Master Sergeant Carrie Page. Sorry, I have a cold. From 101st Area Feeling Wing. I wanted to answer the withdrawal question. If you go in and change the date on the nomination that you want to withdraw to like a single day outside of the nomination period, you'll be able to resubmit the declaration that you want to for the appropriate routing.
Hi, sorry, Captain Angelo Buswa. So to add to that, you have to, if it gets you a kickback, you have to go in the technician role, delete the old draft, and then when you go back to submit it, it lets you create a new declaration for it. So, Master Sergeant Page said the draft that the system kicked in, you have to delete that draft and delete all your supporting documents. Do the withdrawal request, the commander approves it, then you go back in to submit the new declaration, and it works that way.
What she said.
So we're going to try something here, because I think you really all do have the wisdom. If you have a question and there's someone in here that can answer it, let's try to use our knowledge first, and if you can't, well, last senior airman guys. I mean, you guys have wisdom. Who has a question?
Hi, I'm Sheila from Hobart. With the technician role, as the CSS, I don't have access to it. Is it something that can be granted to the CSSs? Because anytime I click on it, I have no options for anything. This thing says it's only for the FSS.
Can anyone answer that for her?
Yes, ma'am. Apparently, like I said, we were under the impression that all the HR specialists should be able to access that tool, but it seems that it may just be the NPF. So we'll bring this up, let the team here know that the CSS needs that capability as well. Can't make any guarantees, but we'll just shoot that over to them.
Hi, Tech Sergeant Long from Terre Haute, Indiana. We have an MSN that has been approved already, but we're trying to withdraw it so we can put our kernel in for an LLM. Is there any way we can cancel that all the way so we can put those timeframes in his LLM? Does anybody know that? If it's already been approved.
We need your microphone because the people online can't hear you.
Sarah Rodriguez. If the declaration has already been finalized and approved, you have to revoke the declaration. You can't just get it deleted or revoked. You have to revoke it through the system before you. I'd have to look at the system, I'm sorry, but normally it would be the initiator who have the rights to revoke the declaration. But it has to come from the initiator saying that they're revoking the declaration because they're the ones that started it. And commander has to approve the revocation of it.
Is revoke the same as withdrawal?
Hi, Sergeant Montgomery with the Tulsa Air National Guard. Back before my dad's in the National Guard decorations, the last sentence said United States Air Force and the Air National Guard. Is that going to come back in my decks at all, or we're just under Air Force?
Ma'am, are you able to edit the opening and closing statement in my deck? We're under the impression that it can be edited.
No, you cannot edit the closing statement.
Okay, in that case, that's something that we'll have to bring up as well to our development team to find out if that was intentionally, removed or.
Good morning, I'm Sierra Mazik from Peterson Space Force Base. I had a question because our CSS, we're currently holding like 2 decorations right now where we need to withdraw them, but both me and the other members in our CSS do not have the button to actually withdraw, even though we are the nominator. So I was wondering if that's an issue that you all have been seeing and if there's a workaround for that. Our MPF also said that they can't withdraw it for us.
We have someone in the back that can answer that.
So for that, what we've been doing is I have unit commander rights in my deck, and I'm able to go in and disapprove to be the commander to do that internally, but it's been really fast for us to be able to do it that way.
So as the submitter nominating, you should be able to request a withdrawal. Now, the approval authority is the one that can approve the withdrawal. But we have seen a workaround, such as the one you was just saying, where the commander, can go in and request and approve the withdrawal.
I'm Sergeant Scalia from Homestead Air Force Base, and I was wondering if there could be a possibility that you could put up an example and walk us through the statutory list of permissions that we should have in the system.
They're asking if you can pull up an example and show us like real world permission and what we show.
No, unfortunately, I'm not able to do that only because we have different access, so we won't be able to see it from, your perspective. In addition to that, I don't want to have any PII misflips, so we won't be able to do that here. But, the ask a question feature, we'll get into that more a little later. But, we're in there every day. We are responding to questions. So if you're having, those issues where you feel you should have this capability, but, it may just be specific to you that you don't have it, just, send us ask a question and we'll look into it.
Hi, Sergeant Karen from the Florida Air National Guard. I have a question in regards to the reports feature. Pull reports, but I'm unable to find how to tell where the status of it currently is. Like I've tried all the names. Owner comes up with the nominator's name, but there's nothing that shows like if it's with the div chief. And since they're not getting emails, there's a delay in processing.
Can anyone answer that locally before we hear from AFPC? Oh, he can.
This is Sergeant Finiak from 649 Mountains out of Hill. There is no current reports out there because you actually have to go into every decoration and look at that coordinate tab. You can't actually generate a good report out of the system yet. I have asked a question. They said it is a feature that will be coming soon, but it has not come out yet.
Awesome. They're currently, well, we have a question up here first, but they're, really quick, they're currently pulling up a video from my FSS to show you guys some of the things that we're asking. But while we're waiting, we have a question up here.
Hello, Sergeant Redis from Marshall Surveys. So it seems like it's a consensus that everyone is having MyDex issues, and there seems like there's a lot of band-aid solutions. Like, okay, like that doesn't happen, but there's like a million ways that you can do it. Has there been a consideration of pausing the use of MyDex, just like when we had issues with MyEval 1.0, until the system is actually effectively working or at least user-friendly?
So I don't have an ETA on the MyDex 2.0. It is still in the works, being tested. I'm told that it should, mimic the seamless capability, such as MyEval. We have seen, what it will look like. But no ETA on that. It is coming soon. I've heard no discussion about pausing MyDex, because it is doing what we need it to do. It, obviously it's not, 100%, which is why it's being revamped. But in the meantime, we're still able to get, folks recognized. So I don't foresee it being paused.
Hi, this is Texan Brazil from 2CPTS at Barksdale. Trying to jump on to, I guess, the withdrawal questions. We've had people who's had their decks awarded to them or approved or whatever, but they've had multiple decks in the system, I guess just redundant, and we've not been able to remove them or withdraw them at all. And it's for the same period of time. I was wondering if anybody else has had that experience or that issue.
This is Sergeant Funiak again. So one of the things I've actually been doing in my decks with all the decorations that we need to actually non-concur, instead of doing the actual withdrawal status, because the non-concur will fully push a decoration all the way through all the steps, all the way through the commander. Once that commander hits the non-concurrence, it's the same thing as doing the withdrawal status.
Question up here. Oh, back there, then you're next now.
Hello, this is Staff Sergeant Joyce from Travis Air Force Base. For dual persona individuals like arts, GS employees, I've been having that issue where a nominator who works with active duty keeps getting emails to their civilian employee and employee email, and let's say they're deployed, they're not being notified. Is there a way to change the settings? We try everything, and especially when our CSS is also a GS employee with active duty, they keep getting emails to their civilian email and nothing gets really processed or done for like 2 to 3 months. Let's say they have gaps or they skip a UTA. It has been very frustrating for our leadership as well as the CSS members. Do we have a workaround or any updates on how we can make that happen or change it?
Can someone answer
So the last I heard answer to that was that's something you submit a ticket for. They need to change their persona. So they've got two different personas. They need to change to whichever one that you need active. So they submit a ticket to Air Force Total Force Service Center.
A follow-up question. What about if they're active on both? Like they're using their GS during the week and they're reserved during the UK weekend. They're active on both.
Thank you all for your patience and being innovative and helping us out.
Hi, it's Sergeant Wilson. I'm reservist as well. Are those members making sure they go in and, because I have both, I have a civilian one and a military cat for logging in. Are they ensuring that they're going in and making sure they change it so that that's the one that they get their notifications to? That's what I've done, and I do get the notification.
Yes, they've done it, but every time they log in either with their GS CAC, it switches back, or with the military CAC, it switches back to their GS.
So it's automatically?
It's automatic change. They get an email saying, oh, you gotta move to your whatever email, and it's been a constant thing.
Okay, okay. It might have to be, yes, something higher up. I've been getting to the military.
So I relayed the question. She said she's going to bring up that topic in my evals also. So we're going to come back to it.
Good morning, Lieutenant Thompson from Travis Air Force Base. Question is, do you all know when we will receive the paper for the decorations? For example, right now, my decks have a template. However, when you print the accommodations, you have to alter it. At least we have to alter it. We have to. Y'all have to, okay. Do y'all have a date when we will get the actual, like the correct paper? Like right now, we can't order it. For the accommodations, so it's the bottom portion of it. It has 2 lines, so then you know how the signature, already printed signature, it looks really like wonky. So we have to alter it. So like we did like Adobe alter so it can actually look like a, something to give to somebody.
I think I can help you answer that question. Master Sergeant Lazaro from the New Jersey Air National Guard. So when you order your decoration paper, are you ordering it from the e-publishing ordering website? And it comes, it's blank, right? It just has the seal on top?
Correct, with the lines at the bottom. But it changed, like the old ones from like, I don't know, from the military. We still, at first we had those kind and it was working. But the ones that you can order now, they have 2 lines, so it gets in the way of the signature. So it's like, it's cutting the signature off.
So when you edit the Adobe PDF, you should be able to click those lines and just delete them before you print.
Correct, so my question is, when would they actually give us the correct paper for us not to have to do that every time? I'm just wondering. Yeah, the line on the actual paper, but you can't order the correct paper.
While we're waiting for the next question to come up, I just want to let you all know that they are, this is recorded, so they're going to take down all these questions and answers and put them all in probably many places, but at least on A1 Delivers. So I know a lot of you are writing notes down, but I think it was Staff Sergeant, this one? who made that recommendation to let you all know that these are being captured and written down, and we'll put them in one place so that you guys can find them after the fact.
Hi, this is Sergeant Withdrawal from Youngstown Air Reserve Station. I've noticed when I kick back decorations back to the nominator level for corrections, the changes they make aren't reflecting in the narrative. However, when I go in and make those changes, they take. So my question is there any like rhyme or reason to this?
Hi, Erin, Squadron over at it's back and forth. So if they make a new nomination, or not nomination, they're the nominator, they do a new narrative, they can't change it, they send it back to the CSS, you can change it, and then if you need to do another fix the narrative, you need to send it back to the nominator.
And then it takes after that?
It will. But then, what we found is that then it makes that new draft. And then you have a whole line of PDF drafts. And then you lose the supporting documents. So one of my questions, actually, was how can you, do you like delete all of the drafts that you have in the nomination? And then it comes back up with the supporting documents? Or do you just need to re-upload the supporting documents? You do have to re-upload? Okay.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Adams, I'm a UPC at Schriever for Space Force. Anyways, I don't know if it helps anybody, but what we're doing, and it may be just going completely around the system, not as if it's intended, but we work all draft decorations through email, back and forth with the grader. I just do the draft nomination, and then it goes through our SEL, and then it goes to our commander. Once our commander says it's good to go, I load it all into my decks myself as the CSS, and I send it up to the Delta, which is our next level, and they'll approve MSMs. Everything else is approved at my commander level for ASCOMs and below. So that's how I work around it, and it's not that big a deal once everything is coordinated to enter that thing in correctly, making sure especially the first line is correct, because you can't just, the organization doesn't come out correctly, so you have to type in the particular organization, you know, 3rd Space Operations Squadron / Delta 9 / Schriever Space Force Place, Colorado. The whole thing has to go in the organization log, because that doesn't work either. So that's how I work around it. I enter them all, and then it's very quickly to get it approved and printed out. And I ordered the, I don't know if everybody uses the ASCOM, the Air and Space Commendation Medal, and Air and okay. So I ordered the blank forms through the warehouse, and I got, 25 of each for the ASCOM and the ASAM. So those are available. There's no lines on them. They're completely blank. They just have the little emblem at the top. So it's working easy for me just because I'm not going through this whole rater pushing back and forth. That's all email. I just put it in quickly at the end and submit it, and it's done. So I know that's not the way my email is supposed to work, but that's the way it works for me, and I'm not going to waste my time fighting it anymore.
Pause questions really quick. I think AFPC is going to speak to us.
Or you can send email.
That's what I was gonna say. Use Teams, just so you don't have to do the email back and forth. But if email works, then that works. But the issue that I have, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have, is every time we get a new system, we always have to find a workaround to make the system work, instead of, making it to where it's CSS friendly versus nominator friendly, whoever is nominating a person. So that's just my gripe.
And who tests these systems?
That's really good feedback, thank you. I think that part is, our new push going out is from your perspective. So the people that helped us design this new the system that we're using, MyFSS, we're coming from policy and policy changes, and they're looking at how the transaction process worked. Our new way of thinking is, what is the experience when you're using it? You, not the airmen, you all as our first line customers, the front line. So that's that shift that's going into MyDex 2.0 that they're working on. Like I said, the last Tiger team that just went through the process, they dropped it from 22 steps down to 4. It's gonna, from what I know, and I wasn't there, but they have that same long stream like my evals 2.0 does, a lot of the same kind of features that, or the better parts of my eval 2.0. So they are thinking about it differently. They're thinking about when you come into the portal, having the admin look to it. So you see a portal that's different from what airmen see. So all of that feedback that you're giving us is changing how things are being designed right now, so please keep providing that feedback. I think this, what you all are doing right here, sharing your wisdom back and forth is great. I think your clapping shows how strongly you feel about it. So I thank you all for staying positive, but giving feedback nonetheless. So thank you.
All right, they're going to show a video, so you guys can just be patient really quick. It'll get started.
So I've been noticing a lot of questions about the withdrawal process, so I brought up a video from the MyFSS training library under approval authority, and this is a video on the approval and the disapproval of the withdrawal.
That's it, everyone. Just they're trying to get the sound going.
This training is for approval programs. Is a brief demonstration on how to approve or disapprove a withdrawal request submitted to them on the MyDex platform. When a nominator submits a nomination, it enters the official channels. If a withdrawal is needed after the fact, an approval authority must approve or disapprove the request. This request normally comes from the nominator or the commander support staff. You've identified that a withdrawal request is pending your action. We begin on the MyFSS front page. Going down to the Available Now area, you will see MyDex. Once on the MyDex front page, scroll down to the Pending Actions area. These are all nominations that are pending action by you as the approval authority. There may be different pages here at the bottom right. In this case, we'll go to page 2. Underneath the inner column, you will notice that on this nomination, the unit commander is the owner of this current action. Click Review. This nomination is a pending request to withdraw. You will review the information. the routing and nomination site. From this drop-down, you will either concur or not concur with the withdrawal request. You will concur. Scroll down and click Next. Enter your remarks for this withdrawal. Click Next. Click on Next Coordination. You can now send back to a previous coordinator for corrections or send to next coordinator. You will choose Finalize. Click Next. And there you have it. You've completed your withdrawal action, and this nomination will now go under completed actions with the status withdrawn, which will be seen by the nominator, MPF, CSS, or HR personnel who submitted the request. Click Finish. Clicking Refresh, you'll notice that pending action is removed from your queue. You also have the option to disapprove a withdrawal request. This normally happens when the approval authority still wishes to recognize the individual, although this may result in a downgrade to what was previously submitted, such as a commendation medal to achievement. This approval will be sent back to the CSS or the nominator in order to make the necessary changes and resubmit for approval, rather than create a new one from the beginning. And finally, let's go over a common situation where you were told the withdrawal request is awaiting your action, but it is not displayed underneath the green action area on the MyDex platform. This is normally because you are not yet the owner of the request. Usually it is with your CSS. Let's show an example here. Your CSS will need to log in and click review. As you can see, this nomination is a pending request to withdraw. Going down to the bottom, you will see the routing chain. It is not yet with you, indicated by this green flag. The CSS must concur with the withdrawal first. Concur, then next. Enter remarks, then click Next. Then Next Coordination, now select Approval Authority. Next. Once your CSS clicks Finish, it will be sent to you for the approval or disapproval of the withdrawal request. This training video is for approval. This training video is for approval authorities.
All right, we will open it up for a few more questions, but please wait for Sergeant Lyons to come up to you, please. Also, we are trying to get the AC going. The folks here are trying to get a waiver to bypass the turn on thing. I don't know.
This is Sergeant Funiak again. So I know that there are training videos out there on the MyFSS platform, but all the videos seem to be either from the MPF or the individual roles itself. Is there any plan to make any videos out there from the actual CSS views on the system?
The question was about the CSS point of view through the videos. There are some videos out there. There's some CSS videos on there, but the video that was just shown was from the CSS perspective, and most of them show each part of the roles, starting with the nominator to the CSS, back to the nominator to the approval authority. They go through all the roles and show you those different roles. Yes, ma'am. So we're gonna get with the team and discuss this, because from what we were told, this is what the CSS was supposed to be seeing. So hopefully we can clear up the confusion here.
Morning, I'm Staff Sergeant Davis Miller from Minot, 5th Bomb Wing. My wing commander has been having issues signing MSMs in my deck. We've had to route them outside, and that's just for WSA members. He's been able to sign everybody else's, but I'm wondering if anybody else is having that issue. NPI says they have no idea how to fix the issue. It doesn't even route to him. It doesn't show like anything is with him.
Okay, so depending on the type of award, that determines obviously what level the approval authority is. So the way the system is set up, if you go into an actual nominee recommendation or nomination, rather, I'm sorry, you'll actually see the approval authority passcode. So that's going to tell you, again, based on what type of award it is, who the approval authority is. So it sounds like that passcode that's in there is likely doesn't belong to your commander, so it's going to maybe another senior rater.
We'll have to figure that one out because his passcode is the bottom's passcode. He's able to get.
I hope that helps. If you are familiar, what I'm talking about again is on the back end. On the back end, so you'll see where I have all those different passcodes and stuff like that. There'll be approval authority passcodes, and you'll just verify that that belongs to the actual approval authority.
Hi, I'm Staff Sergeant Benson, Nellis Air Force Base 805 CTS.
Let her bring the phone to you so that they can hear the question.
I'm back here, way over here.
AT, good for you.
That's right, we're not doing PT this week, I guess, so there you go.
Get her steps in.
Thank you. So, question is about the refreshing routing. I've been told multiple times that we're not able to do that at the CSS level. So every time we have to do that, we have to reach out to the NPF with one contact that does it for the entire base. I think that's a very simple thing that we can do at our level. I was wondering if there's any talk of giving that to our level, or is anybody in the room, do they have that access? But that was, that was getting access, but even with those that can see it, we can't use it at all. I've been told that we can't even have access to that at the CSS level. As well as a coordinate level. So I understand that that was at the beginning, but we do not have access to that at the CSS level.
Yes, sir. With MyDex 2.0 coming, that feature shouldn't be needed. So we can discuss and see if we can get that access and maybe give it to you guys. But with MyDex 2.0 coming, it's not seen as a needed feature.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have to wrap this up so we can take our break. Just a reminder, when we take our break, please stay in the atrium or outside. Don't wander around the building. And again, thank you for your patience, for the comm issues and the AC not on. Y'all are amazing. So yeah, we'll take a break. Let's come back at 10:50. over to you to discuss evaluations. I'm sorry, it's Tech Sergeant Tucker that will be discussing evaluations. Tech Sergeant Tucker, over to you.
Welcome back everyone from the break. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This is me, Tech Sergeant Tucker again. So moving on to evaluation. So as you guys know, evaluation covers a multitude of things. So we could be here for hours, but for the sake of time, I chose just a few highlights that we'll discuss today. Alright, so here's our agenda. So we'll start with evaluation appeals. I know this is probably not something you guys were expecting us to discuss today. We'll also obviously discuss my eval. I went through our actual AAQ Ask a Question queue live to show you guys some of the questions that we did, hope that maybe we'll address some questions that you may have or issues that you run into as well. We'll cover some additional takeaways and then the infamous Q&A session. We'll start first with evaluation appeals. This is an aspect of the CSS responsibility that you likely don't deal with every day. So I thought it would be important to kind of highlight some things to add to your toolbox. So evaluations that are a matter of record that later require correction also require an evaluation appeal. So once it's signed, uploaded to ARMS and then product, it's a matter of record. And then any changes after that have to be made through an evaluation appeal. So as the member wants to submit an evaluation appeal on their own, that will be done through virtual MPS. Now, if the CSS, MPS, or the HR specialist, submits the case on behalf of the member, that is done via CMS. So as you see here, these references obviously come from Chapter 10 of 36.406. So 10.4.5 states that, if you're submitting a case on behalf of a rating, you have to provide a statement from that rating, acknowledging they are aware of the pending action. So we get this question a lot, how does that need to happen? It can be via email, MFR, but anything, it could be, an actual evaluation appeal form, any way to convey to us that this person is aware and acknowledges that you're submitting this case on your behalf. Now, when the CSS or MPS utilizes CMS to submit their evaluation appeal, you have to use the HR case type. So, not the CMS case, the HR case type, PPA, Unit Generated Evaluation Appeals. Sometimes we'll get, those other, cases or whatnot, but those cases don't flow the way that they should as far as the evaluation appeal goes. So you have to use this case type in order for the system to work the way that it's supposed to. Now, when you're submitting that case on behalf of your member, sometimes we'll see, incorrect EPR or OPR uploaded to member's record, please correct. Well, that doesn't really tell us what the problem is, what needs to be corrected. So here again, straight from the AFI, it needs to clearly and concisely state what he or she wants. And I've included an example there. With that being said, only AFPC, DP, and SPE is authorized to make those corrections. So when it comes to minor corrections, which I think we'll discuss a little later, so like your duty titles, who's the date, the member's rank or misspelling, those are all minor corrections. When it comes to those minor corrections, only ASPC can make those corrections. So what happened is a lot of times we see cases where, you know, they completely went back and re-signed the evaluation, made the correction, re-signed it, and now they're submitting, you know, that corrected copy to us. But again, for those minor corrections, only ASPC can make those corrections. So if you just put in the case what needs to be corrected, like in this example, the duty title should read, you know, section chief, we'll make those corrections, we'll forward it to ARMS, and that evaluation will be replaced. Normal processing times. So this again is from the AFI, the DAFI. Normal processing times for appeal application is 90 to 120 calendar days. If it's minor corrections, typically, you know, those are done a lot quicker. But the reason for that long processing time is because some of these cases can be, you know, complicated, or they require an actual board to review, to review their application. So it can take some time. So it's important that you know this normal processing time, because a lot of times members will have a promotion board or something coming up, maybe that, you know, a corrected evaluation in their record. Also in the DAFI recommends that if you are submitting an evaluation appeal prior to a promotion board, that you do so at least no later than 45 days prior to that board. And this allows, you know, the evaluation appeal to be processed and the corrected evaluation to make it to the member's record. So in this slide, I have compiled some supporting documents that, again, will hopefully help you all when you're submitting these cases, or at least, you know, relay that information back to your unit members if they're submitting the case on their own. So when you have a correction that is other than a minor correction, so there's some type of content change, something significant is changing to that evaluation, that's when you'll provide the substitute evaluation. That's when, you know, you re-sign the correction made and you forward that up with the evaluation appeal. But with that substitute evaluation, it has to be signed by the original evaluators. So oftentimes, you know, members will separate, will retire, and they're no longer around. And that's fine, but you still have to reach out to them because they were the rater during that period or the evaluator during that period of time. So it's important to get their signature on that substitute evaluation. Now, if you are unable to contact the member, you know, you reached out, the members just fell off, you know, nowhere to be contacted, then you'll just include that in a memorandum that the member that you tried to contact the member, but they were not able to make contact with them. So the second thing there, the memorandum for evaluators, from evaluators. So again, any changes to the rating or comments, evaluator comments or anything like that, it requires justification from the original evaluator as well as everyone else who signed the evaluation. So even if, you know, there is a duplicate bullet on the evaluation, in order to get that duplicate bullet removed, that evaluator has to, you know, provide justification on how that duplicate bullet and that incorrect evaluation made it to the member's record, and then all subsequent evaluators have to endorse that memorandum as well. We'll see oftentimes changes to a promotion recommendation, right? A member should have gotten a must promote, but you know, they just got the promote on the evaluation. In that case, we'll need the master eligibility listing, the mail, signed and corrected showing, you know, which promotion recommendation that member got before we can send that up to the board, because that is not a minor correction. If members are, you know, requesting to void their evaluation based on, you know, some injustice from their evaluators, sometimes if that happens, we'll ask that they include, you know, an EO or IG investigation with results. And that's because the board is not an investigative body, right? They're not going to investigate. They're going to take what you tell them. And so if you don't have any supporting, you know, evidence or third-party evidence to say, yes, you know, this person received reprisal from their evaluator, then they can't just take your word on it. Once that evaluation has become a matter of record, you know, they're going based on what those evaluators said about the rating. So unless they have a third party, a person to say otherwise, that no, there was some injustice here, then, you know, it'd be hard for them to make a judgment on that case. So if the person member has, filed an EO or IG complaint, we'll need those results unredacted to be included in the application. Now, we actually process evaluation appeals for PRFs as well. For those changes, they require a memorandum from the senior rater and the MLR president. And so for supplemental promotion consideration, so this can be done in conjunction with the evaluation appeal. If it is done so, the commander has to recommend or concur with the supplemental request. All right, so moving on to my eval. You guys should be familiar with this PSD guide. I think it is different from what we've seen in the past. It includes a lot of visuals, step by step. If you aren't familiar with this, or maybe you're new to the CSS and the My Eval application, I encourage you to get in here and just dive in. This can be found on the MyFSS suite and the helpful links under the MyFSS training library. All right, so today I'm going to provide just a brief overview of My Eval. Again, there's a lot of training tools out there for My Eval, but I wanted to kind of touch on again some things from the CSS perspective that you may find helpful. So currently, the only OPBs and EPBs being processed in My Eval are the colonel, lieutenant colonels, majors, chiefs, seniors, and masters. So everyone else is still being processed via CMS for the active duty. And I'm not sure exactly how the Guard are processing theirs right now, so I won't speak on that. But for the active duty REDAF, they are being processed through CMS, so the tech sergeants, senior airmen, and staff sergeants, and captains and lieutenants. So the one thing that is different from the My Eval 1.0 and 2.0, that again from the CSS perspective, and if I didn't share already, I've spent a lot of time in the CSS, so I definitely understand the complications that My Eval 1.0 brought. I actually was in the CSS when it dropped. So when I had the opportunity to test the 2.0, I was just blown away. So the no predefined routing, which may, I'm sure you guys heard this word, ad hoc routing, kind of changed the game when it came to the My Eval 1.0 and 2.0. So this allows it to be routed to anyone, from anywhere, anyone with a MyFSS account. You don't have to, skip this person if they're not here. That routing is now defined locally from either the unit or the MPF wing. So just to cover their dashboards in My Eval. So the user dashboard, they have two tables. They have the ready for action. So that table lists, will cover any evaluations that are pending with the members. So they're ready for them to take action. That second table is inclination. So anytime that they take action on the evaluation, it will remain in their inclination table so they can, follow the life cycle of that evaluation. Now the CSS NPF dashboard, that has additional tables. So the pending action table, that just shows all the evaluations under that HR specialist purview. Then you have the missing rater table. So that table displays evaluations where the rater information did not flow to My Eval. So that could be because they have a civilian rater or sister service rater, or maybe their rater retired and now that rater information is missing. So the information does flow from MilPDS to My Eval, but not vice versa. MilPDS ARMS update reject. So this table just shows the evaluations that were rejected by ARMS and MilPDS, which again is another feature that I thought was exceptionally beneficial with the My Eval 2.0, where it updates MilPDS and pushes the finalized evaluations to ARMS. When they are rejected and show up in this table, they have to be manually resolved. And then the last table is the awaiting signatures. So this just shows any evaluations that are still in coordination that are past the closeout date. So regardless of the status, even if it was just initiated, if it's past the closeout date, it will remain on that awaiting signature table until it's finalized. All right, so the next feature is the clearing signatures. So again, my understanding is that the CSS and NPF should have this capability to clear signatures if they're reviewing an evaluation and find an error. It's already been signed by everyone, but it's not good to go. So they will clear the signatures and return it. Now this clears all the signatures, even if it was just in the reviewer section. It's going to clear all the signatures, and all the signatories will have to sign again. Next thing, assigning a rater. So again, when there are missing a rater and they're in that missing rater table, from there, the CSS or NPF can assign a rater by just clicking on the assign rater button. They can also, if they have like the wrong rater has been updated, maybe you've gone back and changed the rater in Wilkins, but that didn't flow into my eval. You can change that on the administrative service console, which we refer to as the backend. So there you just click the change rater button and make that change. I have seen this a lot where the unit information is incorrect for the member. So on the front end, when you go into my eval, you'll have the grade identification data that's right there at the top. So the member's name, all that jazz. That stuff cannot be edited. Now, the the organization and command that will actually go on the evaluation, that portion can be modified. But under the grade identification data, that cannot be modified from the front end. What you'll have to do is delete the review period from the admin service console. Make the change in the personnel record, not their performance review or the review period. You have to make that change in their actual personnel record. You'll update their military organization name and passcode. So once you verify that information is correct, then you'll go back in and create a new review period and performance review for that member. And then once the rater logs in on the front end from the dashboard, they should be able to see that change. Next, the approve/finalize process. So this is a two-step process. And as I was preparing for this meeting, or this briefing, I was going through the PSD guide, and it doesn't quite spell out how this is a two-step process. And again, speaking from the Reg Act side of the house, this two-step process involves the CSS approving the evaluation, and then the MPF approving the evaluation or finalizing the evaluation as well. So once the MPF finalizes it, that pushes it to ARMS and no PDS. But when the CSS goes in to do their approval portion, they have to click that they are approving as the CSS, as well as the MPF. Now for those MPFs that are acting on the CSS behalf, they still need to do this process twice. So they go in and they approve as the CSS, and then again as the MPF. We're getting a lot of issues where the evaluation will show as completed, but not pushed to no PDS or ARMS. And we're finding that this is the problem. Now it won't show any rejects, it will show that it was successful, but it's still not in the member's record. So this seems to be the problem. Again, like I said, it wasn't kind of spelled out in the PSD guide as clear that the CSS and NPF need to approve. Now, if we're talking about a kernel, then the CSS will approve, and then they will send it to the kernel's group for finalization. And lastly, the admin report. So this report allows you to keep track of all your evaluations, the ones that are in progress as well as the ones that have been completed. It has all the information in there, let you know when, if it was successful in MilPIDs, being pushed to MilPIDs and pushed to ARMS. So I would, recommend that you utilize these reports, bump those up against your ALF rosters, to make sure that you're keeping track of all your evaluations. All right, so here's that demo that I was speaking about. So these are questions that we have received through the Ask the Question feature in my MSS. Again, because of PII, I didn't want to do this live, so I just went through answering some questions and showing how I worked those issues or resolved those issues. I recorded myself doing so, so we'll get started. of course, technical difficulties. And our folks tested this and it worked just fine. So I'm just gonna pull the video up on the screen so you all can see it.
So to troubleshoot, first I want to ensure the members' LPS data is correct. This is an important step considering my eval rules from LPS. So if the projected eval date is incorrect, the review period and performance review will not auto-generate. As you see, this member is a measure, so the closeout date should be 31 May, which you can see is reflected here. After you have navigated to the My Eval Administration app and searched the member's name in the search bar at the top of the page, it will take you to the member's personnel page, where you'll notice the members have 2 performance reviews from the My Eval 1.0 version. We know this because of the year on the closeout date and because the 2.0 status indicates 1.0. These performance reviews and associated review periods must be deleted. After deleting the old review period and performance review, a new review period and performance review must be created manually. To do so, we'll follow the instructions I've snagged here from the My Eval PDSG. We'll select New Performance Review, then select Performance Evaluation. Then you'll notice in the Performance Review section now displays a 1 instead of a 0, indicating the member has 1 performance review for their review period. When generating an evaluation manually from the My Eval Administration console, you want to ensure that the EOES 2.0 box is checked. This ensures the OPB follows the My Eval 2.0 business rules. So now the member's OPB is currently assigned as the member's waiter. Because it is past the closeout, the status reflects as waiting signatures. To summarize, the CSS reported that the gaining nor the losing CSS were able to view the member's OPB. We confirmed the projected closeout date was correct in OPDS. We discovered the member had performance reviews pending in My Eval from the 1.0 version and deleted those performance reviews and manually created new ones. It is very important that before manually creating a performance review that you confirm there are no duplicates. For this case, the previously pending performance reviews prevented the May 2023 review from auto-generating. I've included this AAQ as it pertains to a unique problem that is not seen often, but I wanted to share in the event others have experienced this. The case reads, ad hoc routing wizard offers no option to reassign site. Way forward, need all current review periods, performance reports deleted and will regenerate site. Again, from the My Eval Administration console, I've navigated to the performance review in question and noticed this message regarding the ad hoc visit. After confirming no coordination actions have been taken, I'll delete the performance review and generate a new one. This will resolve the ad hoc visit error, allowing the OPB to be ad hoc accordingly. This question asks, how to process AF 910s for members who have already separated. For members who have separated, the AF 910 can be sent via email for processing. This AAQ states the commander requests a waiver to submit an OPD via the Airport Form 715 from the member. For this question, we'll reference PSDM 23-52 dated 25 May 23, which can be viewed as an addendum to the DAC file. This document can be found in the MyFSS knowledge articles. Paragraph 6 reads, all those requests to use the Air Force Form 715 and Air Force Form 716 require coordination through the Wing Commander equivalent and AFP 53 for RADAC, DPTS for operators, with final approval from AF/A1PP. This AAQ pertains to a civilian in the CSS who is prior active duty. When logged into MyEval, they can only see their active duty account. To resolve this issue, the member will need to switch to their civilian account by following the instructions for dual persona users located in the MyEval PSD guide. The next AAQ reads, I was briefed on the transition to the new OPR narrative format and was told I could find examples on MyFSS. This member is possibly referring to the AOQ grant guide, which is located in the MyFSS knowledge articles. I would refer the member there, as well as to their CSS/NDF for local guidance. This leads me to bring up the importance of reminding your unit members to seek assistance from you all prior to submitting a question. This AAQ mentions a referral evaluation for a chief. Referral evaluations are processed outside of MyEval when the AF 715 or AF 716, then uploaded for finalization. Currently, the AF 716 is scheduled to be available by the end of the month. The last AAQ is an example of an AAQ that lacks pertinent information necessary to resolve the problem. The CSS states that they are unable to correct their commander's OPR shell and OPDS. Without the member's name and a complete write-up for the situation, we are unable to assist. When submitting an AAQ, ensure you provide as much information as possible to avoid delays due to back and forth correspondence. We'll start with the AAQ shown here. Okay, we're back. So again, hopefully, like I was saying before, that those questions, kind of help with some issues you may all have had or have encountered in the past. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. Okay, so additional takeaways I wanted to provide with to you all. So again, I mentioned how some evaluations are still being processed in CMS. So for those evaluations, what you want to do is make sure that the closeout date is correct when you're putting that information in CMS. This is very important because that date is actually the date that will reflect in ARMS or CRADA as a document date. And that document date is tied to the documents that are provided for the boards when it comes to promotions. So if you have, a text document report that should close out 30 November 2022, but you put it in as 31 January in CMS, not only actual evaluation itself, but in CMS, when it flows to ARMS, it's going to have the document date is going to be 31 January. Documents for these boards, it's not going to pull that document, which will result in, a member not being selected for promotion because their evaluation wasn't available. Also, when it comes to submitting these CMS cases, please do not send them multiple times. Because again, if you're putting in different closeout dates and multiple documents, what's going to happen is that member's going to have both of those evaluations in their records. They'll have two different document dates, and now you have to submit an evaluation. So that's going to kind of help us, help you, help the member. We'll all be good. Once you submit it once, just allow the team to process it. If there are corrections, right, then maybe you submitted the wrong evaluation. Do not send it again because, again, it's going to be duplicate, and now you have to do an evaluation appeal. Whereas you probably should have done an evaluation appeal in the first place if it was a minor correction or needed to be reviewed by the board. The last thing in regards to these evaluations in CMS, only attach the evaluation and referral documents if necessary. Now, if that referral document is required, it's important that it is attached. We get a lot of evaluation appeals where, members' referral evaluations in product, but not their rebuttal in those documents. And so that's important as well. And last but not least, for Red App, the illicit force distribution, that's going to be coming to the MyFSS week. I know you're all happy and excited about that, so no more tickets, no more making you change my mail. That'll all be done in MyFSS. So as you see here, it's a living document. So once those changes are updated in the OPS, they will reflect on the mail. And CSS or NPF can go in and download that mail and see that mail in semi-real time. So as it also states here, only the post-doc exception of policies will go to AFPC. Everything else, and this is likely to start with the staff sergeants. So a little ways ahead, but we're getting there. Also coming to the actual evaluation appeal process. So that's going to be hosted in MyFSS as well, and not in CMS. And we've actually, been developing and doing some testing on that, so it seems to be going well. All right, so that is it for my brief. Standing by for questions.
Just a reminder, if you can wait until Sergeant Lyons comes to you with the phone.
Hello?
There's someone right next to you, ma'am, that has her hand up. With the microphone. Right next to you.
All right, Tech Sergeant Holmgren, Minnesota National Guard. I know when my bill 1.0 came out, they removed the CSS's rights to update dates in no PDS. Is there any way to get that back? Because right now my MPF is inundated with correcting dates and it's not helpful, and I know the information better than they do.
So unfortunately, no, that capability will not be coming back to the CSS. And my understanding is that is because with my eval 2.0, that's done through my eval. So we will have to go in and change dates or close out evaluations, which the CSS currently is unable to do.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Deborah Key from the Colorado Air Force Base in Kansas.
One second, ma'am. One second, ma'am. Can I find you first?
Okay, I'm Sergeant King from the Colorado Air Force Base in Kansas. What we're experiencing is we try to make a correction on the back end. But what happens is we have to pull the case to us every time to make any correction. Fix for that, or is that going to be corrected in the future?
Ma'am, that depends on what correction you're trying to make on the back end. Because you actually can't edit the evaluation or OPP or EPP, it's settled on the back end. So, like I discussed in the video, if you're trying to make, changes to like the unit, the rater, I'm trying to think of what else you can. Actual evaluation, yes, you'll have to assign it to yourself to make those changes.
It was the first amount of changes that you were saying for the rater, the unit information, duty titles. We can't do that unless we pull it to ourselves first.
Yes, ma'am. The only thing you can, like I said, the only thing you can change on the back end is the other items that you just listed is the rater. So like the duty title and all that stuff, that's for the actual form. So that is changed, on the front end, right? Whoever the evaluation is assigned to, because that's going to display what actually prints out on the actual OPP or EPD. The back end is more so, your administrative control, right? So who this should be going to, that's the rater. So you assign that on the back end. What CSS this should be going to, that's based on the passcode. So that's on the back end. But changes to the actual evaluation itself is made through the My Eval tile front end, if you will.
Thank you.
Hope that helps.
Hi, Staff Sergeant Allen here. So I have actually two questions for you. So working in the organization that has over 130 passcodes that we service, we're having some difficulties with expirations of like our accesses to passcode. So I was trying to figure out is there going to be some type of process implemented so that if those, so that these accesses don't expire, so that we don't have to reach out to every single one of those, FSSs to get those accesses back?
So ma'am, I should have prefaced my briefing with saying when it comes to access, that is going to be your HRDSA. And from Air Force wide perspective, I don't have any intel on that side of things. I'm sorry, I'm unable to assist with that.
Okay. My next question for you. So I'm not sure. Are you working the evaluations appeals and like CMS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a very particular situation. I was just trying to see if I could possibly get some information. Okay, so we have a specific member. She has an erroneous evaluation that is of her husband's that's in her record right now. So we've been trying to get it removed from her record, and it's well past the 120-day limit that you all have for an evaluation to be approved. We've been getting responses back from AFPC basically letting us know that it has been submitted to ARMS, but nothing has been changed. So we've submitted
You're breaking up really bad. It's hard for us to hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I was saying that, so there's a specific case that we have in AFPC, in CMS, that a member's her spouse's evaluation is in her record right now, and it's well past the 120-day window. And we have been kind of submitting for updates over and over again, let me say about 3 times. And we've just been getting a response saying that it's submitted to ARMS. And nothing has been changed about it. So we finally submitted another CMS ticket for it. And basically now her husband's record has been removed from his own record, and it's still messed up on her record. So I'm trying to figure out basically where can we go that's higher? How can we go around where it's already being submitted to, so that it can be I guess, a little bit more serious and I got, take it more serious and fix pretty much.
Yeah, so this is Master Sergeant Waldner. I'm actually the section chief on evals here. And so we don't have any cases in our eval appeals queue that is 120 days old. All of our cases are within the last 30-ish days.
I can give you a name.
Reference. Or do you mean an eval appeal case?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, say it again. They told me no, so I have to figure out what you just said.
We do have an online question, and it is, when will my eval 2.0 training slides come out?
Can you repeat the question?
When will the my eval 2.0 training slides come out?
Copy. So the NPS received training between, I think it was like January through February. They were provided all sorts of slides and training materials, and they were charged with training their CSSs. So I would encourage any CSSs who have not been trained by their NPS to go direct with the NPF and the NPF leadership to get your CSS training. They have all the training resources available, and they should be providing this to you guys.
Raise your hand if that's a problem. Can you relate to the phone? I mean, keep your hands up, sorry. Dude, we've got like, I don't know, 80 hands in the air, maybe more that say, hi. So when you said that the NPF were trained, you hear a murmur in the group. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. So we asked how many have a problem with that, and probably 1 out of 10 people raised their hand saying that they can't get the training from their NPS. So it is a systemic problem of the CSS not getting that information down to NPS. And all through my next part, we heard that they have role capabilities that my NPS don't have.
Keep it down, please.
And they don't have at the CSS. So we have, 400 technicians here that feel like they're not getting any of that training, they're not getting any of those capabilities unless they are on the phone or working all the time with their NPF. So I know you probably don't have an answer to that, but that has to get up and resolved.
Right. So I don't have an answer that anyone is going to like, because at AFPC we can't train every CSS and NPF, as much as we would like to, or as much as we would want to. But the NPFs, this is an NPF responsibility. They were charged with this. This came from policy. They were given the materials. I would suggest this is when leadership engagement needs to happen between the squadron commanders and the FSS commander to get this training done. The NPF force management teams are well aware of the resources available. They're well aware of the training directive that was given to them. So if they're refusing to do it, leadership engagement, as high a level as you can go, needs to happen.
So we're going to take questions from each section so that Sergeant Lyons isn't passing out on us. So we'll take 2 questions from this section right now, and then we'll move on to the next. So is there any questions over here?
Hello everyone, this is Cindy Manjang. I'm from GBSA, Lakeland Medical CSS. My question is for the PCS member before accounting day. So who's supposed to update the organization name and the passcode? Because we have mastered PCS, so the assigned created in my running still in the loose unit. Is it loose unit update or the gain unit update?
it'll be wherever the member was assigned to as of the accounting date. So on or after the accounting date.
So if you lose you, they updated the organization name or the password or the GAN unit. Because they said the GAN unit cannot update the rater's information, the still is with the lose unit. Who has this responsibility?
It'll be the current unit that has the member that can update the rater in NoPDS. However, that evaluation itself should be with the losing unit. And that's when the back and forth coordination needs to happen as it would in a typical PCA situation.
It should be based on the time. We have another issue is for the performance review. If we want to delete it without CSS doesn't have the permission. The performance review and the review period. We just cancel some of the older size below the commander and the commander's account.
Yeah, so I guess if I'm understanding correctly, you don't have the access to delete a review period or a performance review. That should be an issue elevated to your HRDSA because that might be an access issue. However, if you do have access or you're unsure if you can or can't, I would refer to the MyEval PSD, the PSD guide. There is comprehensive steps on how to delete a review period or performance review.
Is there anyone else in this section that has a question? Oh, right here. Sorry, Lance. Stand up now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Rennis from Archer Surveys. My question is, upon scrubbing or in progress report in my eval, I noticed that the captain squads and the master sergeant squads have already populated. However, the senior master sergeant did, which is kind of odd to me because it's sooner than the other two. So I was just curious if this is a known issue or if this is just a me issue. And if it's a me issue, what would be the course of action? Because from the one training that I received from my FSS, they specifically told us not to create any evaluations in my evals.
Yeah, so this isn't an issue we've heard of. We've actually seen some senior master sergeants auto-populate here as well. But I would communicate this with your FSS. We'll elevate this up too and just ask the question, but give it some time because I believe they just started dropping last week. I would say if you don't see it in my eval by next week, then manually creating it is probably a safe bet, but we'll communicate this up as well.
All right, any questions for the middle section? Sorry, Ryan, someone, she's the ma'am up here up front.
I just wanted to, oh, is it working? You what?
Yeah, we're here.
So I just wanted to backtrack on something that I think with the master sergeant said when he was speaking on the phone. Like I said, I'm a shooter. I don't want an NPF bash, but when we talked about the NPF putting in guidance and training, there was a collective like, no way in the auditorium that I'm sitting in, so I know that shooter is the only place where this is happening. We call the NPF, like people said, when you can get a hold of somebody that knows something about it, and you get a hold of the expert and they say, I don't know, and that's the answer. So CSSs are calling each other, we're getting we're looking on teams, we're trying to find answers. We have a monthly in-house training with the NPF, which consists of 5 minutes every month, where the newest airman goes through a 5-slide presentation in about 30 seconds, and then they say thank you for coming and have a nice day.
So we are not getting anything down the record from NPFs. I don't know how many NPFs there are in the Air Force/Space Force. I don't know if there's thousands or hundreds or even the tens. I really don't know. But I would think AFPC would be responsible to train those NPFs and not think about training the CSSs because that's not their job. So I believe everything should be done on the record. There should be, manuals, A, B, C, D, as simple as possible to follow coming from AFPC. And those should be done on the record of NPFs. And if I call an NPF with a question, they should have an expert where they should say, I have the answers for you and call you back. Wouldn't that be stunning? Instead of having to cover ourselves. So anyways, I don't buy this. Every squadron commander has to get with their FSS commander to make their NPF do their job. I don't think that then we're all always search around our peers to try to find answers that you provide us from headquarters. And I'm a little irritated, really irritated, that we have to deal with this on a daily basis, not to mention program officials that already been in the field anyways. So I'm really irritated, and I think that's just a statement. As far as I'm concerned, we've elevated this concern to the highest level, which is the Air Force Personnel Center, and action should be taken to the NPFs to do the job.
I agree with most of what you said about how it should go. I will remind everyone that the NPFs were given substantial weekly training, 2 sessions every week, regarding everything MyEval 2.0, and they were charged with training their CSSs. AFPC is not in the business in getting into the local issues at base level when it comes to whether an NPF is training their CSSs, and again, we can't dictate how the training is received. We can provide the resources, we can provide the training and knowledge that we have, but we don't have the bandwidth at AFPC to ensure every NPF is training their CSSs. Again, also, if you're having a problem and local leadership is not willing to engage, this is when it comes time to reach out to the MAJCOM, because the MAJCOM should be handling the business at their base.
Is this on? Hey, Chief Roberts. So, as frustrated as many of you in here are, right? This is family business. So, when it comes to training, that's where I step in, okay? And as many of you know, being in CSS and NPF for that matter, we have an issue just with training, right? Period, dot, end of story. My whole thing is it's 2023, how do we not have this? How do we not have standardized training no matter what? If you go to Ramstein, Nellis, March Air Force Base, wherever, it's the exact same, right? So we are working on that. So part of it, if you go, we have Q-Flight down at Keesler, who's taken on this initiative. But I'm going to tell you, that's where we want to go. But right now, we're trying to build foundational stuff for our NPF and CSS personnel and all of our programs, just to start with. Because even those are outdated. So we are working on those right now. They're doing section chief stuff. They're doing customer support section chief stuff, right? For all the individual offices and then from the programs. So we hear you, we know, but my Q-Flight has 2 people. 2 people. We do have now have a reservist that can help out for the reserve side of the house. So they had a huge fee. Not to mention changing PERSCO training, right? That's being revamped and relooked at. We completely redid the CPTP. We're working on those trainings, those interactive coursework. So the first one that we started with was the CSS. How many of you have seen the CSS interactive course in this room? Okay, not enough. But they're taking the resources, the PCG, and they're creating interactive courses for you, right? It's not going to be a requirement for all CSS personnel being assigned there to take this training. That's just a glimpse. The reason why we put out the CSS stuff first, why do you think? You're the majority, right? No matter how many NPFs we have, the CSS and those unit personnel, the UPCs, the 3FOs, 3FIs, 4 alphas, you are the majority. So that was my first margin to get this one out first. NPF stuff will come later. So we are trying, but we don't need bashing, right? We're not here for that. right? I'm gonna take back the NPF stuff, right, for at least Reg Act, and we have 84 regular Air Force NPFs. I think there's 92 reserve, and I think 90 guard. 99 guard. So there are a lot. So there's a lot of information flow. But the problem that I know all of you have felt and you've seen, we talk about communication within A1 realms, we're not very good at communicating with each other, right? You saw all the initiatives that Ms. Kanupke put up there. There's so many A1 directorates in our HR personnel business, it is hard to keep up with. So we are all trying to be in that room, if that makes sense, to make sure that we can give you the information that you need to do your job to take care of your unit. Okay, so I can promise you we are trying our best every day, all day. And I'm a huge advocate for that. I jump up and down my eval 1.0. I was up there in A1H going, what is this? User perspective. You did not build it off of the H. I hear you, I got you. But training, that's where I come into play. That's where Chief Bowen comes into play, where we can be collaborative together, right? Our CPTPs match when it comes to CSS roles and responsibilities. But that's us talking. I also match through AS. Why? We're all part of the family. We have to have the same language all the way across the board. I don't care what flavor you are in that community support staff. Right, so just bear with us. If you have ideas, constructive ideas, right? I don't need just complaining. We can all complain. What's the solution? What ideas do you have? Because I'm telling you, we're listening. I can tell you I listen. So if you have ideas, please hit me up on Teams. I don't care whether you're guard, reserve, active duty. Hit me up. Hit me up an email. Because this is how we get better. We don't know what we don't know. So by you telling us and us hearing it, sometimes it is for the first time. But we do appreciate it. But just bear with us. Like, training hundreds of thousands of people is a big deal, right? And it takes a lot of effort to go into that. But we are trying. We just have to do it. We're biting this elephant, one piece at a time. Because it is massive. But again, it starts with the CSS, and that's where it's going to begin. So that's all I want to say. I know she's frustrated, and we all are, right? But thank you. And we will get training out. We are working on it in collaboration with AFPC. Okay, they are just a piece of training.
Can I please ask my question of this down for 20 minutes?
Yes, she's coming towards you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm running to cut you guys. The first question I have is, Chief, can I get your name again for everybody who's on the Chief's name? Chief, can you say your name again for us?
Sandra Robbins. Two B's.
Her name is Chief Amber Robbins.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. Sorry, I had something else to ask for me. The second question that I have is for my dad. So for match comps, those of us that are post match comp, but if you're attending a meeting at that post match comp, the match comp doesn't show up on my eval for that member's record, how do we change that or how do we fix that?
Ma'am, so that for those issues, that will have to go through your HR DSA because they're the ones that, align the passcodes, and assign, that approval authority passcode as well. So they make that tree when it comes to passcodes, for, decorations. So you have to deal with them to make sure that, it's properly aligned the way that you guys need it to go so that your nominations are being approved and routed through the correct unit.
Okay, thank you so much. And then the second question was just clarification of the males moving to my FSS. Is that something in the works for the 2024 or something that's going to start flowing through this year? And if, once again, training will be provided on that?
Yes, ma'am. The only guidance that we were provided was that, like I said in my brief, that it's likely to start with the staff sergeant, so that would be next year, 2024. So of course, with the, any new applications or how we, there will be training on that. Again, I'm going to say the process, much like my info, it's pretty, user friendly. So I look forward to that. Again, coming from the NPF, having to use, that database, I'm excited about, the microprocess suite.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Chief. All right, so we're going to have to wrap up. Have any questions? Contact with the POCs, either during break or lunchtime or tonight. But you know there's no cash in the room, so awesome. Sergeant, can you come up and just really quick speak on the lunch portion? Or the lunch, where we eat lunch?
Among other things, in the sustainment and transition division, we do my gas, my evals, my retirements, we do ID cards, scopage, person assistance. I mean, a large list of things you do that have direct connections to your FSS. So thanks for the opportunity to say hi to the CSS students out there. I think it's really important what you guys are all getting together to do right now. Every time we come to work here at AFPC, we're really kind of thinking about ways we can empower you guys to be more effective at your job and really add value with your command teams out there, with the HR advisors in the field, and to take care of the young guardians who serve. The solutions you guys are going to bring forward today is really going to impact our way forward. So we're bringing the concept of your critical managers. We're kind of working through what the CSS and the NPL of the future look like. I've had conversations and say, hey, can we just let the commander sign and then he goes to the record and we talk about the pros and cons of some of these. Because we know that if we ask the NPL to QC 5,000 things, they'll do their best, but we start to wonder, man, are we really adding value? And so those are kind of the things we think about as I come to work each day, and we think about improving my enterprise. So I do want to get a little more specific before the first sergeant comes on stage. I know hearing from the first sergeant is going to be much more beneficial than hearing what I got to say, so I want to get out of the way quickly. But my deck is absolutely making declarations, and we absolutely need to replace this platform. So it's absolutely working, and we absolutely need to replace it. So that's kind of like saying I need to buy a new car, but the car I have is getting me back and forth to work each day. And so at some point we got to make a decision. We've made a decision to replace it, but we're absolutely going to keep my decks working. It made 20,000 declarations in the last month. It's made 166,000 declarations to date since last April, and the amount it's making per month has actually gone up as we move to the right. And that's partly because of the PCS season, but a lot of that has been as a result of the upgrades we've given to it the last spring. I did want to adjust some of the feedback I got. So we do know you have to go to your MPF if you get a declaration stuck. That MPF technician, HR technician role is at the MPF level, and that's just a product of we did the best we can to get the permissions down to the local level and out of AFPC, so you don't have to come for us for a ticket. And it was also a product of they had a certain IT role that were able to give them buttons to and quickly give them the access to do that. Ideally, we get to a place where you can ad hoc the difference of this deprivation and it doesn't break. But right now, if you ad hoc it more than twice, it breaks and the MPF will reset it. So I know that's not where we want to be. It's a slightly improving instead of having to come to AFPC to reset it. But for now, I'm just going to ask you to not ad hoc it more than twice and try to tighten the chain you're passing that thing around. So again, it's working. We'll be absolutely going to replace it. So that leads me to kind of a resource challenge, right? So I know there's people that say, hey, I need to remove all these things in my decks. And then I'm like, over here, I have to replace my decks. We're putting the resources into replacing my decks based on the fact that it is getting back and forth for each deck. So I did drop up some resources for you guys. I know there was a question about reports. There's a very easy to follow video on how to make a report unique to you. In my email, we were able to create a very standard template report, so you don't have to create your own unique report. You've got to ask you to kind of meet you midway there. As we build up the new MyDex, we're going to absolutely get you a report, kind of like we did in my email. So, but I can follow that video, and I can follow that video, and I know you guys can follow that video, because you're way more tech savvy than me on how to make a report for your unit, your passcode, the things that you are absolutely interested in. So let me give you a sneak peek of where we're going with my decks. So you don't deserve to overhaul my decks, you would deserve a complete replacement. And so just like my eval where we completely replace it, we are completely replacing my decks. Here's where we are, we started over. We hosted a CPI event of CSS, MPF, and operational airmen that do not wear HR badges, and we brought them into AFPC for a week, and he said, we need the policy and the processes that you need to get evaluations done. And so they gave us our marching orders, and they outbriefed Lieutenant General Miller, the 3-star, and they said, this is what we need. And so we're taking those marching orders and we're moving out. We hope to deliver you, again, we're not going fast anymore, we're delivering quality. So we hope to deliver you a line deck this winter that keeps the marching orders that those airmen and guardians gave us in that CPI event in mind. So that's where we are. That kind of concludes what I have to say today. Again, I'll drop some resources into the chats. And those of you in the live audience, obviously, we'll find a way to get those to you. Just in case you're like, how do I make a report? We got that for you. So, that's all I have for today. I'm looking at the chat, and I do not see questions or input. Master Sergeant OP, what do you got for me? I hear you're good, sir. All right.
Thank you, Colonel Mountcastle. We appreciate it. Did everyone have a good lunch? Okay, that's your 18 cards. What's your listening? So this time we're going to welcome Master Sergeant Sarah Borges. She is the first sergeant from 42nd Security Forces.
Thank you, ma'am. No, but usually I'd be the one that's like, hey, can you hear me? But everybody's like, no, we can't hear you. So I'll just kind of do this. Can you guys hear me from here?
That's not on.
Oh, that's not on.
They won't hear you on mine.
Okay. Okay, cool. Can you guys hear me now? Ooh. Yeah? Okay, cool. Hey, all right, cool. Well, thank you guys for having me here. Like I said, I'm Sarah Borges. I'm the first sergeant over at Security Forces. I have been doing this shirt gig actually for 1 year. On 5 July, I'm going to hit my mark. So I'll tell you what, I can't even count the amount of times that I went to my students in my first year. They were probably like, shirt guy here. I don't know what you're doing. So I'm a last minute fill-in, right? The other shirt who was going to come had some other things. So at about 10 o'clock this morning, they said, hey, can you go and inspire all these CSS personnel who are coming in for this conference? And I'm like, what? Okay. So I'm trying to like rack my brain, okay, what am I going to think of? And even on my drive over here, I'm like, God, what am I going to say to all these people that are just working hard, they're doing their thing every day, and literally without you guys, you probably hear this all the time, you're like, whatever. The squadron would not run. The group would not run. Wherever you're sitting, it wouldn't move a muscle. So I'm trying to think, all right, what am I going to talk to these guys about? So I got here about 15 minutes early. The room was empty. I liked it better that way. You guys are an intimidating crew, but that's all right. I was sitting over in my chair over here, and I'm like, okay, what am I going to say? Think of something quick, And I saw your team over here running back and forth, getting the papers, getting the admin stuff working, making sure the slides are up, making sure the comms work, and I was like, that's it. That's what the CSS does, is they make sure that all the things on the back end that you guys, CSS, but today you're the customer, you guys don't even know that any of that's happening in the background to make it happen, to make this conference happen, to make our squadrons run, our groups run, et cetera, et cetera. So what you guys don't know is exactly what you're doing, okay? So during my time filling in also as an undershirt, but as a first sergeant, like I said, I go to the CSS every single day, multiple times a day, and I'm like, help me. So some of the most awesome things that I can pass on to you guys is communication, right? I know we all harp on it every single day, but it doesn't always get done. But for our CSSs, we have to have that constant communication back and forth between the commander, the chief, the first sergeant, and that S1, for those of you who have worked with security forces, our CSS is an S1. So that constant communication back and forth, what's the loss roster looking like? Who's our gains? Who's our promotions? What's all that? Because we're not thinking about that stuff on a day-to-day basis. We're just jobbing, we're getting the mission done, and we're moving forward. So you guys in the background, pulling those reports and stopping us and saying, hey, you guys got promotions this month. Let's go. Like, let's rally the troops, let's put on a commander's call, and let's get this going. We absolutely need that from you guys. Initiative, I kind of heard them talk a little bit, talking about the my decks and everything, and I'm sure you guys get so much grief in your units. You just tell them to back the heck off. Tell them, I don't got the answer now, but we're working on it. But initiative, when problems come to the units, and it comes to the CSS, and they're looking at you guys for help, or looking at you guys for things to do, take that initiative. Don't wait on somebody to say, hey, we really need to get a new process for this. Let's start thinking about it. Let's set up a CPI or whatever it is. If you know what the answer is, and you're ready to rock and roll, implement it. See what happens. What's the worst case? All right, it didn't work so good, let's make a couple tweaks and let's move forward from that. But I promise you, your units will appreciate you, especially your commanders, chiefs, and first sergeants. They will appreciate the initiative that you guys are taking to get in there and get after making things better. Discretion. That's another thing that we don't really think about when we're looking at our CSS functions. You guys are in charge of a lot of sensitive information. And it's important that you realize that. You know, I'm sure you're seeing all sorts of people's PIFs, people's UIFs, control rosters. In the security forces world, we have our do not arm list, Army and Force meetings. That's some serious stuff. These are people's lives. And you guys are the one handling that information and ensuring it stays secret and it stays confidential so that that's not leaking out. You're also making sure that their careers are being impacted as less as possible. Make sure that paperwork is filed, knowing when those due dates are coming up. Like I said, I went to my CSS a lot. My first UIF control roster, I was like, I don't know how to fill out these forms. What is this, 1058, 1137? I'm like trying to go through the things. I'm researching. I spent like 2 days on this. And I walk in my CSS feed and I'm like, okay, do you guys know anything about this by chance? And my CSS said, oh yeah, I filled that out for you. And I'm like, well I did know that. So just know your guys' job makes a huge difference in all those people up there. And last, I'm sure you guys hear this a lot, but you are the face of our squadrons. So every single time somebody in processes, they get that first feel of how our unit is going to run by you guys. So if you guys are in there with a positive attitude, you're making sure things are taken care of, you're welcoming, you're doing that initiative, you're starting that communication, that's what people are going to remember. They're stepping off foot first, and they're expecting that from you guys, and we truly appreciate it. So, I think that concludes my inspiration. Hopefully somebody's feeling something. But do you guys have any questions? Again, that was maybe minor from the first sergeant perspective, but at the end of the day, you know, I worked with CSS before when I was a staff sergeant, so we all kind of know how things run in there, but we just don't see the background of it. Does anybody have anything for me? Any questions or comments or anything specific they were looking for? Nothing?
All right. So this time we're going to welcome our next briefer, Master Sergeant Shannon Wilson, and she'll be briefing us on program reviews and staff. So, Master Sergeant Wilson, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all you good people. I am Master Siobhan Wilson, but I'll take Shannon too. It begins with an S. So today I am also similar like the first sergeant, stepping right in here, jumping in and going some information with you all, talking about CSS programs and staffs. Next slide. Okay. So, well, I am before I get right into the agenda, I'm the 3 and 5 wing functional manager for the 931st at McConnell in the reserve component. Reservists out there. All right, that was some good representation. So, with all the components, one thing I can say that remains consistent, and that is inspections. That has not changed. So So unfortunately, it's not just for active duty or for gas, as we say, it is also for the guard and for the reserve. So some of the agenda we're going to talk about today are Air Force inspection system, types of inspections, management or types, self-assessment tools and timelines, MICT, go through the methods of that, frequency of an MICT or self-assessment inspection, staff assistance visits, and the purpose and the frequency. Now, I'm sure there's a portion of you in here that remember. So, who in here does not know what MICT or SAC is? Who does not know? I see it. Don't be afraid to raise your hand. This is opportunity. So, okay, I see about 7 hands. Go up and everything like that. So, there's a portion of you here that have been around for a while that remember. When we used to do inspections, there was no such thing as anything electronic. You would put together, what, 10, 12, 15 continuity binders, lay them all out, they would come in and inspect, everything had to look top-notch, super shiny, perfect. We don't have error issues, we have no problems, everything is great. So, that's the way it was at early 2000s. Things have changed. Now we've gotten a lot more real. Now we have, hey, how are we going to get this area well? How are we going to get better in this area? Hey, we've identified X, Y, and Z, and this is what we are doing. So, next slide. Am I going to get it? That's the clicker for me? Thank you very much. Okay. Maybe a little boring for you to see, so I'll just talk it out just a little bit. So, the 4 types of inspections. You have management inspections, that's more dealing with HAB, NASCOM, number of Air Force, FOAs, and DRUs, direct reporting units, and field operating units. Unit effectiveness inspections, they're risk-based, they're sampling, and they're doing the functional defined requirements. So that's at that level. Moving on from there, you have commander's inspection program, and that's the commander's intent. Those are bylaw requirements, and that's happening also at your units and your wing programs. And then you have unit self-assessment program. So we're talking about this in 4 tiers here. You got all the way to number there for 10 quarters. Okay, this is the order, this is the policy, this is regulation, this is how we, at minimum, what we want you guys to be doing. When we come and visit you, or when we're putting up and looking at your MICT, this is what we're expecting to see. At that unit, now you're talking about your wing, functionals, whatever the risks are within your units. In that area, commander's inspection program. And it's going to be good when we get into the next slide, because when we're talking about that commander's inspection program, even though you all may be at the same base, for example, in my unit, we are a wing, we have different groups, as we all know, but just because we're all under the same wing, don't mean we have the same areas that are most important, that seem to strike us that we need improvement that we're working on here. So your commander could have a couple specific areas saying, hey, I want to see data in these areas. I want to see analysis here. I want to know what we're doing. What does this look like? I haven't heard about this, or I'm hearing about this, and this is something that I want to do. And then the self-assessment program. This is something that belongs, whether you are considered the SHME, the NCOIC, or you're assisted, you can always do a self-assessment. Okay, there we are. Okay, so setting the stage for assessments. First thing looking at, identifying processes needed. First, when you're doing that, what programs do you need the CSS to cover? We can look at everything. Of course, you know, one of the big important topics we have here is this new push, our My Eval, our My Dex, our My FSS. But remember, hey, incubator phase, you crawl first, then you start picking up on things, you become a toddler, you walk around, you're running, you're in everything, and then you get to a point where you're running and getting on track. So I'm saying that to say we have all these levels that are going to be taking place with it. And what our current process is in place. So what is it that we know we need to be doing? What is it that we need? Where are we having areas that we need to be reviewing every week or every other day? And then along with that, what are we currently looking at? Like, can we spend less time here? Always making sure this is great, and then this area is here. You know how you see people that go to the gym and they're working out, they work up the body, and they got this like super huge chest and their chicken legs, and some like vice versa, you know, they work out a lot, and always with lower body and upper body is like 5 push-ups and like, you know. This is the area you want to balance out. You want to balance it out here. If you're looking at it, What is it that we need and what is it that we're doing? This is gonna help you develop that assessment of how you need to evaluate your units. And if the program is not administered within the organization, why? So just because your unit may not be giving attention to a certain program, it doesn't mean that it's not required or needed. It just means that there hasn't been much focus on it, okay? And here, I want to also talk about waivers. So the form for submitting a waiver is the -679 waiver requested approval. Now the thing is, okay, I can do a waiver, so how can I do this waiver? What am I even doing with this waiver? How do I even know if I need a waiver? This waiver is to help ensure and enhance the health of your unit. So say there's something that's been required at this level and it's saying, hey, but we're not able to carry it out in this way, et cetera, et cetera. We need to do a waiver saying, hey, this is what we need to do. And that waiver sent up. And it is broken down into the tiers. When you look at the publication, you got tier 0 through tier 3. And those variations there determine at what level. So you have will, shall, and there's another one. I'm not looking at it right there. But after those, yes, it has, after the will and shall, in that publication, it says T0 or T1 or T2 or T3. That is determinant that's going to let you know, saying, hey, okay, this is where I need to submit that waiver. This is what's going to happen with that. And here, it's just in bold. I don't know if you can see that good with it being highlighted in blue like that. But tier 0, requirement external to the DAF, request for waivers sent through the command to headquarters. Tier 1, MATCHCOM or equivalent. Tier 2, MATCHCOM to the FLDCOM, CC or equivalent, and going on to Wing and Delta and Garrison units. Okay? So self-assessment requirements. One of the number one thing is, do not wait until it is time for an inspection to prepare your continuum. Who does that? Raise your hand. No, I'm just playing. I know you're not going to raise your hand, but I'm just saying, you all know how it is when you got some staff coming to your base or some of the units going to be walking around, you have to change your command, someone new's coming through, you lining everything up, making it look, hey, yeah, this is what we do, this is our roster, we had this roster for like 5 years. You know, and you just went in and did a big backlog to get it all filled in. So one of the things is you just try to stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And you want reality, okay? Unit inspection preparation is inherently wasteful. You spend more time, additional hours, the day-to-day things that you could be doing. Set yourselves a timeline within your unit saying, hey, these are the things we always know we want to assess. You and the team, your CSS team, you guys sit down and you talk about it. Okay, these are all of our needs. These are our programs. This is what's being looked at. All right, how do we want to incorporate this into our daily checklist? Say you have a suspense log for the month. At this time of the month, we'll always look at this. At this time of the year, we'll always look at this. This should be taking place here, a centralized place where you all can share that information, update as needed, and work together. So looking at some self-assessment tools, management internal control tool set. For the 7 that weren't sure what the MICT was, that is what the acronym stands for. There's a guidance for that. MICT has self-assessment checklists. Those can be developed within your units. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna pull up here just a local unit checklist, basically saying, okay, if you're looking at it here, so if you got the guidance in your MICT, it has a certain level of questions, but there may be some additional things that you wanna assess. So say, for me as an example, as a functional, when I go out to the units, when I started going out, because I'm just newly coming back into this area, when I start going out to visit, there may be some additional things separate from what is in MIC that, hey, I just want to see that. How are you guys doing here? How is this feeling here? How is that? For the reservists, we know when we're dealing with UTAPs, and that's how we submit our members for their points and their pay. We want to make sure that is valid and looking correct. So it's very hard to see, but I'm just go through just 3 of them. Just to kind of highlight, oh, okay, what if we're not doing this? Like a very hot item. And I know this one seems simple, but it's like, okay, there's something out there. Does the unit commander ensure assigned service members have a current BRED? As simple as that is. Who does not have a BRED? That was very good. Nobody raised their hand. Who's BRED? Who updated their BRED within a year? Oh, warms my heart. Warms my heart. So,
doesn't matter until it matters. So we'll go through our checklist, making sure we're meeting all the other things, but when the unpleasant and the undesirable happens in your units and you have to deal with it, we were looking at it to see if we lost one of our members, did their BREP reflect the correct person? You know, we've seen, I know you all, some of you, not all, some may have seen it. You have a BREP and it reflects an ex-husband or ex-wife, and it wasn't supposed to, and now we have current wife or husband sitting there like this. Because the BREP wasn't updated. So I'm saying all that to say, everybody put that on your self-checklist. Put that on your checklist, you know, and it's funny, it's a little funny when you think about it, like, whoa, but when you're in a situation and you're that CSS providing what you have in SERS, it gets really real. Okay. Does the unit commander ensure assigned service members have a current SGLI and that their SOS is correct? So everybody knows we had all of those big, huge meetings with AFIPs, about AFIPs, what we were going to do. Oh my goodness, we're going to be, I know some of you joke, like, oh my God, we're going to be FM. We're going to be FM now, we're military pay. You know, you're going through all that and doing that. And then we put that to the side for a couple years and we're doing some, working on doing some other things while that's still getting worked. So for example, along with the other systems being updated, and I was just telling Sergeant Lyons, so let's talk about SGLI. So you would think, remember, that should like change it to 500K. It's like, all right, and if you do nothing, it's automatically 500K, but if you don't want it to be that, going to make a change. And I'm just using some real life events of why we need to do this. So, not granted, had I been checking my SGLI every single month? The answer is no. Should I? Yes. Make sure that it's coming out, my LES, every month. In the unfortunate event that something happens to me, will my husband and sons be taken care of? So I happen to go and look and I see nothing. I see that I have no SGLI this past March, April. So I go down to finance and bill pay and I'm looking, I'm like, hey, can you look and tell me what's going on? I'm not sure. What is this? And she looks and she says, oh, it looks like it's been terminated. Now, I hadn't gone in the system and done anything, but remember, we have a lot of system changes, and with that comes a lot of second, third, fourth, fifth order effects. So if I had not checked that, and something had happened, what would we have done? Then the CSS you all would be there, part of that team, assisting in some way, trying to figure that out. And of course, we got it, so somewhere in the system, it had terminated it up at, she said at headquarters level. And had put me under a, passcode that I didn't even know. We didn't even know what that passcode was. But it does happen. Did anybody physically put that entry in? No. But as we're going through the system changes, we need to make sure that these things are correct. So add that to your checklist. Just one at the top that's really unit specific up here. Oh yeah, one that you all know. Do unit commanders direct adhere to the policies and procedures for awards and what is it? Memorialization program. Some of you may deal with that more than others, depending on where you're located. This inspection here comes from a joint base, so they're dealing with a lot of that. Oh, yeah. Next slide. Oh, go back to that last slide. I'm sure. Don't miss anything. Okay, thank you. So we talked about that. It says PSDG guide. And it's letting you know right there where you can look at a self-assessment. I understand, I know it's exaggeration, and it can get overwhelming, but when you look at it, you got a certain amount of people, and each person has 5 things that you're helping to work with them on. It can be like that, so take the time. Don't set aside time to do that assessment on yourself, with your units, with your fellow CSS, because CSS inspires CSS. Take that time to do that with each other. Even though you get so busy, you have other meetings and things will say, hey, we're going to close the door. You got to get approval to shut that down. We're going to close the door and say, hey, we're going to take an hour and a half and we're going to sit here and we're going to talk about what are we looking at? Are we all on the same page when we're assessing so we don't have to create double work or more work or now things are unnecessary. Okay. So, SAS. Who in here has the fact that who has never had a SAS? Oh my gosh. Okay. It's good that was very minimal. that fixed. So SABs should be conducted. What is the purpose of it? It's to improve relationships between the field and headquarters. That's really what it is. Hey, this is what we're doing, guys. Thank you for what you're giving us. Thank you for what you're providing. Thank you for working everything that you're working up there, trying to get us guidance down, to distribute out and disseminate. This is what we're going to do at this level. And this is how we're going to evaluate it based on what you guys are giving us. Provide hands-on expertise to improve operations. And reinforce existing training. Engage developmental needs of assigned CSS staff. So, yes, purpose of a SAB, going around visiting. Hey, this is that. When my 3F5s, being in the reserve, when my 3F5, they're not there every day. Okay, I see them 1 week in a month and 15 days a year, maybe. Because all 15 days I'm spent at the local unit. You're encouraged to get out there and benchmark and go to other places and spend time with other reserve units. But when I do get a 3F5 and I try to spend some time with them, let's just talk about where you are. Even though you just come from tech school or you're coming from another location, because your mission could have been different. And you could have been doing some different things. And this is just some general information I want to talk to you that we're doing here. And this is what's going on. And then I can assess, and you can assess with each other what your needs are. This is what I'm needing. And that's why we're here. Just the fact that this is double what it was last year is evident that there is a need, that we need each other. We need each other's information and knowledge. Problem solving, improving communications. Sometimes that staff just gets you to talking, gets each other to talking to each other, understand the intent of higher headquarters policy. So sometimes it's to help reinforce that. And then sometimes we all need a reminder of our warrior ethos, is how what we do impacts that mission and how that goes together. Identify potential resource constraints and develop accurate guidance policies. So sometimes if you never even really assess and sit down and visit and talk about it, you don't even know what you need. Hey, we're over here, but we don't have X, Y, and Z, or we're working over here we're working in the mechanical, we're like a little storage room. Like, we need better space. We need all these things. So we have some of at my wing, we have some CSSs that they're all in there together the full time. They're all sitting in office together. And then when they come for that UTA, those who don't know, it's a unit training assembly, which is that 1 week in a month, then they disperse out into their squadrons when they're not at the group. So it gives them an opportunity to do that, and that works out good for them, but they have to have the space to do that. And enforce compliance with personnel programs. So, enforcing that. So timelines and checklists to be used. Every 24 months of any CSS service by the NPF, evaluate the status of that training and compliance with personnel programs. Okay, but again, like I said, you can do a self-assessment at any time. Do not wait for that quarter, month, year, 2 years to get it together. A periodic SAB on GSU serviced by the NPF. Okay, GSUs, geographically separated units. Who in here is part of a GSU? Oh, GSUs in the house. How do y'all feel? Do you feel good where you at, or you feel like, I feel like I'm really out there? Lonely? It feels lonely a little bit. Yeah, I know. So part of the reserve, you have traditional reservists. I mean, you got them all now, ADRs, you know, all that stuff. But then the main team, you got the traditional reserve, then you got the IMAs, individual mobilized augmentee, you know, it's called IMOs. You know, because they don't report to a weekend duty per se. They can do like everything they need for the whole year in 60 days. And then you don't see them for a whole other year. It works. It works for them. It depends on what it is. Some of them own businesses and companies. They're out doing things and stuff like that. Doing good things for the community. Okay, so SAB there at GSU is very important. Very important. You guys can request that. Okay, if you're at an IMA unit, and I know I'm saying this, but the reason I have to make sure I hit all the components, you know, get with your detachments. Saying, hey, I need some people to come out. I know I can go visit others, but I need you guys to come out and visit. Okay. Checklist in the CSS, PSDG, table F2. Very helpful. So you can pull that out. We won't pull it up here for the sake of time. NPS will not conduct SAF to evaluate non-personnel programs. Okay? When you go out, NPS are savvy. When you're visiting, we're only looking at the programs that we manage, that we answer for as a SHMEEP, period. Okay? We're not out there like looking at your flags and see how they're looking. You guys are out there looking at evals, promotions, discharges, demotions, talk about all the other exciting things that there are. Recognition. Okay, MICT has self-assessment. SATS uses a tool to assist match times and base level units in assessing the health of their units. So that is pretty much the gist of what we're talking about when it comes to MICT, SAT, self-assessments. The health of your unit overall. Who had a SAB or went through an inspection recently and they spent some time with you just asking you, how are the relationships? How are your working relationships? Who's asking that? Anybody? One? And anybody else was two? Anybody else say, hey, how's working relationships in your units? Okay, so this is all part of being healthy. We want to make sure that we're doing what we can, that we're assessing ourselves, that we're meeting requirements as best as possible, and if not, why, and this is why we know why, and this is our goal to correct it. All of that information is also listed and identified in the MICT. And contact information here. So I'll just talk to that really quick. As y'all know, as I said to some of you, I was a fill-in as of this morning for this brief. So one of the people that you can also get information from, you can call, you can get with me and ask me questions, but she is the Section Chief for Manpower and Personnel Programs at Sergeant Burns, not able to be here today. And let me see, there's some resources up there.
4 minutes for questions.
4 minutes for questions. Oops. There's some resources up there. That's it. Questions? Any questions when it comes to SATs, MICT, SAVs in your units?
There's a question in the back.
Hi, Neil. Hi. Sergeant Menace Walsh from Archer Reserve Base.
Yes.
My question is actually about one of the items in the MICT checklist.
Okay.
Specifically the CSS additional duties.
Okay.
There was a memo that came out in 2016 listing all the additional duties that us, the CSS, are supposed to be doing. 2016 is about what, like 7 years ago, and we all know that change is inevitable. I was wondering if there's been more recent study regarding if these additional duties falling under the CSS is actually effective.
That's a good question. Yes, there is a new PSDG out. Have you been able to look at that one?
Yes, but I mean, they're pretty much listed, like all the additional duties from the memo and the same.
Yes. Thank you, Chief. I was going to say, that's like a little above me. I wonder what you got. What's brewing, sir? What's brewing?
I was trying to put you on the spot like I always am on the spot. So if all of you remember who were here last year, I was talking about the study that they were going to do for the additional duties to the what is it, Air Force Audit Agency. They finally completed that, and guess what? They found exactly what I told them they're going to find. They're all doing the additional duties you shouldn't be doing. They're also augmenting staff with people within the squadron still doing what they're supposed to be. So right now they're going through the phases of what they're going to do to fix that. Know that SAF MR, I'm trying to remember because there's MR and MG. They know that there's issues out there, so they're going to go through and scrub all the FIs to see what additional duties have been added back that aren't supposed to be there. You know, like records professional, you're not a records manager anymore. They meant the intent of it, but you're a records professional now. CSA type duties, stuff of that nature, they're going to go through there, and eventually there's going to be a letter that's going to come out from the A1, possibly from the SECAF again, that says that these duties were eliminated, and then we're going to go back to square one where they're going to get eliminated, but then there's going to be a plan in place to make sure they don't try to get them back into the AFI like they did in the past. So that answers the question. I took you off the spot now. So, but if you have any questions on that, that report was very long and very substantial. They found a lot of other things as well. So if you have any questions on that, you can ask me that. Not during this because it'll take me forever to talk about it, but after the fact, you can just ask me that.
That's good to know. Good information. So, upcoming. Any other questions? Don't hesitate. Oh, I see one in the middle. Yeah, in the middle. You got 1 minute. One strong minute.
All right, I'll be quick. Kathy Davis from Hickam. It's actually less of a question and more of just kind of a commentary about fitness, which is another big program I think most of us also manage. And there is a MCT checklist for that, but because fitness is separate from the MPF, that is going to be a staff that your fitness assessment cell should also be conducting. And if they're not, you should be plugged in with your fitness team. If you're a UFAC, so a unit fitness assessment cell, we recently made the transition. It's kind of like the Wild Wild West. And so I would just encourage you again to make sure your fitness program is up to snuff. We're really targeting our personnel programs here, but fitness is also highly inspectable and also a really important program.
Thank you. Did you say Hickam? So you said you were gonna be ground team for next year?
Yeah, we'll be there.
I thought I heard in the middle.
Good morning, everyone. My social company is Foxen and McDill. Quick question, is that PLCM guide, does it highlight what appointment letters are required? So like, we're just getting the CSS and we have like no appointment letter, continuity?
No, it does not. And you're talking about specifically how that appointment letter should look?
Just what programs require the appointment letter.
What appointment letters are required?
Like lead well, like we lead well monitor to like what programs actually require appointment letters.
Okay, it is not in the PSDG. I'm glad you brought that up. But I know what I did is, because we have like, I know you guys know how innumerable additional duties are. I think we just recently went through ours and it was like, it might have been like 50. By the time I went through looking at it, like 50 additional duties by the time we trying to divvy them out with each other. But I had got with our inspection team just to look at all of the areas that they require to have something on, and that's what I went off of. We already had something existent, but I did go off of that, saying, hey, okay, hey, to our team up there, what do you have? What is everything that you guys are looking at just in one program that we needed to highlight, and we were able to pull out what we know we needed to manage, and that's how we built it for that reason.
All right, so we have to wrap this up.
Chief.
We'll let Chief talk.
Thank you. So that PSDG is actually reviewed annually. I just got done reviewing it. One thing I did miss, again, not collaborating with my 3 out of 5 brothers sitting here, which we will do more of in the future. But that's actually a very good idea because that's not the first time I've heard that with disregard to appointment letters. So, of course, all that's derived from the NPF, right? So AFIs drive that, so that's where everyone is required to look. So that's based off of the MCT checklists out there should have all of those identifiable questions to see if the commander has appointed, say, leave or whatever. So, but I will take that back as maybe a possible consideration for future, just to kind of help out with those in the CSS, because that's actually a really good idea. So.
That's a good question. Thank you for asking.
All right. Thank you, Senator Wilson. At this time, we'll take another 10-minute break. Please be back at 13:58.
been coached before, and not in a sports team, as in like a life coach? Yeah? Really? It's awesome. So our next speaker, he is going to be talking about creating a coaching culture. So if we can please welcome Senior Master Sergeant Winsome Cully.
I'm gonna wait till everybody starts coming back in. You did that on purpose.
I did it earlier.
All right, so as you guys get your seats, I'm gonna show you the video, so I'm gonna give you guys a couple of seconds to get back in. How's everybody doing? I like to start off real low and calm. And before I say anything, I wouldn't be here if I didn't make a promise to this lady right here about a year and a half ago. Before we get started, I've been around 25 years as a personnelist. Let's go. I left the game and retired, and I was 10 days away from retirement, official retirement day, no lie. And I got picked up for Senior Master Sergeant. Got him! So here I am, and just to give you a quick back brief before you see the slide, I don't like bios when it comes to slides, because the slide will tell you what you do, but the slide will not tell you who you are. Does that make sense? So that slide's gonna tell you what I do and the things that I've been blessed with within the Air Force. This lady right here, I'm bragging you for a second. She read my bio, my website, my Facebook, talked to my chief, before she made a decision to allow me to become a development advisor. And because of her, Team Kadena is doing some amazing things. So please give it up for our career field manager. All right, so as they come in, I'll play this video real quick for you guys. If it plays, you guys might need to help me out over there on something.
What is that all about? Walk through, literally learn, see, get.
The whole point now is just to bring back the importance of wanting the only goal being close to certain environments. Coaching lasts, you lead people to answering their own questions, to solving their own problems.
These 3 hours for you, and you to discover what coaching is all about.
I couldn't recommend Dr. J.R. Flower to Rose Leadership enough.
Hey everybody, welcome. I'm J.R. Flower. I'm so excited to have you here for this Learn, See, and Give coaching session. I'm the chairman and the chief learning officer for Flower Incorporated. How is it different? How is it different from mentor? How is it different from therapy? What's a coaching question? What is a powerful coaching question? And the difference between a formal style of coaching and coaching as a style of leadership. So how will you be different when you're done? You're going to walk away with a greater understanding of what this coaching thing is all about. You're able to go back to workplaces and share the information you learn. You're going to also be changed as leaders and as people. You're going to listen differently. You're going to ask questions differently. You're going to engage differently. With that, I'll welcome you again. Thank you for being here. Pass you over to the facilitator. Have a great session.
Hi everybody, my name is Lauren Palauti and I'm the head of growth for Two Roads Leadership. I am based in Sydney, Australia, and I'd like to hand it over to our good friend and graduate, Winsome Cully, who is going to be running the seminar today to help you all learn, see, and give the gift of coaching. Introducing 2RL expert coach Cully.
As you said earlier, remember, this is what I do, this is not who I am. Some of the things that I've been blessed to be able to do while at Kadena right now I'm the currently development advisor to Team Kadena. One or two, my brother Joe Gross, he's watching right now, probably waking up early to see this. I'm also a radio show host. I have my own show there in Okinawa, and I'm also on the AFN featured every month. The show is called You Win Some, You Lose Some, based on my front name, Don't Clown, right? Professional leadership coach, I'm blessed to be able to do that. The wing lead master resiliency trainer. So when I tell you people are my business, I will stop time for you. Raise your hand at the station academy. They didn't pay no money. Now, never mind. All right, let's go. Right? I will. Back here. You can't hear me? I'm coming back to you. Don't worry about it. Let's do it this way. So can you guys hear me now? Yeah. All right. I don't want to use the mic again. There's reasons for that. All right. Build it up to it. So I am also master resiliency trainer for the base. There's two of them.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but people online can't hear you, so you will need to wear the mic. I'm sorry.
Yes, Lex don't need it. Trying to coach me into the mic.
Thanks for being cooperative.
No problem. Glad y'all got the seat for him. All right, can y'all hear me better now? Yeah. This is so mean. Senior Master Sergeant Winston Cully, I'm going to tell you all I'm going to build up to the mic. So, you guys are the after lunch crowd. If you guys have ever taught or facilitated, what does that normally mean? Say it again. Somebody say it loud. Hi, boss. Tired. On the other side, I walked up, I saw some people standing remotely in the back. The dude was sitting in like this. I walked by with a chair, bumped him up. Right? So let me tell you something. I am a very animated character, and I want this hour and a half to be something that you take away with you. I don't care what happened this morning. That's on personnel and admin. Just kidding. All real talk aside, I want you to get a walk away no matter what you decide to do with your career. If you want to stay in, if you want to get out, whatever you decide to do, I want you to know what exists out there. As you can see on this slide, my tagline on there is educate, encourage, and inspire. The first day that I have you right now, I'm going to educate you on what professional coaching is. Is that fair? Tomorrow we're going to talk to my career field. 3F0, we're going to talk about some information to encourage you. Goal setting. And then on Friday, I get you guys all back in here, and I'm going to inspire you. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the SPIRE model for growth. What SPIRE is a little bit different. You guys are used to hearing about the 4 pillars, right? Yeah, everybody knows what those are, right? Doing it back to sleep. He knows what that is. Watch this. 4 pillars. Somebody give them to me. Man, give me one of them. Did somebody say fitness? I'm out. Physical, thank you. Give me another one. Mental, spiritual, physical, and social. 4 pillars, right? I'm going to break this down to you. It's going to be called the SPIRE model. Spiritual, physical, intellectual, relational, emotional. I'm going to tell you why all those things matter, because all those things make you, you. Notice I didn't say finance in there, right? That's situational. That'd be called SPIREs, right? The whole key to this is trying to make you a better version of you. All this stuff is going to teach you the programs. And I'm going to tell you, 25 years in the United States Air Force, I spent 16 of those years with my sister here some of those times in headquarters AFPC. 16 out of 25 years. I did 4 tours back to the center. So if you want to ask me about programs, I got you. I was part of that team that when the Air Force said we got to kick out 7,000 people. Remember they said first, we're going to kick out 7,000 people in 2 years. You guys remember that? How fast do we have to do it after that? Months. Within 6 months, we were already halfway through our goal. Within 1 year, we were at our goal. How many people do you think, we talk about FSS, CSS, and all the work we do, how many people do you think ran those 13 unprecedented Air Force programs for all 7,000 people, officers and enlisted? How many people? 4. 13 unprecedented programs the Air Force has never done before. We bought back terror, the 15-year retirement. Boy, I was a wholesaler. Bought it back, and we did it. But I'm going to tell you how we did it. We didn't do it because we had to. We didn't do it because we were always motivated to come into work every day. We did it because we had each other. And we got it done. I learned the power of people. Work with those ladies for those 2 years that we had to set up the program, handle the program, and then get rid of the programs. I met civilians that are friends forever, mentors forever. I have military members that are my sisters and brothers forever. So when you talk about programs, my goal is to remind everyone I come across that there are people managing every single one of them. Does that make sense? So I got 1 year left. I took my last PT test last week. That's why I'm walking funny. I got like 1 knee. Right? I did the shuttle run. Anybody know what that is? You see my kneecap in the Kenza gym. Just let me know. It's for the next hour and maybe 15 minutes now if to give me your attention. Is that fair? So I'm going to do something, so I'm turning the mic off. I do a little something with my groups. Every time I have one, and I'm going to say go. When I say go, do you guys know what I want you to do? Anybody been to one of my breaks before? No, don't go to sleep. Don't sleep, guys. Done. I want you to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, put the energy drinks down. Woo! Put the energy. We're going to test it. You ready? All right, when I say go. Some of y'all trying to wake up. Right? When I say go, let's test it. Go! Woo! Woo! I'm gonna give you a secret. Wait, I ain't about to float. I know y'all are ready for me to float, but you're only supposed to do it once, so I like it. I love how admin personnel fall record. Boom, boom, clap. 1, 2, 3. Y'all like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I love this group. So let me tell you something about you. Every one of you in this room are special, uniquely and wonderfully made. If anybody makes you feel anything less than that, come see me. Come see anybody in this front row. Because everyone in this room is special. What you bring to the fight is important. To every single, imagine how many units, look around you, are being represented right now. Does that make sense? So if you're not taking this opportunity before I jump into the slides to network, you're failing yourself. We got the entire Air Force right here. With the exception of Canadians, but they want to put that bill. All right, I'll tell them. They're going to get online like, what did you say? All right, so check this out. I want to tell you about Learn, See, and Give. I'm going to come back on stage, but before I do, I told you about me. I spent about 10 minutes. So can I give 10 minutes? Can you guys give me 10 minutes of your time? That's fair. Let's do this. So my friends at Trader's Warehouse sponsor my radio show. I love this team. We love asking questions in the coaching business. Anybody seen this before? So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to throw this ball over here to somebody on this side. You're going to stand up and tell everybody your name. Y'all with me? Yep. Let me turn back on because I know y'all flexing on me a little bit. All right, can y'all hear me? Boom, boom, clap. Boom, boom. All right. I'm going to say go. Go. Some of y'all still asleep. Only one time. Let's try it again. In F-Tag, they get it. I'm kidding. Watch this. Go. Woo. Let's do it again. Go. Go. You matter. Go. Where I go, you go for the next 10 minutes. Watch this. Go. Whoever catches it over here needs to stand up. Tell everybody your first name. So I'm going to tell you, on Mindfulness Friday, we're going to talk about why that's important. Tell everybody who you are, your first name, and what base you're from. Is that fair? I'm going to start with that lady with the nice smile right there, trying to look away when I threw the ball over there. Here you go. Nice catch. Right thumb. Right thumb, wherever it's at. Thank you, Mike guy. I'm about to put Mike lady. I'm about to have you in.
Good afternoon. Rachel from Keesler.
Now you got to answer the question. Oh yeah, with the ball, whatever. Look at your right thumb. Yeah. Got her. Let's go.
The age at which you became an adult.
Woo! When did you grow up? What year was that?
Still not.
Still not. I love this group. Man with the white sweater right there, you ready? Let's go, coming to you. Oh, somebody help her out, almost. That's why I didn't want the microphones to be moving. All right, man, go ahead, right thumb. Now, first of all, what's your name?
Sarah.
Everybody say hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Sarah, now tell us what your question is.
Something that you did that got you in trouble.
Ooh, Sarah. Hey, what was I in here? Hey, get out of here. All right, go ahead, Sarah. What you got?
Spend too much money?
I like it. Got your trouble? There we go. I want you to see how Sarah do that. I want you to see how Sarah is my friend. Sarah, thank you. I am 5'9" with stilts. Thank you, Sarah. Coming over here. My man over there talking like I didn't see him with the glasses. Got him. Let's go. Right thumb, right thumb. What's your name first? Miami. Wait, what is it? Miami. Miami? Everybody say hi, Miami. Some of y'all trying to figure out Miami or Miami. I saw you. Go ahead, bro. What you got?
One item on the bucket list.
One item on your bucket list. Give us one.
Travel overseas.
Travel overseas. Where you been your whole life?
Stateside.
That's I respect. You see how you do that? All right. Where's she at? You see how you do that? I'm kidding. All right, I'm about to level up on you. All right, I'm gonna level up. Because we're going to stick to talking about coaching and leadership, etc., right? So this is another one. This is a new one. I'm actually testing this one. So you guys are going to help me. Is that fair? Make sure you guys are with me. Go! Let's go. I'm going to test over here. Man with the black on. Coming to you with the right thumb. We're going to hit your name in it. Yeah, she's like, don't ask me. I'll stare right at you. All right, you ready? You guys help right as we get to it. Let's go. Right thumb, right thumb. Hi, Jessica.
Yes. Hi, homesteader for Z's in Florida. Okay.
She's I'm glad you like it. Let's go.
Okay, so I get to know my staff by doing small talk. I ask questions.
I like it. So you're doing a little coaching thing already. Get to know them a little bit, okay? I like that. Let's go.
Okay, sorry.
Let me see. He's trying to say, hey, I know you. Hey, man. Coming to you. Nice catch. Right thumb, please. We're going to do this one more time to the right side. I know that, but I didn't. What happened was.
Good morning again, everyone. My name is Gloria, coming from the Air Force Base Austin. And my question is I inspire creativity by...
How do you inspire creativity?
I guess sharing my own experiences and excitement about things and energetic about certain tasks, I guess.
So sharing your energy.
Sharing my energy.
Okay, I like that. Let's go. Back to you. Good to see you, lady. Long time. I got you. I trust you. See, you see how she did that? Just say. I'm coming over here. I'm going to someone's house. I saw you look up on your phone. It's over there. I come up to you. Yeah, you. Right over there. Yeah. You ready? Right thumb, please. Right thumb. And don't forget to tell her, hey, guys, when she says who she is.
Chantel from New Orleans. Go Guard. If I can't fulfill a promise, I don't make promises that I can't keep.
I want you to ask that question one more time since we're ending on this and watch that. What is it?
If I can't fulfill the promise,
I want you all to think about that. You think about how many promises we make people when as busy as we are throughout the day, we can't get to every single one of them. All the programs y'all got, all the additional duties you got, right? How do you recover from that? Back to me, man. Thank you so much. Guys, why is coaching important? So we're gonna talk about learn, seeing, and giving today, right? So I'm gonna teach you what coaching is. I'm gonna let you see a little examples while we got the table set up. I met some folks at the airport last night. Where's my friends from the airport? Where they at? Raise your hand. Yeah, they go! I know I talk to people, I'm friendly, right? Raise your hand again one more time. All right, so I need you to be my timer. You ready? That's it. I need you to be my coachee. Yes, ma'am. And where's the other one? I need you at the end to make sure I toss the ball around 3 more times. Is that fair? Especially the green one. I really want to test some of those questions over here. Those questions. How many of y'all heard some of those questions like, interesting. How many of you guys have had a feedback, a real thorough Air Force feedback in the last 6 months to a year? Real good. Raise your hand. It's okay. I'm proud of you. Not even half, 400 people raised their hands now. How many of you know what a feedback's supposed to look like? Raise your hand, please. I'm going to tell you why this is important. Thank you. Put your hands down. The feedback piece, we don't do it like we're supposed to. I'm going to tell you how I know. Because I get your airmen first. I get all 40 of the active duty airmen in that classroom for FTAC, and I get to meet them and talk to them. And then I see them 6 months later, 8 months later, and I ask the question, did you get a feedback? What's that, sir? Woo! What do you mean, what's that? And it's across curriculum. Don't get it twisted. I'm not talking about admin and personnel. This is Air Force. Some of those questions, somebody tell me, ma'am, right here, what is the importance of that feedback? You don't have to, please. Don't have to stand up. I'll repeat it for you. Okay? Expectations and how you're doing. Senior listen, give me some help with that one. Anybody? Man. So you also know what's expected of you. Expectation, see how you're doing, and what's expected of you. What's missing? I like it. You said grow. Right, what do you mean by that? Grow from that baseline, right? So I'm going to tell you what we missed. What is it? Barriers, right? Boundaries, right? Understand each other. Guys, what do we miss? Our airmen come in like this. Man, what you got? Our airmen come in like this. I'm going to show y'all a little trick that I've learned walking in the units and seeing the airmen first day, all sharp and crispy, right? Airman Snuffy reports as ordered. What do you think? And they type too. Sir, ma'am, Airman Snuffy reports as ordered. Nervous? Sweat off their head like this Alabama's humidity, right? What do we say? Say that again? Like we're in Wakanda, right? We don't do that then. What? What did we just do to that poor airman after 6, 8, sometimes a year of training? What did we just do? You, the program, that whole game was a lie. You see what I'm saying? It's on us. That's that first feedback when you walk in crispy. I love it when the airman come to the door, it's crispy, and they say, sir, nice office. Sir, Airman Snuffy reports order. Airman Snuffy. Woo! Where's she at? She was here, my teammate. I said, Belinda, when's the last time you did a sharp parade rest like this? And she'd be like, I don't do that, sir. Because you was in Wakanda too long. Anyway. Nice to meet you. And I'm going to tell you what that does. When you polish them up, when you add on to what the Air Force has already given them, hey, that's sharp. Woo! Hey, that's crispy. That's what I'm talking about. I wish you know more people did that. What does that do to their confidence? You start with something. They're fire. That's the airman you see in 6 months that wants to be sharp, living with an honor guard. You hear what I'm saying? But when you say, I don't do that, that's the airman looking for the club and the new commercials. Just kidding. Just kidding, it doesn't have to go that way. It doesn't have to. What I'm trying to tell you is we drive the direction of our people. And I'm going to tell you where we lose a lot of our airmen, a lot of our NCOs, a lot of our senior NCOs. We focus so much on what we do in the uniform. Whereas we're not sharing enough skills that we can take home with us. We're not sharing enough skills that we can take to our husbands, our wives, our kids. Imagine that when you leave the office, you're applying some of those same things. Your off-duty responsibilities. What coaching does, it allows you to ask those powerful questions. What are you doing for you? You can call a life coach, you can call a leadership coach, and I'm also an executive coach. Depends on what type of coaching we're doing. But for us to be successful moving forward, we can't do things the same way we used to. We have to adapt. We have to change. What coaches does is give us a different way to approach. Our young airmen, guess what they have? A lot of questions. Our young heroes, our kids, a lot of questions. They're growing, they're learning. So when you can fire those questions back, not necessarily giving them exactly what they need, but getting their brains going in a direction that actually lets them develop themselves. They're driving, not you. Let me see if this thing will work for me. Can you go to the next slide, please, sir? Next one, that's the backwards. Sorry. Next one, there we go. So what we're going to do today, we're going to learn about coaching, you're going to see it live, and you're going to hear it. Next slide, please. I need you all to do me a favor. I need you all to think of something right now in your life. Just like the slide says, that's a challenge for you. Because you're going to see me speak, and you're going to see me go up live with the young lady I met at the airport. We didn't practice this at all. But I want you to pair up with someone at the back end, and you're going to do it for us. So I need you to think of a challenge that you're facing in your life right now. Next slide, please. This thing is not working for you. Next slide. Let me try to connect it to this thing again. All right, there we go. The ICF. Dan, can you read that to me? Let me go ahead and do that. Go ahead. Y'all saw that, right? Okay. Go ahead.
International Coaching Federation, ICF definition. Partnering with clients in a thought-provoking and creative process that inspires them to maximize their personal and professional potential. The process of coaching often unlocks previously untapped sources of imagination, productivity, and leadership.
Thank you. Imagine the difference between the airman that wants all the answers from you and the airmen that you don't have to ask because they're being proactive and trying to find the answers to bring to you. Imagine your kids, instead of always coming to you asking how, they're going on YouTube and finding out step by step and then doing it, showing you what they tried and accomplished. Imagine that spouse that's trying to go, and then when she communicates it to you, she communicates it in a way that you're receiving it so you can have a full conversation and explore each other's goals, dreams, futures, opportunities, he or she. That's what coaching allows you to do. The ICF is the overall umbrella for our coaching company, 2RL and 2 Roads. And I'm going to tell you, why are you advertising this company? It's not because I get anything out of this, because they have the Air Force contract right now. That's the ones that are sending you guys through to become professional coaches, 6-month programs. A coaching culture grows leaders at every opportunity. So it's not just the airmen that come in, the rank you're supposed to be in, or whatever. No, it's every opportunity that you have, every conversation, every moment that they walk in and they want to speak to you. Higher ranking, lower ranking. This opening for a conversation that can help people expand their thought processes. Instead of being limited, staying in the lines, helps you think outside the box. You'd be surprised how creative each one of you are. Just want to talk about the Center of Professional and Personal Development. I'm going to get to that slide in a second. But one of the things that you guys probably just saw in your evaluation form is EQ. Watch this. Somebody tell me what that is. Ma'am, what's EQ? See, cheating. I'm going to go to somebody else. EQ? It's okay. EQ? It's okay. EQ? It's all right. EQ? It's all good. EQ? Let's go. EQ? I want y'all to see this. Y'all see this? Somebody over there raise your hand and tell me what EQ is, man. Emotion. Yeah, you over here cheating. She was texting, girl, it's emotional intelligence. Let me tell you something. If we don't know what EQ is, there's only evaluation form. How are we actually doing it? If we don't know what the paraphrase is, how do you know what we're supposed to be doing? You're getting graded on something you don't even know what it means. EQ, I teach it, emotional intelligence, self-awareness, self-regulation, social awareness, and social management. Let me tell you something, leaders, heroes, wives, husbands, if you don't know what emotional intelligence is, I guarantee you can start right now and build yourself up to be more self-aware as an individual, and everywhere you're trying to go, there's nothing that's going to stop you. Because once you get self-aware and you start understanding how to navigate people, you're limitless. But a lot of us don't even know what it means. Through changing perceptions, behaviors, and communicating and demonstrating, I'm going to show you that. Why do you need one? I told you the Air Force is changing. Leadership styles, we all got a little list of leadership styles, right? However, how you approach your airmen and talk to them is different. Airmen don't need you with, like in basic training with the knife, and we ain't even allowed to do that anymore. Remember, you can't get in their face, tell them what to do. They want you to connect with them. They want you to understand heroes, co-workers. The team I told you about, the 13 unprecedented programs, the reason why we made it happen is because we understood each other's strengths and weaknesses. Where one person was failing, we would pick up and we would communicate and try to make that stronger for them. And if you haven't fit, that's already EQ. I'm good at this. I'm focused on that. Hey, I know you're working on this. We got your back. We're going to help you take care of this. There's 4 programs and 3 people. We got to figure out how to divide the work. Let's do it. When you have those things, you're actually creating that culture. Fundamentals remain relatively consistent in leadership. People's expectations from their leaders is changing. They're not the same as they used to be. I've been around 25 years, so I wanted to keep up with what the world is doing. And when I left, all that time I told you, and I was dealing with companies and CEOs and looking for jobs, working at AFN, doing my skill bridge, all of these things I kept hearing over and over. Coaching, professional coaching, executive coaching, leadership coaching. Every successful person that you can think of right now, watch this. Name somebody you find successful in the United States or anywhere. Jay-Z, guarantee you have a coach. Oprah, got a coach. Elon Musk had a coach. I guarantee you, every successful person you can think of is being coached by someone. Maybe not Elon Musk on what he's good at, but I guarantee you where his weaknesses are, he's hired somebody to help make those strengths. You're not going to hear about it. You see, you can get this clicker. Where's my critique form? This clicker. Look what happens when you're a leader and you're applying coaching to your skills. It deepens your bench. When you know the strengths and weaknesses of the team and how to define them, how to mold them, it deepens them. Look what it does to solve their own challenges. Leaders being coached, they want to do must say, coach or boss, supervisor, NCO, leader. I don't need you. I got this. I come to you when it's done. We're on it. Delegation before you need it. It increases trust and engagement. We don't have to worry about profitability in the military service, right? But we got to worry about retention. Think about the words that translate to us. There we go. It's a story. I'm going to tell you a different story. There's 3 stories being told based on the culture that you are creating in your units, your sections. Some people think I'm in the CSS. I can't really change anything. Every one of you can move mouse. Every one of you. Inspire a leader with a culture. Told you about the story. The fundamentals still remain the same. The data is clear. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. Listen to me. I work at the Daniel Center for Professional Development. If you walk in my door and one of my people don't greet you with a hug like I was greeting these folks up here, they get fired. I'm kidding. And not the bad hugs, good hugs, right? You're creepy, real good. Everyone's aim high, right? Listen to me, I'm making you up. There you go. Go! I'm gonna do that when I see somebody. No, I'm just kidding. One more time. Go! That lady, man, I was trying to sleep, bro. What you doing? Your culture will differentiate your leadership. I don't have to worry about what's going on in my shop. This is where I'm going with this. I don't have to worry about what's going on in my section because I know the culture. Because I know they're taking care of people. I know that while I'm here, I'm going to go back and people are going to be bragging on my team. Do you hear me? I'm going to ask you a question. Every one of y'all working at CSS right now, you're gone for a week. That's all I'm saying. Right? Think about that. What is the culture? Culture eats it for lunch. Try to teach y'all something. I want y'all to be better. All right. Let me go to the next slide. There are 2 intertwines. Let me tell you something. I mentioned this before. It's so important to understand. And I teach this to your F-Tech airmen, so forgive me if you get them. I tell them this. And if you guys are Guard Reserve First Term Airman Center, you guys know, right? We go through that course. That's when you start. There's 2 badges on your shirt. I want y'all to look down to your left. Which one is that? Some of y'all say, oh, wait, wrong room, sound. Just kidding. U.S. Air Force, what's the other side say? Let me tell you what happens when your airman thinks that you care more about that other side than you do the Air Force. Let me tell you what happens when your airman thinks that the message that sends to anybody up and down the chain when they know that you care about who they are. Had a lieutenant colonel going through a divorce that ran that team that I told you about that we failed to launch in 2 years, that we happily got out the way in 1.5, actually 1 year. That man was there from midnight till midnight. No harmony in his work life. The end of that program, when that year was over, he was home with no family, no kids to greet him. Nobody knew, but I asked the question. Hey, sir, are you okay? You don't seem like this. You hear what I'm saying? What he told me just shocked me. I didn't think he was going to be open about it. I kind of had hints that something wasn't right. But I'm going to tell you, when you realize that I care more about what's going on with him than I cared about those programs, and I'm an NCO, I'm not even in his same tier. He was coming to me more. He opened up about more stuff, sports, kids, randomness. Because understand, it doesn't matter what's on your chest, it matters what's in here, in your head, and in here, in your heart. So when your airmen know that you care about that story, that name, that tag, guess what they're going to do for you? They're going to work harder. They're going to be inspired. They're going to want to come to work. They're not going to be, I was talking to somebody in the guard they went to active duty ALS. I ain't going to point her out. She went to active duty ALS and was telling me how miserable all the active duty folks were. You know what she said? She's like, we got a good guard. That was what she told me. I didn't realize that was the story being told. I didn't ask the location. I was like, wow, it exists. But I guarantee you, those missions probably care more about the mission than the people. Those people are miserable. Change perceptions. I'm going to say something to you. I'm going to talk more about it on Friday. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. I'm going to say that again as I walk around. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. If we're teaching that, then you guys wouldn't be fussing about the programs that have to grow from scratch. Understand that they have to start somewhere. If you change the way you look at things, you wouldn't be upset that we're doing away with something that's not going to connect to all four systems. You'd be like, wow, hopefully the next couple of years I can be a part of this shift and we can make it better. Hopefully I'm in a chair that's going to strengthen it, bolster it. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. You are a part of something new that we didn't have. I've been around 25 years. I've seen all the craziness. Y'all remember when actors were supposed to come up? I'm messing with them in the front row. I was part of that on my way out of retirement. Actors. We had all CSS training with us in MPF. Remember that? All right, look. We're going to train for 10 hours a day. This thing is going hot in a week. Then a week later, I was going to train for 3 hours a day. Things going hot in 2 weeks, right? Kept pushing it. But what happened? We had to move away to come back to something that actually worked for everybody. You guys got to hear and pay attention. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. When you're talking to someone, you can change the perception. If you can change the perception, you can change the behavior. I guarantee you, if I had a hold, I was the mentor of that FTAC or ALS class you mentioned, they would walk out feeling bitter. They would walk out feeling like they didn't want to. Because the difference is, if you're talking to someone, you got to be able to communicate. Right now, a lot of y'all are saying, I got to. Change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. What happens when you start saying, I get to? I get to be a part of this. I get to take care of my country. You only have to fight yet. I get to be a part of something bigger than me. That name tag means something. I get to. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. It's the kind of coaching that we do. Communicate and then demonstrate. I want you to see the word that's in the bottom right of both of those. What is it? Woo! We paying Simon Sinek now, right? What is his book? Start with why. Why do you think we're paying him? Because when you can be connected to why you got started in the first place. I'm about to make sure you're woke. Go! When you can connect to why you started, it's a different way to drive. Go! We see those two words, core values and principles. When you communicate it, No matter what level you're at, make sure your actions match your words. Anybody ever heard of a consistently inconsistent person? Man, I had a consistently inconsistent CSS, I ain't gonna lie to you. Products good one week, trash the next week. Nero's Osirif wasn't done, now it is, and they ain't again. Consistently inconsistent. Formal coaching versus leadership coaching. Formal coaching is when I get you for 6 to 12 sessions. And I'm talking to you. And we're just digging through, peeling back the layers, and I'm letting you drive. You're walking in and you're telling me what's going on. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'm asking you good questions, bam. The other one is when your leaders just, that's the culture. Watch this. Green, how was your day? What'd you get into this week? Yeah.
I did a flashover with my fire department.
You had a flashover with your fire department? What's a flashover?
It's when a whole room catches fire.
Friends that you want to have in the future. The whole room got on fire. All right, so cool. What made you want to do that?
My husband's in the fire department, and if I want to spend time with him, I'll join him.
Imagine when we could have took that conversation. Do you see what I'm saying? People don't do this. I guarantee you. Hey, Smith, how'd your weekend? It was good, sir. I bet. Right? I've had other supervisors. Hey, good morning. Don't talk to me till after I had my first energy drink. What? Y'all think about it. The dude was sitting on the bank and he's like, oh, that's me. I'm scared. All right, so we're going to talk about the case study and why the Air Force is moving towards this right now. Why I'm actually talking about it. There's a case study done. We're actually doing this. This isn't brand new. We've been doing this for about a year now. We've been nominated individuals to go through the course. There's also a 4-day course that I work with different bases, and we get folks. Right now we're doing it in the PAC app. I give you an example. For the last year, I had 18 international coaches. 18, that's all we had. That either went through or already actual coaches. 18 people, we managed 92 active duty military and civilian personnel last year. We coached 92 people. Guess what? At 92, I never did like the promotion rates or they met their goals, but I looked at the feedback. When you care, and when people know that you will stop time for them, it changes everything. And people see you because they know you see them. Let me tell you something. So we're already doing this. And if you guys have any questions, my info is going to be at the back to get you going. We're coaching leaders at the highest level. We got some NCOs that just became coaches. I think one of the top grads from the last class was Staff Sergeant. It was dope. He had the Master Sergeant crying during their practice session. I loved it. So it's not about what's on your chest. You hear what I'm telling you? It's about what's in here and what's in their heart. Testimonials. These are some of the testimonials that we got back from some of the leadership that are going through the DOD program. I'll let you look at that for a second. Now we're going to talk about some powerful coaching questions. Teaching versus mentoring versus coaching.
The how and the why, making suggestions.
Nice. Mentors. I'll summarize this real quick. Mentors. Boy, back in my day. Nobody wants to hear that. See, you're in 25 years. I want to hear when you had a hairline, bro. It's gone. My hair hits me all the time. I'm like, hurtful. But let me tell you something. Mentors, we do that. Mentors, we want to solve the problem. Everyone in this room. Hey, you didn't get the updates done? Well, we need to stay till 7 to get them done. What about, why didn't we get those updates done? What happened? What can we do different? You're not spending enough time with your family? Look where I'm going with this. So I started at work. Not spending enough time with your family? How can we get you out of here faster? You're staying here late? What can we do to get you out of here on time? We're still working off of old programs, or not programs, old processes in this unit. What can we do to upgrade it? What can we do to make it more proficient? What can we do so that we all get out of here at a reasonable time so we can all spend time doing some other things that we love? Coaching questions for a team. So I want my teammate, where's she at? I'm gonna spend 10 minutes with you. Where's my, there she is. Come on up here and sit in one of these chairs real quick. Do we have a mic for her? Can I steal one of those mics? We're gonna do a fake, I won't even call it fake, because I'm gonna give you some real time. We're gonna do a coaching session. Hopefully you guys are thinking about some real challenges, right? Y'all remember that part? Make sure you up. We'll do that one more time. Go! I like that. All right, since y'all like it, let's do the rotating one. Let's go. Go! I'm gonna do it just. All right, wrong choice. You guys are awesome, man. Let's go. You ready? I got you up there looking nervous. Look.
I am nervous.
She says the challenge I'm facing is having to sit on this stage in front of 400 people.
It's funny.
Hey, so we got a mic up here. We got one. You need this one?
I'll get you another.
Okay, thank you. So I remember her name because it's the same as in my house, Alexa. Alexa, turn on the lights. Alexa,
Yes.
what's going on?
I'm real nervous.
What are you nervous about?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah? What are you nervous about?
What are we going to talk about?
Whatever challenges that you're facing, what would you like to talk about?
I didn't put a question.
It's okay. Somebody help her out. Somebody give us a fake challenge. Money. You got any money challenge you want to talk about? Wait, why y'all do money though?
Oh, that's a good one. Buying my own house.
Buying your own house. You thinking about doing it?
Mm-hmm.
What is keeping you from buying your own house?
The market's pretty expensive.
Y'all right about somebody else facing that high market? The market's pretty expensive. So are finances an issue?
No, I'm pretty good with money.
Yeah. She's like, there's 400 people watching me talk about my finances. Whoever did that is cold. See, I live whilst I got car payments. Alright, so what are some of the challenges that you face other than the market? Because that's going to be something down in your control, right?
Utilities are expensive too. I have to furnish the house. Maintenance? Yeah.
Who's over there? Maintenance?
Yeah.
She's like, let me sit in that chair. I got a challenge. I'm going to tell you something that you guys know, and I'm going to tell you why. We all want to help. We all want to fix it. And you go, it's okay. I'm going to think about this. Watch this. The reason why you guys are shouting to help is because we're all fixers in here. And it's sad, we're caregivers. It's hard for us to do this. I went through this class twice, and I'm going to tell you why. The first time I was like, I still want to mentor them. And when you go through a second time, you realize you're not helping them if you're not allowing them to get to the answer themselves. If you're always driving, what are they doing? You see what I'm saying? So I want you to think of a challenge, and I did her unfair because I just called her. She's probably like, I'm going up in front of us and talking to my chair. This is what I want you to do. I want you to really think about a challenge. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes. A challenge, something you're really facing. And I want you to pick the person next to you in that seat. And I want you to ask them some powerful questions. And I'm going to show you what those look like. So to go over this, watch this up here. What are powerful coaching questions? Notice when she said something like, I don't really know. I didn't force her. Y'all did. Help, maintenance. I was patient. I waited till all the pregnancy pause right here at the time. Help the leader self-discover. The leader is in the driver's seat, not you, caregivers. Don't apologize. That's why, oh, it's okay, I'm so sorry I called you up here. No! This is their time. Let them drive. No open-ended questions. The market's bad. It's really bad. You see where I'm going? Let me get this right here. Ask the question. Actually listen. Before you guys chimed in and helped out, what I was hearing was the market is in the way. The question I followed up with, pause. What other obstacles are you facing aside from the market? What if she would have took me in the direction of, well, you know, my husband's really not thinking about making this investment right now. We haven't really paid that car off yet. We want to benefit or use it on the kids or school or something. Let them go. Then clarify. So what I'm hearing you say, Alexa, is that the market is what's keeping you from buying a house. Why is buying a house so important? Or what is it, always with what questions, what is it about buying a house that is so appealing to you? Start with what? Avoid whys. Empower the person you're speaking with. Get in control of the conversation. This is your convo. I'm not going to rush you. Sometimes it might feel a little awkward. It can be uncomfortable. Put the other person first. Alexa, forgive me, you can come down. I just used you for an example. So sorry. She's like, I'm part of this now. Yeah. Slow down. And what you don't want to do is rush to advice. Fixers. Don't rush. Because I guarantee you, when they're getting to the answer themselves based on the questions you ask, guess who feels like they solved the problem? Look at the husband's like, damn, I've been using this for years. Honey, do you really live by that verse? Think about this. Keep it on moving. Excuse me. The kids start questioning. When she sat down, what was the first thing I said? Hey, what's on your mind? What's going on? Right? The all question. What I was getting to before you fixers jumped in there. And what else? Right? The focus question. What is the real challenge for you, Alexa? Because finance is always going to be a thing. High or low, but you say you want a house. What's the real challenge right now? The foundation. What do you want? The lazy question. This is it. Don't do this. What can I help you with? That's that supervisor that got that energy drink on their desk. The strategic question. So I'm giving you an example of what powerful questions look like. I want you guys to look at this. And I'm going to read it out loud so I don't have to hand the mic out. I think we stole the mic a second ago. If you woke up tomorrow and a miracle had occurred, what would the outcome of that miracle look like? It's a miracle to you. Imagine asking somebody that. Talk about these feedbacks, they already written for us, right? Imagine asking someone that question. The really cool part about asking these questions is, like I said a second ago with the conversation, do you know how interested and intrigued I would have been if my coworker said they burned down the house for fun? With the fire department? Did we find out she's a pyromaniac? No, I'm kidding. But imagine where those conversations go and how the people feel included and a part of you, that you really care about that other tag that's on their chest if they're military. Non-question inquiries. Join the wars. Echoes. I did that a lot. I do that a lot when I coach. Just because I don't want to say something I'm not sure the other person said, what I heard you say was, right? Ask permission. Is it okay if we talk about this? Put that person at ease. Let me tell you what happens when you start using these techniques. I'm not getting you guys certified today, but I'm going to tell you what these techniques can do. It builds relationships up. It builds trust. It builds communication. So, let's practice. It's your turn. I'm going to keep this up for you. I need you to think of that challenge that you're facing. I need you to pair up with the person next to you. I want you to practice. We're going to do 15 minutes for each person. And I want you to take it serious. One of the things that, if you haven't paid attention, listen. Listen to that word. Listen. That person might be telling you something and maybe one question that can answer their whole problem. Help you get there. Actively listening. Turn, let's go. It's your turn. Hey, somebody wake up that guy in the back, pair him up. the coachee. 1 minute. It's game time. If you are the coach, you are now going to switch. Let me get everybody's attention real quick. Everybody's attention. Come back. I know how to trigger you. My decks, my evals. My bad. Hey. Listen to me, all jokes aside, check this out. How many of you are trying to solve a problem in like that 15-minute window? Anybody want to raise your hand? I was trying to fix the world. Yeah, I see in the back. Hey, listen to me. It's because we're fixers. This next 15, I'm gonna give you guys probably about 10 minutes. I want you to think of if you had 6 opportunities. Tomorrow is guaranteed. So think about if you had an additional opportunity. Get that conversation going. But guess what? You can build on it the next time you sit down, right? And they're probably gonna bring something to you. So go in with that mindset. This is the first session, but you know there's gonna be a different one. Is that fair? And go. Don't be trying to finish that first one. I'm watching. Yes, this is a switch. Guys, this is a switch. If y'all in the club, switch! Alright, so real quick. I have to do this because I'm getting a question. If you were coaching the first, now you're the coachee. Switch! But this one's gonna be shorter, and go. make sure everybody's with me, so got about 10 seconds on the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and come back. My decks, my events, my prayers. Got him. Hey, let me ask you a question, right? So there's 4 questions up here. Anybody want to share what they learned through that experience? Anybody? I'm gonna pick you if you don't. Ah, you're smiling too much right here. Where they at? Where the hand? Ah, there she go. Do we have a mic over there? Thank you. I appreciate it. Did somebody feel free to share what you learned about yourself? Something you learned about your leadership? I'm gonna tell you, for me, the hardest thing was not mentoring. Taking that hat off for a minute. So I'm gonna ask y'all what you struggle with. Oh, we got 2 people. Yes, sir.
Hi, everybody. Scott Whistler from Vance Air Force Base.
Hi, Scott.
I think what I learned, the hardest thing is even though you know what needs to be done, sometimes it's really hard to just sit there in that silence and be okay with the silence. And then when they don't say what you want them to say, not say that.
And you want to fix it. You should go left. Go left. All right. Yes, ma'am. She want to go? There she is.
Am I sharing what I learned from?
Whichever you want, from up there. What you learn about yourself, your leadership, your team, or from the other person.
Okay, so I'll do a little bit of both. Basically, is it okay to share? Okay, she shared that it's hard to give negative feedback to her staff, and so she struggles with trying to figure out how to do that. And so, you know, I suggested, just like the questions, to maybe ask them, what do you guys feel like you can improve on, or what do you think you can work on, and go from there. So asking them the question so that you see that if it's going to come out. So that's what we talked about on her end. And then on my end, I struggle with consistency, and I use the gym specifically because I'm trying to be consistent with the gym, just like brushing my teeth every day. I want it to be like that. So she suggested this book that she read by
Atomic Habits?
Atomic Habits.
Let's go, it's a great book.
Yes, and then literally just trying to take the first step, maybe like what she specifically said, just put the gym clothes on every single day and start there. And then the next step could be, I don't know, going to the gym for 5 minutes. And hopefully y'all stay there, you know, longer eventually, but just building that useful information. I'm gonna try it.
Hey, give it up for both of them, please. Hey, check this out. I'm gonna be honest with you. Atomic Habits, who's gonna be in that goal setting class tomorrow? Or so let's ask this question. Who's active duty in here? Raise your hand. So we're gonna be going over some of the concepts from Atomic Habits tomorrow. Right? So be ready. Goal setting tomorrow. I'm gonna tell you this. I want you guys to remember this. When you change the way you look at things, I want you to think about who you are and the team you have. I want you to think about who you are and what you can do to be the best version of you. We hear this all the time, but nobody actually takes the steps. Very few people. I'm going to show you some stats in the next 2 classes. We're going to blow your mind about who's actually taking care of themselves. And why it's so sad that a lot of people either have to hit rock bottom or go through a crisis to want to change. So if we can be proactive and start taking care of ourselves, not just the mission, but remember I told you about Spotted, who you are spiritually, physically, intellectually, relationship-wise, and emotionally. If we start taking care of all those things, to make sure that no matter what comes, doesn't matter what program it is, doesn't matter how much money I have, doesn't matter who's coming at my desk, I know who I am. Do you hear me? And you guys, I say this, you're going to see more about me. I took a little picture off because it made my head a little extra shiny, but I had to call, I'm like, who picked this picture? Hey, that's how you can email me. If you're interested in getting that coaching thing going at work, we can get you guys going. If you guys want to hit me up on the WhatsApp, I just got an iPhone brand new. What's the thing? iMessage or whatever. That's my overseas number. And the website to get more information about the team that does this for the United States Air Force is 2 Roads Leadership. My boss is watching right now, my civilian boss. Better say that.
right? So I'm gonna tell you, I say this every class, no matter what I'm teaching. You are loved, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. The information, you guys all flew in from all over the world to learn something and to network. So show each other who you are. Take care of each other for the next 2 days, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Commander, 42nd Air Base Wing.
Okay, is this thing working? You guys hear me okay? So, I'm actually over here to fix the air conditioning. It was funny, I was outside and they said, hey sir, I don't know if you know, but we have an AC problem. I said, yes, I 100% know. Walking into the hour-and-a-half meeting that I just met with General Tullis, I got a text from the MSG commander that said, hey, cranium's up, sir, the HVAC is out. So we have a circuit that is destroyed. CE is working on it, trying to find parts. I apologize. I wish I could say I'm going to open the bar for you, but we'll do better. We'll do better. All right? Hey, so I just wanted to say thank you. I'm grateful for what you do, and I know we've got a team that's online as well. This is not a 30-minute brief. This is a 30-minute share, and maybe it's 15 minutes of sharing, and then maybe we can have some honest conversation. Those of you that know me know that I'm pretty transparent. Those of you that know me know that I never wanted to be a combat support officer, ever. And I found myself 24 years now in love with being a combat support officer. My first 2 assignments having been in the command and support staff, and we'll talk about that here in a second. Maybe if I could get kind of a quick show of hands. Obviously online you don't get to participate, I'm sorry, but I just want a kind of an understanding of who's here. 3 FIs? 3 FOs? All others, you can cheer for yourselves. Okay. Here's what I think is interesting, right? It's not just about your specialty. It's not just about your craft or your profession. It's about the community that you serve. It's about the mission that you serve. How many of you here serve the Mobility Air Forces, AMC? Well, how about the Combat Air Forces, whether directly in Air Combat Command or in USAFE or PACAF? Right? How many of you are in kind of the industrial base, right? AFMCs of the world, which some of those installations have both mobility and CAF support. Right? How about SOF? How about your special operator enablers? Right? Okay, here's the thing that's unique, right? When we talk about communities, we talk about the CAF, the MAF, the SOF, they come together. They think together. They fight together. They train together. I was so excited when I got the ask from the chief to say, hey, would you like to talk from Command Support Staff conference? I guess it's officially a conference. We talked about the summit, whatever. Righteous party. Because I will tell you that that's something as a community we have not figured out. We serve together, we fight together, but we don't create these opportunities together to talk, to share, to learn, to cuss, to discuss, right, to provide feedback. How many of you from AFPC in here? Oh, they left already, I guess. I heard it was a rough morning. Now, I've had two assignments there. We'll have a conversation about that too. But look, I think this is a righteous opportunity. And I think it's one that I'd offer each of you needs to build upon. We all own a piece of how it is we create a command and control function for squadrons, which I think just a couple of chiefs of staff ago, right, talked about the squadron being the heartbeat of the United States Air Force. That is unchanged. That will not change as General Slife works hard to figure out what our force presentation and our force modeling is, what the United States Air Force will look like, both in garrison and deployed. What will not change is the priority that we place on the commander support staff. Right? Now that we kind of get an understanding, or I have a better understanding of who's in the audience, even though I probably knew that before I asked it, but it makes for a good presentation. How many of you are doing right now in the United States Air Force what it is that you thought and or desired to do before joining the United States Air Force? Okay, what I want you to do is look around the room. Please hold your hands up. My hand is not held up either. And I don't know what it looks like online, but I've been asking that question of myself for 24 years, and I've been asking it of the airmen I've been blessed to serve with for almost as long. Part of it, and maybe selfishly, I asked the question to find purpose in being what originally I was categorized as, which was a personnel officer. Okay? I offer to you the value proposition of your service, the challenge of how to drive energy into each other, into your formation, the commander support staff, the squadron, the community of professionals that you're here with today and sharing with online. The value proposition of how difficult it is to drive energy into each other, to drive decisions about how to attract talent and retain talent is far more difficult than you serving in an institution or a profession where everybody in the room raises their hand. I've asked that question over the years as we walk through foreshaping and riff, and we have these rather difficult conversations. But when you talk to operators, I've spent much of my time in fighters. My father was a fighter pilot. I grew up sitting cross-legged under the crud table at the Nellis bar when there was shag carpet in there. That's the community that I'm most closely associated with, but I serve in the SOF and the MAF as well previously. And so I think the question is, when you talk to operators and you ask them that question, how many hands do you think get raised? Almost unanimous, right? Some are raising 2 hands. The next question then naturally is, do you enjoy what it is that you're doing? You don't have to raise your hand, but in most audiences I ask that question. And then thirdly, and by the way, the operators start losing some hands, right? And I have found in combat support writ large, we start raising some hands. And the last question generally is, do you understand why the United States Air Force needs you to be where it is they've asked you to serve, even though it may not be where it is you desired originally or as you continue your service? And I think we fall short in sharing that answer, in talking about that openly amongst ourselves as we tackle challenges, right? We tackle challenges like the My Family or the My Suite of applications and the frustrations it drives. If many of you didn't hear General Brown in the fall at the Air Force Association in DC, he opened up his presentation, which was awesome, by the way, standard General Brown, by saying, we've been here before. And I'd offer standing here, whether I was doing opening comments this morning or today, or I find myself serving with you downstream, we've been here before. The challenges that we have in IT, the challenges in our own identity, the challenges in driving energy across our formation to provide service, both in garrison and deployed, are not new. We've been there before. But I'll offer maybe just a couple thoughts and vignettes. My first contact with the command support staff, I was graduating South Dakota State University, ROTC. I was playing football there. I absolutely, as I said earlier, did not want to be a combat support officer. I wanted to be a fighter pilot like my father, except I have excessive refractive error. Anybody know what that is? I'm nearsighted, right? So I went out and said, okay, as opposed to walking through the next phase of my education, which I thought I wanted to be a doctor so I could be a flight surgeon and get in the cockpit, I thought I was going to cheat the system. I heard about this Chief of Staff Exceptional Policy Waiver, so I pursued it. And in order to do so, I had to select a career field, and I chose personnel. I chose personnel because it said as a second lieutenant, you could be a commander. And I was like, that sounds cool. So I did. And I got my assignment. And I remember the professor of aerospace studies at South Dakota State University said, hey, congratulations, you're going home to Nellis Air Force Base. I'd done 2 assignments there previously. Oh, we got some Nellis in the house, the 99th actually maybe, some of the reserve, yeah. 57th maybe. And so I said, well, that's awesome. I did 3rd, 4th, 5th grade there, sophomore, junior, senior year, graduated high school. My first assignment's gonna be back, it's gonna be great. And then I got my orders. My orders were Indian Springs Air Force Auxiliary Field. Does anybody know where Indian Springs is? What we call it now? Creech, right? I was like, wait a second. I remember in high school driving past that on a school bus, and there was a prison, and then there were a bunch of signs that says, do not pick up hitchhikers. And then there was what looked to be maybe an old Air Force base that had a bunch of like faded signs that said by the order of the installation commander or something. I couldn't read it because they were so old. And then when you make your way up to these big smoking holes, they were no longer smoking, but these big holes in the ground with the nuclear test site, and you're like, ah, cool, let's go back to high school. That was my first assignment, and I showed up, actually I called, we didn't have cell phones back then, I am old. And I remember talking to Master Sergeant Randy Webster. And he was the superintendent of the commander support staff at the time. And he said, LT, looking forward to serving with you. It'll be service dress tomorrow. Now, I lived in Las Vegas, which meant it was an hour bus ride in a school bus with no air conditioning in my service dress. Brand new second lieutenant. I had gone through basic personnel officer course at Keesler. I was ready for the fight. Until I got on the bus and everybody's in flight suits and BDUs. It was a long drive, but all I thought about was meeting Master Sergeant Webster for the first time and asking him about the uniform of the day. So Master Sergeant Webster and I had a very quick, awkward first 15 minutes where I summoned him to my office, for which I did not have an office because I was a second lieutenant. And I said, hey man, we're a team here. Like, I'm the only person in service dress, and I know you think it's funny. But I learned a lot from Master Sergeant Webster, as I did from Tech Sergeant Vendiola and Senior Airman Gillian. Those were the first airmen that were my teammates. Those airmen I'd offer to you were the ones that drove me to fall in love with our craft, right? For sure. And I think about what it was we were asked to do then, and I think about what it is we're doing now. PC3, Personnel Concept 3, MILMOD, Military Modernization, which then became MIL-PDS, which was an absolute disaster for which we are still working through personnel and pay disconnects. Right? At the time, we were roughly 6 years into DIMERS, the Defense Integrated Human Resource Management System, a $1 billion investment to bring all the service human capital management systems under one roof, except on day one, the United States Navy, and of course the Marines with them, backed out, which left the Army and the Air Force with the Army in the lead. No offense to the soldiers, but DIMERS didn't work out for any of us. And that's where we got AFIPS, and we've been working on AFIPS for the better part of a decade plus. So when I say we've been here before, we 100% have been here before. Now, when I talked about not briefing at you or briefing to you and sharing, I thought about it this morning as I was preparing for another meeting, and I thought to myself, I'm just going to share with you as I wanted to be shared with as a captain. And let me take you back to the next story I'm going to share. 2005 to 2007, I was at Altus Air Force Base. Anybody at Altus? Yeah, Conus Remote. I love it. It's great. Altus by the Sea. So I was leaving Scott Air Force Base. It's the only time in my Air Force career I ever got a choice of assignment. I was working on the Air Mobility Command headquarters in senior leader management, and I remember getting a call from AFPC, and they said, we got a deal for you. I thought I was special because they'd given me a time and grade waiver to compete for MPF command. There just wasn't enough officers in my year group, so I wasn't as special as I thought, but they said, you can go to Aviano and be a manpower flight commander, or you can go to Altus and be the military personnel flight commander. And I hung up the phone and said, well, right before I hung it up, I said, boomer sooner, we're going to Oklahoma. 2 weeks later, we're having a party at our house. I'm inside making beverages, sliding glass door. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson, now Major General retired Johnson, who was my boss, was out on the ribs, family recipe, wouldn't let anybody near the marinade. And my wife is standing next to him, and they're having a conversation. What the conversation went like, which I didn't know at the time, was, Lisa, I don't know. I mean, Italy, that's pretty tough to pass up. I knew right then that I had forgotten to tell him that she didn't know. Or, you know, he didn't know, and he knew that she didn't know, like, you know, how was that supposed to go? So, she walked in and said, hey, you got something to tell me? And of course I did, and I married way up, and she's more resilient than I deserve, and we went off because, again, I made a decision not to pursue medicine, to try to get this flying waiver, and at that point, what part I didn't tell you is I got my letter from the Chief of Staff of the Air Force saying thank you for your interest in national security, but you're never going to be a pilot. Now, I had already walked down this line of having people invest in me, people just like you. I gave you Webster, Vendiola, and Gillian, but there's a tranche of 3 F5s, 3 FOs, 3 Foxtrots. Of course, they weren't that back then, 3 Alphas, 3 Delta. I mean, you know, a bunch of AFSCs and not enough trust in your mission over the time of my career. So we went there, and I remember vividly one of those things that happened as a captain was President Budget Directive 720. and personnel service delivery transformation. Now that won't mean anything to you, but if you Google it, you know, it's probably not suitable for work because there's a lot of people that are still upset about it. That essentially was a decision on the part of the United States Air Force. Remember 2005, 2007, we've invaded Afghanistan, now we're working into Iraq and we're in 2 fights. It was a decision that we weren't right balanced in the United States Air Force. We were going to be force shaping, we were going to be cutting, and they elected roughly to cut 50% of our crafts and our skills. So in order to figure out how to do that, I remember very vividly, I received a briefing, a PowerPoint briefing that was scripted, that the installation within a very narrow amount of time must receive directly from me as the military personnel flight commander. It must be read verbatim, and you must take attendance. So we had attendance sheets, we got together in our base theater, community center, and we started giving these briefings. What it was that we told them was, we have a plan. And this plan is deliberate. And we call it personnel service delivery transformation. Within 60 days, we're going to put 300 airmen on orders to Randolph Air Force Base to stand up a contact center, which became a call center, which became the Total Force Service Center. And shortly thereafter, we're going to deliver for you by way of applications, which basically many of us didn't know what applications were at the time because the iPhone wasn't invented. But applications that would be deployed that are on par with the banking applications that most of you enjoy today. Think USAA, think Wells Fargo. It was scripted, and I knew right then I had lied for the first time in the United States Air Force. Because what it was that we were doing wasn't deliberate at all. It was reactionary because as airmen, flexibility being the key to air power, we knew where we needed to put resources in our mission, finite resources. We needed to figure out how to push them into other FSCs and procure weapon systems that were going to help the fight. But that was going to come at the cost of our business. So nearly overnight, and after that promise, I contacted the 06s on the base and said, "Sir, we are consolidating your commander support staffs. At minimum the group level and likely at the wing level. You know, we used to have that in the Air Force. It was called the Consolidated Base Personnel Office. We've done this before." And yet just a couple chiefs of staff ago revitalized the squadron. What did that mean to you? What it meant to me was an acknowledgement and a recognition of the craft that you bring to bear within each of your individual formations every day. It is necessary. It is necessary for morale. It is necessary for readiness, and it is necessary for lethality. And you need to be able to articulate that. Because the Chief of Staff of the Air Force funded up every single commander support staff in the United States Air Force that we had cut previously. We didn't bring back to bear as many section commanders, and there was some nuance in the flavoring. But it was such a high priority, it was one of the top priorities of the Chief of Staff to bring back what it is that you do. You are a weapon system. Your formation is a weapon system. And you need to think about it that way, as hard as it may be to do from time to time. ASTAF, everybody familiar with ASTAF? The concept, what we're working towards. What is one of the foundational principles of ASTAF? Are we getting all the money we need to build an ASTAF? No, it's zero-sum game. Now, I'm not saying it's not one of General Brown's priorities. But what I'm saying is we've got to work through understanding the force presentation, force modeling, see how ASTAF fits. But I think back to when it becomes a priority to build the Air Force a certain way, we fund it that way. And so I just reflect on how important the decision must have been by the Chief and the senior leaders in the United States Air Force to fund the billets within which you sit now. And how important it is for you to be together today. Can we talk about customer service for a second? Okay, I'm going to break some hearts here. I might even upset some people. I'm not a big fan of it. Anybody surprised by that? Let me offer why that is. I think personally it goes without saying that you should treat people politely and professionally. Would you agree? Okay. My challenge with customer service is not you in the room. It's not your energy and passion for taking care of people. My challenge is that too often, people equate what it is you do, right? Standing in line maybe, to standing in line at the return aisle at Target. There are no Walmart greeters in this audience. You are professionals in a profession of arms. You will treat people politely. You will treat people professionally. There's no doubt in my mind, and you do it daily. The challenge becomes when we talk about customer service, because there's such a high degree of familiarity with customer service, or the notion and the expectation of what that service should present to you when you walk outside of the fence line, when your patrons walk in to your customer service desk, there's an expectation. And one of those expectations, which is a myth, is that customers are always right. There are few things that are uttered, spoken on the face of the earth that are more wrong than that. Now you should take every utterance of that as a challenge to you to figure out how it is you can better align yourself and your craft to the mission, the operator, the maintainer, the combat medic who's standing across from you. That's what it means. There's a massively high degree of familiarity with what it is we do. Everybody, I guess the Super Bowl had a commercial, but Kevin Bacon, everybody know what Kevin Bacon is? You ever heard the saying, everybody's 6 degrees separated from Kevin Bacon? I feel like we need to get somebody more modern to say that about. Because every time I say Kevin Bacon, like at ALS, they're like, who's that? But there's this notion, right, that everybody's connected to each other. And we're just 6 degrees separated. If you look at it from a professional perspective, I would argue that most people believe that they are 1 degree separated from what it is you've chosen to do in your service. Right? When I wake up in the morning and I turn my iMac on and I've got my double shot Starbucks can that costs twice as much as it should, I don't presume to be a cyber warrior when I'm doing that. Similarly, people shouldn't presume to be a personnelist because they're a person. Or they can control that function fine to 34, 36, 38 series AFI. That does not make them a professional. Right? Similarly, you're not a combat engineer if you do it yourself, replace tile in your bathroom. Or a logistician if you change the oil in your car, yet people do. Now, I don't presume to be a fighter pilot. If I got in an F-35 in that glass cockpit, I wouldn't know what to do. I'd need help getting after that. And I'd argue that they need your help getting after their mission. So it's not that I'm anti-customer service. It's just that I think sometimes the lens through which we see our profession matters, and how we talk about it, and how we find ourselves when we are downtrodden or disappointed or frustrated with AFPC or anybody else. It matters how you think about it. If you looked at AFPC as an air operations center, maybe some of you have served tours in Al-Udeid where the KAOC is, you would find similar frustrations as an operator managing aircraft along an AOR. They do not have the most exquisite tools, but again, it doesn't affect everybody, does it? What you do affects everybody. How many of you are in an operational unit right now, flying unit right now? Fighters, mobility, refueling, special ops. Okay. I wish I had a good picture for this, right? There's a desk. There's a location in most operations squadrons. And again, I'm most familiar with fighters, so I'll talk to fighters. Okay? Before the pilots, before the air crew step to the jet, they go to this place. They have a conversation with the supervisor of flying. They get a weather update. They get the maintenance red balls, what maintenance has been accomplished on the jet so that they understand the status of the jet before they fly it. Makes sense to me. They get a weather briefing. They get a security briefing, maybe a force protection, etc. The bottom line is they go to a place in a formation to gain information, insight, access, so that they can carry out their mission. What is that desk called? Oh, I'm sorry, you said customer service desk, right? Because that's kind of what it sounds like, right? They have to go somewhere to get something, to retrieve something from a collection of professionals so that they can carry on their normal duties, which in this case might be to fly. Why isn't it a customer service desk? I heard a number of people say it's an operations desk. Why is it not a customer service desk? If you figure that out, I will buy you a free beverage. Okay? Here's the point. It's about culture. And as we have shifted and changed over the years and technology has been laid upon us and we've been cut in half, consolidated, shipped off, new technologies deployed upon us, we've not yet had the opportunity, I would offer, to build a culture that is necessary to command and control your functions. It is not customer service, it is mission service, and you all are enablers. For those of you that are in special operations, I did a stint in SOCOM, and what I was fascinated by doctrinally, which is super boring on occasion, but in SOF, in special operations, you're either an operator or you're an enabler. There aren't 1,000 stovepipes. You're not a customer service agent. And it plays out in their mission sustainment teams. Talk about multi-capable airmen. I think if roughly I did my math, about 2% of you are doing what it is you thought you wanted to do when you joined the Air Force, yet you're crushing it. Right? Multi-capable. I think most of us in this room do what it is that's asked of us. We pursue education and preparation and readiness. Because for each of you in the room, you can generally go to 1 of 82 locations. You're not tied to a weapon system. You will be combat air forces oriented. You'll be in a fighter squadron. You'll know that it's an operations desk, but maybe it should be a customer service desk. And your next mission is in mobility. Or your next mission is at the 42nd Air Base Wing. Or the 99th Air Base Wing. And you have to figure out what mission to orient yourselves to. You are multi-capable airmen. And I think that's important. Training. I know we're running about 5 minutes here. Do not stop training. Do not apologize for training. Give you a vignette. Going back to a captain at MPF at Altus. I got some arguments or some complaints about being closed for training. Anybody ever heard that before? So this is what I told them. I want a podium. It didn't look as fancy as this thing. It was an old podium, maybe DRMO'd. And back then, we had phones that still plugged in the walls, not plugged into your computers, right? I said, I want an old phone. If you can find me a rotary, that's bonus points. Right? And I want a sign made, and I want it professional. And in our customer service area, which I like to refer to as the patron engagement area, I put this podium and this sign on the Thursday that we do in-house training. In-house training was important, right? Because now we're consolidating everybody for the first time, and it was important before we did that. It's important now. And the sign would say, we're not closed for training, we're just training. If you need something, call Captain Richardson at this number. In about 1.5 years of doing that, how many complaints do you think we fielded? 0. You know how many calls I got? 0. It's about how we present ourselves as much as it is knowing how important what it is we do is important, right? You know it's important. I know it's important. How is it that you communicate? How is it that you build relationships? I'll tell you how. For those that are senior NCOs and officers, you better take your commander support staff and they better understand the mission of that base. That is the most important thing. Call it an immersion, call it whatever you want. But you need to build relationships. And by the way, we have a matrix. If you're in a fighter or an operations squad and you raise their hand, there's a CSS and a combat support formation. Find opportunities for them to understand and appreciate the mission that they are supporting. It might require you maybe to be closed for training because you're training, but it might mean, if you are aligned with the operations schedule, that you beat the operator's complaint to the 06 by saying, hey, I see you guys are running late red flag sorties this week. We're going to adjust our schedule. We'll go mid-manning morning. Like we'll fight through the night with you. Like we'll be there. That matters. Because you will be there when they are fighting. And you have been there for the last 20 years in Southwest Asia, and ain't nothing anybody can say to convince me otherwise. And the missions wouldn't get done without it, and you should know that. Lastly, maybe, and I talked about it earlier, it's about command and control. If AFPC is the Air Operations Center for the Human Weapons System, then you are that tactical formation that is responsible to put the commander, the ops officer, the SEL, and the first sergeant in the very best position for them to make decisions. Some of those are exceptionally difficult to make. So yes, we are fielding the MyEval suite or the MyFSS suite. It is difficult. We've been there before. That captain that I talked to you about, that script, do you know who in 2006 when I gave that brief was the engine and the company behind USAA? Salesforce. So while I lied 16, 17 years ago to an entire installation, it took us 16 years to fulfill a promise. And we are bringing top-tier talent and technology to bear. We can have a conversation about whether or not we approached it correctly with min-viable product deployment. Okay? Why can they do it at Edwards, no problem, and risk the lives of airmen? But when we do it, we've now failed the entire United States Air Force. Because we don't have a culture, right, that understands the risk associated with what it is we're trying to do, which is deliver on a promise we made a long time ago. And when it's delivered, and when it's deployed, and when it's mobile on these devices, that will be a game changer. And you will be the generation of command support staff, command support professionals, the generation of the Webster, Vendiola, and Gilliams that will see that to bear and deploy that and make it ready for Afrogen and make it ready for ACE. And if you haven't been in an initial or exercise for ACE that truly gets after the doctrinal approach to ACE, the commander support staff is critical in your linkage to the Wing Operations Center. See yourself there. Think about it. And you might just find that, although you may have raised your hand that you're not doing what it is you initially thought, you might find that you're exactly where you need to be. I discovered it, and I hope you do too. It is hot in here. If I took this off, my light blue shirt would look as dark as my coat. So, I think we're right on time. I'm happy to entertain. I think there's like 15 minutes of closing remarks, but I'm happy to entertain you. I'd love to spend another 30 minutes with you. As you can tell, I get fired up about it. But any thoughts, any questions? Comments? Who wants to come work in the 42nd Air Base one? Who? Okay, good. Awesome. Yes, ma'am. I can repeat it too.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sergeant Price from Travis Air Force Base. What's your biggest accomplishment this far?
Ooh, like career-wise?
Yes, sir.
This is an easy one. I thought you were going to give me a tough question. I guess my family. Like, truly, it is. My bride, Lisa, we met in college. Got 3 kiddos. My oldest just graduated high school. Remember that captain I told you about at Altus? A lot of times when you get old, people ask you like what your leadership philosophy is. I still think I'm a captain. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm surprised the first time I was like, hey sir, what's your leadership philosophy? I'm like, only old people with beards have philosophies. You know? I don't know if that's true or not, but and it hit me like I want to lead as I want to be led, or as I wanted to have been led as a captain. What I didn't share with you, which I'm happy to share with this family, because that's how I consider you, is that in that period of time where we were walking through all of those things we talked about, my wife and I also lost our second child. And it was the family. It was my wingman. At the MPF at the time, my boss got moved on, so I was the MSS commander as a wing captain. But it was that team that we had brought together by no deliberate process of our own to provide and enable a mission that rallied around myself and my family. And I'm so thankful for that. And I would also back up, sometimes people get asking you like what the best piece of advice I ever got is. Okay, my father was a fighter pilot. We only served active duty together for about 4 months. He came to Nellis for a weapons school reunion or 422 something, I don't know what it was, web technique. Played some golf, and I was a second lieutenant. He said, meet me at the bar. Made me buy the drink because I had a paycheck. And he said, how's it going? And I was probably 6 or 7 months into it. At this point, I'm like, that's great. I bought a guitar, I learned how to play guitar, I bought a Jeep, like all the things lieutenants say, right? I had bought a ring yet, but I hadn't yet asked Lisa to marry me. I said, I'm shadowing at the Aerospace Medicine Clinic in case I try to do that. I'm spending every other penny I have at North Las Vegas flying Cessna 172s, scaring myself to death, right? And I kept talking, and he said, no, man. I said, what's the Air Force paying you to do? I said, well, I guess the Air Force is paying me to be the best personnel officer I can be. And he might have used a couple 4-letter words I won't share. But he said, you are right. And you had best pay attention to that if you ever want any of these doors or windows that you're pursuing to be open when the Air Force needs them open for you. So I think, given that advice, and I was blessed to have both parents in the home and both parents present, and I know that's not everybody's situation, and I seem to believe that I got a lot of really good advice over the years. That singular piece of advice over a Jack and Coke and a 12-year single malt Glenlivet from my father was the piece of advice that most influenced the lens through which I see the craft that ultimately the Air Force decided was best for them. And so I'm thankful for that, and I think tied into that is being able to keep my family together through trauma. When I moved here, I think this last summer, including my brat son, was my 27th move in 46 years of life. So I think we're on 79 years. Not unique or exceptional, right? Many of you have the same stories. But it's worthwhile. I believe in it, for sure. So, great question. Thank you. All right, any others? I'm going to need an IV here in a second. I'm just kidding.
How you doing, sir? Master Reasley, out of Herbert Field.
Herbert, okay. Good.
I served with you out in Ramstein, and I was wondering how did your experience as the 81 translate over to being here as the commander, and how do you motivate and inspire your commanders under you to prioritize what you said to us today?
Yeah.
I'm in the Intel Squadron right now, and when it comes to fighting for my airmen, for recognition, the feedback is hard to compete with Intel. And the feedback I gave was, it's subjective. I was out at the 303rd and my CSS competed with our Intel counterparts. In a 4-month period, we ranked in 13 awards. So how do you get the buy-in from your commanders, your senior leaders, to get them to care and show that passion that you just showed us?
Yeah, and that's great. I'd like to think that it is bore out more often than not. That it's not about how to figure out how to get a 3 Foxtrot or a 38F to win. It's how to keep them from winning. Right? When someone says it's subjective, I know they understand more than they'll admit how important it is, what it is that they're doing day to day. Like, it's funny, because people are like, well, you're just doing your job. Okay, well, you flew 25 sorties. That's your job. What do you want me to do about it? So, I think you have to be clear, you have to have courage, you have to lead with humility, right? And I think some people view humility in an interesting way. They think it's like akin to submissive, right? Which is that customer service argument, right? Humility ought never be confused for lack of confidence. Invest. You have a CFATP. You have an audience, a culture, a community. Some of you in this room are Jedis. Some of you are Padawans. Some of you are figuring out how to get the rope tied. You know, you're like, whatever. Right? Lean on each other. You're not alone. If you find yourself burning up a hamster wheel bearing, you're wrong. Jump off the wheel, go grab an airman, and call me. Like, I don't want to ever see you on a Facebook page being like, hey, I don't know how to do this if you haven't called me. I used to joke about that when we had the Total Force Service Center, you know. And I was like, if I see you on complain about Total Force Service Center and you haven't called me, That's on you. You know a personnel officer now, right? It's a little bit about confidence. It's about leading with humility. What I learned from being an A1, I was only there 11 months, right? I think you remember. About 2 weeks before getting on the jet and ripping my family over to Germany, General Hecker called and said, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're coming back in 11 months. And we showed up, I think on Friday, had a great greeting. Sunday I played golf with my predecessor's husband, and 2 days later we're building cots and tents for 30,000 Afghanis on the ramp. And it was the A1 staff. It were the commander support staffs, the 3 Foxtrots who had the skills that were necessary and critical to make that mission work. Over half of the A1 staff that wasn't supporting the AOC directly was down on the ramp, figuring it out. Arm in arm with combat medics, right? We pivoted then, spent a month after those 3 months in Africa helping African nations, allies, partners build their air forces. First people in are not the people that know how to operate weapon systems. First people in are the people that can teach them how to recruit, how to assess, how to train, how to build an air force. Equipment comes later. And then, of course, Ukraine started for us, as you know, in November in earnest. Everybody else kind of woke up to it in February. Those are lessons along with a lineage of artifacts and lessons and personalities that I think inform how I command. What I tell the squadron commanders now is what I told commanders when I was a group commander and a squadron commander. Everybody wants to know what the new guy's going to change on the first day. Right, the new guy. Everything's on the table. Nothing will be rushed. If you're in that formation and you believe that the organization is on the right path, then you'll have an opportunity to champion its continuance on that vector. If you believe you need a course adjustment, 5 degrees or 180, you best believe you're going to have a voice in that conversation. It is about trust. We talk about mission command now. Like, that's always been around, right? People talk about trust. But it's different when you actuate it. It feels different. Like, if you say you trust somebody, don't ask them 1,000 questions. Give them intent. And a lot of it from an officer perspective, maybe even a senior NSO perspective, we're getting better at shaping intent. We're really good at tasking people. Like, I need you to go do this and report back and tongue and quill and this and that. I'll tell you, I'll give you one example. Tongue and quill. Anybody love tongue and quill? Yeah. My formation, and it's not akin to the standards conversation we're having, right? Chief Master Staff sent out a great memo on standards. That's not what we're talking about. I think about when I'm deployed and have been, I think about how I communicate. I think about how I staff work. Decisions. You know how many decisions I've been on a bar napkin? Or on a DFAC napkin, probably more better. More better. Right? A lot. You know how much that decision means versus a decision that's on a tongue and quill? It means exactly the same. It's a communication of my intent, whatever authority I may have at that time, to say, go do this. And by the way, when I say go do this, that means I am all the risk. And commanders need to believe that. Like, they have to be okay with saying, when it goes south, that's on me. You need to understand you have the freedom to maneuver. And again, one example, right? Like, if it's an internal document, as long as my name's spelled right, and if it's not, I can edit the PDF and change it, sign it, right? I'm not sending it back. Right? If it's internal, it matters to me more the content and the decision and the expediency to get people what they need than it is for it to look right. If it's up and out, that's different. My eval, right? Or even VPC. How many of you in your CSS, your commander has set a suspense? I want to see a draft report 30 days prior to the program, something like that. Ring a bell? Right? Or quarterly awards that are due 1.5 months into a 3-month quarter. Come on, that's stupid. I will tell you, in formations that I have led, Mission Support Group at Luke, FSS at Lake and Heath, and here, I don't want to see an evaluation until after the closing. That gives time to the people who need the time, the Raiders. And I control, and thankfully they gave ad hoc back to us in my eval because it was driving me nuts. Don't presume to program and know how it is I want to staff my stuff. Like, you trust me, right? There are a lot of people who see stuff who shouldn't see stuff. Just bogging it down, right? So in our formation, just one example, I will see it after the closing. know what the timelines are, they're 60 days, and 45 days, you know, math changes a little bit, but that should be enough for me to prioritize the time spent there. Because inevitably what happened under VPC and happens-ish, maybe under my eval, is people become more concerned with the suspense to get it to me than they do spending time on understanding how to write the best product for their airmen, right? And so they're happy to meet the suspense, only to send me a bunch of crap, for me to send it all the way back down. Now, if you flip it just a little bit, that means that everybody who you've decided to be in that chain of understanding and coordination has to see it at minimum twice. And likely have to see it 3 times because it goes up, it comes back down, and it has to go back up again, right? That's kind of the current system for most people. Under what I think to be the better system, it goes up once. There will be some that are returned. Material errors, a conversation maybe about phraseology, an appointment, you know, something like that. Those minority reports, if you will, not to be confused with the Tom Cruise movie, they go back down. Think about how many touches, how many reps you have saved by just trusting a little bit. And I would put our reports up against anybody's. The idea that it's better quality, or that you must print things out, or whatever. Baloney. Another 4-letter word my dad used to use that I use instead, but you know, baloney works for now. So I think it is about trust, right? It's about being confident, about knowing your craft, believing in your craft, and aligning yourself to the mission. Although there's a high degree of familiarity with what you do, rest assured you might know just as much about what it is your mission operations do than they know about what you do. Right? But just work hard to understand it better. Work hard so when something goes south, they call you first as opposed to going to the first 06. There are certain communities who are really good about reaching the 06 at pace. Like you're like, man, how'd you get there that fast? So I think that's about relationships. And I don't know if that answers your question, but I learned a metric ton in the last 11 months. It was a great mission. Plus to be here. It just goes by too fast. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Colonel. I am Tech Sergeant Sam Gregson from the 139th Air Battalion in St. Joseph, Missouri. I was just talking to Chief Robbins about this, but this kind of ties into what we were talking about this morning, and I think it kind of ties into her question. Will help aid you and aid everyone in here, because with the new CSS PSDG guide that came out, there were some attachments that are kind of sneaky and hidden, but they're amazing. My Master Sergeant Brenda Paulson in my CSS group, she found this, and I really hope that you guys go out and look for it. The attachments are called the UTM status of work, UDM status of work, and admin status of work. And in the admin status of work, just for example, it lists out some of the things that we do, like an award package, for example. It's the very first one. It goes through the entire process. The entire process is 590.25 minutes. And for those that need quantitative data to see and validate your work, like me, 590 minutes for one process. And I think a lot of us in here have probably 17 additional duties and 3 full-time jobs who barely get to go home and see their kids or their dogs or their cats and get asked, what did you do at work today, by their bosses, and you kind of do your job and then dump at the end of the day and completely forget what you did. And how long it took to do certain processes. Go and check this out and really give yourself a pat on the back and kind of take it to your commanders and your work centers and the other airmen that you work with that are coming in and asking why you're closed for training and why it takes so long to get an officer package to NGB and back again. But again, that's in our PSDG, and I hope that helps.
That's a good point. I think kind of what I took away from that is we all need to know how to tell our story, right? Whether that takes the form of a 1206 or an OPB or an EPB, whatever that is, like we need to learn how to tell our story. kind of my litmus test is, my kids always ask me, I never talk about work at home. Maybe it's my detriment, my wife will tell you, because maybe I should have told her we could have gone to Italy. There's more to that story over a cold beverage, maybe I'll tell you later. But when my kids ask me what I do, I tell them that I help people and I generate air power. Like, they understand what that means. They understand it enough, right? And I think most of us in this room need to find ourselves in a position where we really do understand why we're doing what we're doing. And we can quantify it, I think that's valuable. We can qualify it, maybe even. But we've got to believe it, right? And if you don't want to do what it is you're doing now, man, I will do my best to help you find another craft and profession. I spent 5 years trying to do that. I have no issues with that whatsoever, but I'm proud that you're doing what you're doing now. I'm thankful for you. I'm grateful for you. You have unfettered access to me. I'm on Global, I think, still. I think so. I don't email myself very often. Yeah, Colin, right here. Yeah.
He's there.
So reach out, right? If you don't agree with any of the points that I shared, dude, I love that. I'm going to sharpen my blade, right? That's where we get stronger together. So I'm thankful for the opportunity. I think we've all lost a couple pounds sitting here today. I'm really sorry for that. Now I can go back right direct to the engineers and show them how hot it is in the room. So thank you all very much. Last save rounds, alibis, anybody? I know nobody wants to be that person, that's okay. Thank you very much for the invite. I very much appreciate it. And I'll hang around in the back for a little bit. I know you guys have some closing remarks. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
As you were, please, take your seats.
Alright, so I hope everyone enjoyed day one and was able to gather a lot of great information and takeaways. Just a reminder, we do have our network event tonight at Maxwell Air Force Base Range 42, starting at 17:30. Don't forget your raffle ticket that was given to you at check-in with your packet. If you don't have it, please go to the front or contact one of us up here. And the UOD is just casual clothes, just obviously look appropriate. So lastly, tomorrow is a component training day starting at 08. Each component is going to have a different reporting location. So active duty personnel will report in here. Reserve personnel will be in this building, but in the First Sergeant Auditorium. And then the guard members, we need you to hang back so that they can give you guys your reporting instructions. So also, the guard side, please meet on this side, and then all the 3 of 5s need to stay behind, and we're gonna go to this side of the auditorium.
3 of 5, everybody?
Just 3 of 5. Just the 3 of 5. Everyone else is good to go. Hang on, we still have,
Hold on one second.